And he made it. He made it. Oh my god.
Things are working.
Oh man. What a journey that. And I'm still hazy on the Wednesday stream. Like, that was just an exercise in futility for me.
Yeah.
Trying to get all that. Not having. I was as dumb not to test it beforehand, but um, yeah, just kind of crazy. Um, so today I'd like to try at least to work her way up to getting a sawmill without um, relying on collectibles to get the money. Because if you get all of the collectibles all combined with all of the rewards, it's God, at least like $1.5 million or something like that. And it's just it blows the challenge out of the water, which is why I'm sort of asking everybody to refrain from getting all the collectibles. It's okay to get one, you know, if you need an extra $1,000 for a piece of equipment or something like that. Like, little bits and pieces are fine, but immediately going and collecting all of things, because you collect so many of them. I don't even know how many it is, but you collect so many of them, and then all of the rest show up on your map. And it's like, okay, well, now it's definitely not a challenge to find these things. So, anyway, I've got the starter equipment here because this is multiplayer. The starting equipment is different than if you were to start the map in single player, right? Single player, you just start with one tractor and a much more basic set of equipment. But multiplayer here, I want to make sure everybody has a job. And depending on, I wasn't sure how many people were going to show up. So, yeah, we've got two medium tractors, the Valtra 255, two medium tractors. We have a big mowing set and then a small mowing set. And right now, as it is, this little mowing set here is the only way that we have to move grass and to sell it, right? So the mower with the bagger on the back, go in here. Oh my god, this thing. Come on. Turn around. There we go. There we go. Alright, so because you have something loaded. You have something loaded on the front and something loaded on the back. You have to lower the deck. I think. There we go. Lower. So the deck is ready. And then you go to here. And yeah, you have to lower the pickup. Even though there's nothing rendered. Coffee said that there was a version, maybe in the previous version of Farming Sim, that this bagger actually had visual things. But you don't see anything change on it, which is unfortunate. So you have to make sure the pickup is lowered. Then you have to turn on the wagon. And then turn this thing on. And this should... Why is this not picking up? Oh, I turned it off. That's why. So now this thing is actually picking up grass. Doing this out here. And it's already full.
Oh, jeez.
350 liters. I thought it held a lot more than that.
Yeah, me too.
I thought it held a lot more than that. It should hold a lot more than that. What is going on here? Customize.
And we have somebody in chat as well.
Bladed. Ooh. Nikki, how's it going? What game are you playing? This is Farming Sim 22. Farming Simulator 22. Yeah, I didn't get the capacity inflated on there, and it's $1,000. And this is one of those cases that is like, you know what? I think I forgot to select it, so we're just gonna go like that and say customize bladed 5,500 liters. Yes. This. And now we have much more space. Should be able turn on loading wagon. Just grab. The mower isn't on, so let's just grab all of this. Yep. I mean, this mower is good for tight spaces and such. But yeah, right now this is the only real way of getting and delivering grass and earning a little bit of money. So what I've done in the past, because this is part of you get one of these as well in single player mode. So you do get one of these in single player mode. But what I tend to do is I don't cut the grass with it. I use it just to pick stuff up. Because I'm gonna fill this up once and I'll give it to Oz to use. So he said he's pretty used to this thing now. There we go. It's the turnaround for me. The difficulty with this thing is those when the front wheels like redirect your path. So let's see. One full load of grass. Is $1,000. So, yeah. So I can do a lot of mowing with those, except there's no these mowers are like the most almost the most basic of these big mowers. They don't give you the straw swath in the middle. So that's why we have the windrower. This is the most basic of the windrowers. And this here is it's the smallest one, but it is what it is. I wanted to get everything, and also keep in mind that the plot of land that we're on over here, this is the only one we own. If you go outside of that, you're not going to be able to pick the grass up. You'll be able to cut it, but you won't be able to pick it up.
Yeah, I better look at the boundaries of that.
So yeah, that was another thing. I was trying to figure out a way to show the boundaries that better able to plan, and Coffee suggested I put them on the map. So yeah, the map is broken into the grid here, and this is the land boundaries. Yeah. So it gives you a better sense of where the thing is. And so how I did it is each of these borders is 2 pixels wide, and 1 pixel is on the land and the other pixel is on the other piece of land. So right down the middle of that white line is the border between the land. And it worked out rather well. It's a lot easier to plan things now than it was before. So I have to get used to things being less money now. Because my test world with all of this is on easy, and the prices are pretty good. Like one load of grass on easy is $1,700, and obviously we saw here that it was not seven. It was a lot less than that. I would like to go out here. I have restarted the world on this map so many times. I've gotten quite adept at starting it off. I'm gonna pick my line here. Just go straight over. So we unfold everything. Lower everything. And I make sure I'm on the right path. Turn everything on.
I won't worry with full loads of it. Just kind of unload whenever it's convenient. Might be rounding errors, but might lose a little money due to rounding errors. Is what I meant to say. Pretty insignificant.
Yeah, it's gonna be a few pennies here and there. That's it.
Yeah.
Getting all the stuff in and around all these trees is where that little mower really shines.
Yeah. Instead of mowing up here, should I?
Let's do some planning. I don't want to just willy-nilly this because we'll never get anything done if we're just winging it. What I like to do is clear an area that's near those back trees back there, which is why I went way back there. Clear an area out and get it ready for piles of wood, and then we're gonna go on full logging mode, and we're gonna start cutting trees en masse. And then piling them up, because I don't want to sell the wood, because wood actually sells for really cheap, and so I don't want. I think the price is basically 1-to-1, $1 per liter, and we can get if we just get enough to make planks, right? Planks alone is a 4-to-1. So just processing it, there are certain things on this map that I designed. Yeah, you can, if you get really desperate, you can sell the raw materials, but you're not going to get nearly as much money for the raw materials than if you actually, process them a little bit. So I'm trying to clear out an area in here that I am going to need the windrower, or, you don't have to windrow, but we're going to need the grass pickup back here, because this is... But the other ideal thing, if we're just going to pick up the grass, we should ted it. Getting the tedder would actually increase the value. So we should get that other tractor, put the windrower on the front, and the tedder on the back, and then ted it. I hope that mower can pick it up still. I hope.
Yeah, I can see that going either way.
As I try to nestle the sawmill back here in the woods a little bit, because there is a big area of woods back there.
When you ted it, it does become a different item, doesn't it? Or a different
Yeah, it
resource?
becomes hay.
Okay.
And hay is more valuable than grass. Oops.
Because yeah, the capacity of this, I only see grass, and there is an icon behind it though, so maybe that's like saying, or hay-like things, or grass.
Okay, let me check that. B X let it autosave, because that's important. So purchase trailers, miscellaneous. Oh, that's a tank. Where was this? Oh yeah, forage wagons. That's where it was. Hay is definitely on the on that thing. The bagger definitely has hay. It even has silage and straw and TMR and chaff. So that is capable of picking up all the things. So that's good. So what we're gonna want is to, of course, this is backwards. I'm gonna flip this around. And that's fine. Grab this other tractor. Because if we look at the costs here, or the returns, right? So grass sells $189 that's per 1,000 liters, remember. So that's 189 per 1,000 liters. Hay, 381. So almost twice the price. Just to turn it into hay. Basically, windrower, tedder. I don't know if Oz has ever used any of these.
Sure, I've used the tedder.
I need a better extension cord. I've got a crappy old extension cord. It's just awful. Okay. So let's control X. So because this map is designed with nice curvy hills, sometimes windrowers and stuff are kind of a pain in the ass, but you know, that is what nature is. Again, the plug, I have to like rotate the plug. It's like, oh, it's just crap. It's just utter. So let's kind of go slow here.
Is that for your headset?
Yeah, my headphones. It's just, I had him, I like years ago when I first set this system up. I was like, "Do you have an extension cord for just for a headphone jack?" And he's like, "Oh yeah." And he gets me this janky ass like 70s era like headphone jack extension, and I'm just like, "Oh my god!" And that's what I've been using it for years, and it's really, really touchy, really touchy. So, drag this down a lot of power. Yeah, it's really, really touchy. So it'll like fritz out in my ear, and I have to like rotate it. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Get all of this. You have to be very, very careful when picking up hay, because if you accidentally drive over a piece of grass that isn't tedded, like it's not hay yet, it will void all of the hay that you've already got and add in. It'll be like, oh, here, I'm gonna void all the hay. So you could have 1,000 liters of hay in there. You pick up 1 liter of grass, it will void that hay, add 1 liter of grass, and then the next hay you pick up will void the grass and give you 1 hay. Right? So it's like, you have to be extremely careful that you don't run over the wrong material, because yeah, it'll just straight up void it out of the bag. So I'm trying to be very, very careful not to leave any random spots of grass here.
Yeah. I also tested, and I can leave the mower deck off and only pick up.
Yes. Yep.
So that's
Yeah, 100%. That's in my single player. That's part of the test equipment, and I usually just disconnect the mower deck because I don't even use it. Like, I just use it to bag up things. So that should give us a nice little boost of money.
yeah, first full load here.
Yep.
2095.
Almost $2,100
Yeah, so that was a
for
little
some
over
hay.
double.
Yep. It should be. I definitely made sure that there was a really strong but not grindy progression system. So it's like, trees. Clear cut. I just want to get an area that we can stack them. It's not super tall grass because it's a lot easier to see them. Oh, there's a spot I missed. Yeah, one little piece of dark grass will ruin that. Ruin a load. Yeah, if you spot anywhere that I missed, call it out and I'll run and grab it. It's just money laying on the ground is what it is.
Alrighty. Oh, actually, yeah, I see some right over here. Not to mention it. It's just a tiny piece, but switching windows here, so switch it to live chat rather than top chat.
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
forgot to do that. I don't know why there's a difference, but maybe if chat was more active.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's what it is.
All right, where's the spot?
Shoot. Boy, I don't remember actually. Yeah, I know you passed it.
Oh, back here.
Oh, hang on. This thing unstuck. Oh, I can't pick up the mower.
Oh, I need to give you permission.
Ah, maybe that's what it is. Okay.
Um,
It's close to the pond here, I know. I mean, I suppose if we want to just not worry about it, I could pick it up here quick and then void it by picking up hay. Yeah, here it is right here. Tiny little patch. Yep, just to the right of me. Yeah, that should get it.
is
Huh, I don't even know if it dropped. Oh, oh, there it
yeah,
is.
it did. I saw it. I saw it spurt one out. No, no, no. $9,000. Let's see if that's enough. Um, well, let's see what the value is. Silage. Yeah, see, silage that would boost us again. While he does that, um, yeah, this I got on sale. This was actually sprayer was actually something on sale when I bought all the equipment. I was like, oh, I'm gonna buy something on sale because why not? You know, it's already damaged. You can see 26%, so it was on sale when I bought it. Um, but yeah, as far as that goes, none of the stuff that we have currently is leased, but that will come. Another part of this map. So let's look at the map in its entirety here. This map is a custom map. I've been working. I got about at least 40 hours into it. Yeah, this map is the same kind of style as No Man's Land, right? It's a No Man's Land style, just free for all. But it's 4x. It's a 4x map. It is huge. It's a huge map. So, you know, it may not look big here, but it is 4 times the area of regular No Man's Land. And so it's just an absolutely monster map. In addition, I've got a bunch of custom trees in here that I was able to find out and about in the community. But several maps, like just tons of maps that I had to parse through and wade through a nightmare of websites to find. But yeah, I've got this giant one here. This is a Douglas fir. Don't mind when you walk up and it says type pine. Don't mind that. All that's coming out of is the split type of the log. We have the Douglas fir, and then we have giant variants of conifers. The I'm sorry for the sniffles. My nose. Oh my god. The cat. So the map I found a lot of these trees on was like a really deep Russian map. Like it was a nightmare to get, but it had a bunch of custom trees, custom really big trees, and I wanted them. Damn it! And the map that I found them on was like 1.7 gigs. It was unbelievably big. So I just was like, you know what? I'm gonna strip the trees out of there. So I grabbed the trees. So that's one variant there. There's another one over here. So this one there. And there's probably one more. And then this big boy right here. This tree is 71.7 meters tall. It weighs all of the weight. And that I pulled from the FDR logging maps, right? So the FDR logging guy, I was actually chatting with him while he was live several days ago, and yeah, so I asked him like where that tree came from because I could not find it anywhere. It's on one of his maps, Circa or something like that. But the i3D and stuff like was nowhere to be found. I had no idea where that map was, so I had to like export the tree and I had to sort of massage it to get it working. And then something that's untested, as of yet because I haven't gotten that far, is you can plant them. They are all plantable. So there's the Big Bertha. That's the giant 72 meter tree. That's the Big Bertha. That's what I named it. I added the ponderosa pine, lodgepole pine, and giant sequoia. So those are all in here. Samarek spruce, the buck, and the jedla pine. So the buck, the Samarek spruce, and the jedla pine. Those are three of the big trees. So I forget which one is which, but there's one, there's two, and then the buck. Go in here again. Turn this on. Turn that on, and then B. The buck. I'll show you what that looks like. It is an oak style. So there's the buck right there. That big giant tree right here. This is the buck. So it, yeah, the split type says oak. It's not. It's whatever it is. But it too is a giant tree, 36.6 meters. It is not harvestable with the wood harvester, though. But it's still plantable. You can still plant a bunch of those. There's only 2 on the map that I spawned in. All of the trees around us, all the land, the immediate vicinity has all the like all the base game trees, like the stupid hickories and birches. No other tree out there. All of those are all really big, or harvestable. And I tried. I think one of these types, either the Samarek or the jedla. I think one of those is, I think, harvestable with my modded harvester, but yeah, none of these other trees are really harvester ready, unless, you know, I asked the FDR guy to make just an obscene tool that allows us to process these trees with a harvester, because that'd be great. The problem is the weight, right? The weight of these trees are insane. This giant one here, when you cut this thing down, it weighs so much. You would need a 100-ton machine in order to manhandle that tree around. Like, it is crazy heavy. But it gives you, I think in my test, the Big Bertha, when you put it into a sawmill, it gives something around 36,000 liters of wood into a sawmill. All the other trees, like the Douglas fir, is actually pretty good. The jedla and the Samarek trees give you about 7,000 or 8,000, something like that. It's about double what a spruce is. I like big trees.
And you cannot lie.
Cannot lie. Literally in the description, or at least it was. Okay. Still waiting on us to do this. So what we can do, we can go purchase trailer, go to forage wagons, and get our sweet forage wagon. 102,000. We are going to just see. All the colors are atrocious. Rim color. Can we lease it? 6,000. We have that amount of money. Yes. Okay, so we leased that thing. So now what we, let's not rely on the mower per se so much. Here, windrower up front of this. Either. So most of the mods that I have on here are customized versions. of, you know, either mod hub mods or mods that I've found. So try to focus that lawnmower on areas around trees and really hard to get to and hard to maneuver, because that's where that would really, really help. This thing will scoop up all of the grass.
Yeah, now that we got that, this thing's almost useless.
Well, as a mower, it's still very useful.
Yeah.
Just got to be very, very careful where I pick up any. That was only 2,000 liters. No, that's not. Did I get voided? Did something void me?
Maybe. Let me watch the stream here.
Yeah, that should have been way more than 2,000 liters. I think I got voided. Yeah, pretty sure that's what happened.
Yeah, pretty much had to, because, yeah, I'm watching here, and you're up to 25,000, 26. Boom, yeah, there. You were up to 27,000, and then went down to 0.
Unbelievable.
Oh, man.
Well, I can. That is a base game, like, massive bug. So
Yeah.
what I can do is I can go. Oh my god, saving. This, do this. $27,000. And sell. It's a ridiculous bug that I can't believe they haven't fixed. There. That solved that little problem. Like, why, if I have this giant container of hay, would adding a tuft of grass inside of it void out the hay? It's like, no. Just convert the damn grass into hay, right? There's 27,000 liters of hay in this thing. You add a little bit of grass, just turn the grass into hay, right? Just automatically convert it. Yeah, it's a little bit like unrealistic or cheaty, but it's better than voiding the 27,000 liters of hay. Like, why would you immediately like set a fire to it? Like, that bug is just annoying. So that's why I was like, no, we're not gonna mess with that.
Even if they did like a 10-to-1 ratio or something, it'd be better than just voiding it.
Yeah, like, it's so stupid. Or at least like void the grass. Like, if a fill type does not match the fill type that I'm loading, either ignore it, don't even pick it up, or void it. You know, I would rather void the tuft of grass than the 27,000. Imagine if that wagon had 20 million liters of hay in it.
Oof.
Imagine that. Imagine that. Voiding all of that would be insane. Okay, so it's tree time. Now, hints and tips. Something that Coffee had mentioned that makes things just so much easier is first of all, let's kind of gauge the surroundings here. This little jut out here, this little nubbin that comes out here, I like to clear all these trees out before I plow my field, because then I'm able to plow a much bigger field. I try to utilize. We're going to try to utilize as much of this very first plot of land before we branch out, and there are enough resources on this first plot of land to really get the ball rolling, like really get things moving fast. So yeah, what we're gonna do now is start clearing trees. And where should we put? I'd like to nestle the sawmill as far back here as I can. Like right back in here would be almost perfect. And I like to clear trees. The stumps we're just going to use. Yeah, we're going to use F12 for the stumps. I am not gonna like ask everybody to. Oh, we're gonna clear stumps. No, it's like I'm just gonna avoid the stumps. But what I'm really thinking, as far as like sawmills go, because I was looking at this map and going, well, if we're harvesting trees over here, bringing them all the way down to a sawmill way down here, that is quite the process. As we get further and further out, you know, there's this giant forested area right here. There's all of this. There's all of this back here. So what I'm thinking is the sawmill will basically service the chunk that it's in and all neighboring chunks, right? So the 3x3 area around the sawmill is where we'll drag the trees. Then we move into a new area. We'll just build another sawmill way over here, say, way up in this corner, and then all of these trees will get pulled into there. Because the sawmills, you know, once they're done processing the wood, we can grab planks, you know, any planks that we make, any wood chips that we make, and we can just sell the sawmill outright and then get the land back once all the trees are gone. And then the permanent sawmill, if we needed it, can go somewhere where you have a little tree farm if we need that. The amount of wood on this map is obscene. Just in this starting area, just in this starting chunk with these little bits of trees that we have, because I have beautifully big trees, there's probably 5 or 6 million liters of wood in this one bit of land. So it's a lot, which is why I like to start cutting it down and getting it ready. But there's a little tip that you can do that Coffee discovered. So let me chop down one of these enormous trees. To delimit, you turn lumberjack. You turn the heavy lift off. You hit Alt twice, right? And that eliminates the ability to clear the tree, right? You don't get the red reticle on the tree anymore. And then if you bump your player speed up to X3, you can zip along the line and just all the way down like that. And it just clears the tree all in one fell swoop, and you're basically done. To move the trees, of course, you need to re-enable the good stuff here. But I'll start a line. Reason for cutting the grass back here was to get an area that we can then use to pile wood up, that we can get it out of the way, and then we can get more area for mowing. So this area back here, I'm thinking back here is going to be an ideal spot for the sawmill. So once we get the wood or the trees cleared from this spot, we'll mow back here, and then we'll plop down the sawmill. I always mow before you do anything, because that's just money laying around. No reason not to snag it. But yeah,
where should I focus?
We are gonna. It's all trees now.
Okay.
You should have a chainsaw, I hope.
Yep.
So, you know, if you wanted to focus on either, I don't know, what you'd rather focus on, whether it's cutting them, delimbing them, or stacking them. But I've done
Little
this.
wild man.
I've done this so much in my test worlds, and if you paid attention to my delimbing tip there, the coffee fountain, you can delimb them super fast. Just you turn off lumberjack super strength, which
Oh yeah.
you can then just run along them.
Ah, so that's what did that. Because yeah, I remember when I first started delimbing, it didn't have the red. It had just the white.
Yeah, it's the lumberjack speed. So I've gotten pretty good at just running along. There is something weird with these Douglas firs. There's a spot on the trunk right there. For some reason, there's a spot that's not a collision, and I don't know why. The 3D model, I mean, it's not like there's a hole in it. It's just a bizarre. So I've just gotten used to jumping over that.
Can't even cut there either. Weird.
Right. There's something weird with it. So you have to turn obviously lumberjack back on to lift the logs, but basically we're just gonna stack them. You can zigzag them, you know, like one fat end on one side, one fat end on the other, or whatever. But we're gonna have, it's gonna be an enormous stack of logs. Oh my god! By the time we get done, so, yeah, those Douglas firs are way taller, 63 meters tall. They're enormous. They're enormous trees. They're glorious, is what they are. I think they're about 8,000.
Oh, Jay just asked what map this is. Actually, if
This is a custom map called Rolling Hills that I made for this specific purpose. It is a 4X style. It's a 4X no man's land, sort of open world map. So it's just, you know, it's got a sell point, vehicle dealer, an animal dealer, and the rest is up to you. Just completely open-ended. And it's got enormous trees. So let me cut this. Let me cut one of these big berths down. Let me show you the glory of the big tree, right? So there's the width right there of the big tree. And the weight, 75 tons for this tree. It is oh come on. It's so long that it's hard to sometimes the game just glitches out. But there's the tree. You can cut it in half right here, and you would have two lengths the size of those trees. But yeah, 75 tons for this thing. It's wonderful. It's a glorious tree, and it's plantable on this map. I made it plantable. Haven't tested that yet because there are over. When I generated the trees, there are over 24,000 trees on the map, right? So it's pretty big. All these dark splotches here, these are all forested areas. And all told, there's like 24,000 trees. Well, when you go to plant a tree, if I went to plant a tree now, it would literally pop up an error message, too many trees. You can't plant more. You cut more down, right? So you either get that mod, there's a mod out there that allows you to plant more, or you just start cutting trees down, which is what we're going to do. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, this whole, like... I don't care about that. I don't know. For some reason, the tips of trees are, like... They're weird. They're really bizarre. When felling trees, remember they fall in the direction that you cut them. So,
Yeah, I gotta remember that.
If you if you swipe right, they're gonna go right. And these
Oh, I
literally,
never swipe right.
these super thin ones, you just grind away with your chainsaw. We're not even gonna bother. Some of these trees have a weird, hitbox. Why does
I haven't heard a thing from Wildman. I even pinged him in chat there. I don't know if he knows.
Well,
Oh, there
I'm
you
here.
are. Okay.
I was just trying to download the game, load into the game, and I saw it in the list, but then it went away. So,
Oh, okay.
also, what's the red exclamation mark to the left there? Or at least for me, I see it.
In the server list or
Yeah.
what? I don't know.
are you
Have one of
you
those.
are you synced with all the mods and stuff?
I downloaded it from your page there, but
Yeah, not all of the mods are on that page. Only the
Okay, it
customized
might be.
ones.
it
There's-
might be that I just don't have it synced. But doesn't that do that when I load in?
You got to go into details and then download the mods.
Yeah. There are a bunch of Mod Hub mods that you're gonna need.
Okay.
Make sure.
If you struggle at all, just ping me somewhere, and we'll switch to general, and I'll walk you through it.
All right. Can you do that now?
Oh, sure. We'll be back.
Oh. He left me. He left me. I try to cut down as many as I can without lumberjack. Just because it's 10 times faster to delimb them. And the big trees, I do all the big trees either first or second. And then I come back and do these. Or I do these first and then come back to, but I do all the regular size spruces. I've got both variant 1 and variant 2. That's his variant 2 here. Those are all, if you've got a wood harvester like the Scorpion King, you can do, all of these with that. That piece of machinery is like over $300,000. No way we have close. So, yeah, I leave all those because those logs, believe it or not, these ones are really hard to spot in long grass. So I leave them all to the end. These ones, however, are really easy to spot. And if you're wondering, how to get the map, right now it is all of my custom mods and stuff. All of that is for patrons. There's a lot of hours that went into getting everything ready for this series, and it's one of the perks of being a supporter is you get access to all of that. And I know there's a lot of sites, and I know a lot of people are just not happy with that, but the map is really basic. It's all of the tree. Yeah, the end tuft on these is always. But none of the mods are like all of my customized mods and stuff. I didn't change the authorship to any of them because I didn't do. The original authors did 99% of the work. All I did is go in and at times, you know, change capacity, change the working speed, things like that, trying to cater to like an Uber production. You know, I've been working on this mod pack for a month now, at least a month. Oh, we got a floating tree. Yep, I missed one. But yeah, I've been working on this Uber production style mentality for a month now, and it's taken quite a lot of figuring out why am I not there. We go. Okay, so all of the regular size spruces are left there. So let's go over here. Trying to cut them as low to the ground as possible. So patrons or channel members of a certain, whatever channel membership tier gets you into the Discord, into the members only Discord. I forget which tier that is. I set up channel memberships a couple months ago, actually thinking people would do that, and then quickly realized that no, people really don't do that. So, but patron, patron is always preferable. YouTube just takes too much of a cut out of what's given. All right, got the big Berthas there. Those are extremely easy to spot, so not too worried about those. Okay. So many. Look at all the trees. Look at all of the trees that I've cut down already. It's glorious. This is why we need like dedicated stackers, because holy Moses, do I have a lot of trees. Oh, good. No, no, no. So, can't move any trees because I don't have super strength enabled right now because I'm focusing on cutting down the trees rather than stacking. I'm making up. Why am I? Sometimes I can cut these Douglas firs like right at the ground level. Sometimes I can't. It's really weird. Fall through. Yeah, I don't know what it is about this tree. I'm not a 3D modeler, so I don't know how to like check the 3D model. See what could be wrong with that. There's obviously a hole in the collision box. Like that's obvious to me. But it's all one object. The trunk of the tree is one solid object, right? You load it up in the editor. So it's not like it's a separate thing. So I don't know why there would be a hole like that. It's just bizarre. Okay, so turn lumberjack strength on. So let's go here. Wow. Yin. That must be Wildman. Yeein. Yeein. Dancing. Don't actually know what synchronizing does, but assuming there's some like diff list. He should have the map. I don't even know if you can load without the map. So you must have some list of like what is different between like, the normal map and what is done. So the further you get into the map, like the more changes you make, probably gonna affect quite a bit. And us,
Yeah.
I've become quite adept at stacking these logs. The
Want 'em
looks like you're doing pretty good over here by yourself. So maybe I don't have to. Like, I've found that picking them up at the butt end is like when you're looking straight on the butt end is by far the best way of manipulating them because they will always try to orient themselves to keep that orientation, so you can really predict and flop them down. However, but it's the branch. Yeah, I had my test world this last iteration. I had approximately 1,000,000 liters of wood cut and ready to go by the time I built my sawmill. And yeah, I built my sawmill and started restacking the lumber because I had a stack like this. I started stacking it and loading it into the lumber mill, and I would turn on planks and longboards, and I was loading it so fast with so much wood that I would have to like pause and wait while it actually chewed up some wood because these trees. Each tree is so much that you can load a tree, and by the time you go grab another one, it hasn't even processed the wood from that yet. So it's a glorious amount of wood. Especially the big Berthas. Those are my favorite. They're so big that the texture repeats 4 times. Or is it 3 times? Stuff. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, and there's 4. Yeah. So it repeats 4 times. That's how tall those things are. Those are 4096 textures. That's how tall those textures are. So it's a lot. Oh yeah, I need to see if Wildman added himself. Nope. Not in the farm yet.
know how to do that?
You have to do that, or do I do that?
You have to turn off your voice chat, by the way. I thought you'd done that already last time we played. Apparently it's back on.
I had, but I've changed computer, so.
Oh, yeah, you have to turn that back off. We're getting echoes.
If you can, toggle your Discord mic until we get it resolved.
$75 tons. Yeah, this tree you don't want. This particular log you don't want smashing into your pile, because the weight, just the sheer weight of that tree, will cause the rest of the logs just to go and separate like bowling pins. It's crazy. Why are they stacking? Why is it all one layer? Jesus. Are the Berthas doing that? Like, okay, what am I caught on? There we go. Yeah, those Douglas firs. Yeah, they're so heavy that the rest of the trees. Okay. Now it's just the tiny little spruces.
Haven't heard you recently. Doing okay there, Wildman?
No. Can you hear me?
We can hear
I
you.
can hear you.
Can you, can we go back into the other channel there and help me?
Yeah, no problem.
I got some other problems too.
Yep. Okay, we're gonna switch for a bit, Buggy.
Alrighty. These original base game spruces are almost laughable in small, bigger trees. Like this is the biggest spruce, so you compare that with the Big Bertha. You can see like the difference between these two trees. It's glorious, glorious, I say. I would just love if somebody were to design a wood harvester big enough to handle these as the wood harvester handles these, right? Cut it down with the little grabber arm, you push it over and you cut lengths out. Like, to be able to do that with that log would be glorious. You would have to have the machine itself, it would have to be like one of those FS mining mod team excavators. It would have to be an obscenely large machine, just obscenely large, on par with one of those FS mining excavators, right? Those giant excavators. But I mean, you could do it. It could be done. It's just I don't know that part of the mod. I don't know the 3D modeling and stuff like that. That part of the mod, or that part of the modding scene. Oh, and I want to get back into story modding. So I try not to go very deep in modding. This game, you know, I got enough where I was familiar with the setup and I'm familiar with how everything worked, but I didn't deep dive. So once I know the basics, I'm usually pretty effective at modding. But I got all the utilities. I got all the, map editing scripts and all of that kind of stuff that literally a nightmare to find and to download. Like, there are some shady websites out there for this game, and I do not know why. It's like I was giving one guy shade because he was like, yeah, this script is available on my website. So I go to his website. The guy literally has like 800 subscribers on YouTube and like really obscure, like specialized things. So I go to his website and yeah, the script is there, but to download it, you have to sign up on the website. And so I go into the guy's channel and I post a comment. I'm like, all I wanted was this script, and you made me sign up for this website. I was like, why? I basically asked like a generic, why is this game? Why are there so many shady, crappy, ad-ridden sites for this game? Like, why is this such a thing? And I don't want to sign up for a website to download a simple Lua script. Like, it's so stupid. And he was like, well, the reason why you have to sign up is because these websites, are so bad. And it's like, no, you're one of them. You have to understand, you're one of them. So I'll likely add because a lot of those things are not, they don't take up a lot of space, like the Lua scripts or whatever. And what I'll do is probably create the FS20. I have an FS22 mods directory on my Google Drive, which is where all my stuff is stored. I'll probably create a tools directory and just have all the scripts and stuff on it. And people will just be able to download them. Because it just makes me ill to see the exploitation in the community. Like, I mean, there was one website. In order to download the mod, right? I forget which mod site it was, but you find a good farming sim mod on this website. In order to download it, this website would direct you to a YouTube video that you then would have to hit the like button on. And only then would it give you the link to download the mod. Or the tool or whatever it was. I forget what it was. But I remember going through this and going, if you're that desperate for likes, then, reevaluate what you're doing with it. Because if you're trying to exploit your so-called viewers to download a simple mod or a script or something, if you're forcing them to like your videos, then just make better videos. I'm just like, how is that not an obvious answer? If you're not getting enough likes on your videos, then do better videos, right? I have never complained of my videos not getting enough likes. I know what my content is. I know it's a niche audience. I know all of these things. I mention like and subscribe once, usually once per stream, right at the end. But it's like, if you're putting a mod out there for a game, you're like, in order to download this, you have to like my video. I'm sorry, but I don't have any sympathy for that mentality. Oh, Wild Man left. There we go. Why, what is going on? Ah, that is why. I was like, what is... Was there something wrong with the sync? Or something wrong with the mods or something? But anyway, yeah, I'll probably put all that stuff up on my FS22 Google Drive. And any patrons or members or that grab. Because there's a any map makers out there, there's a road creator tool. So there's a road creator tool out there. There's a few tutorials on it, but finding it, somebody made a English translation. He just put the whole thing through Google Translate, and then literally put it on his website, and he was like, you know, you can only download this, you know, if you like my videos or something. I'm just like, dude, you took somebody else's work, translated it with Google Translate, and now you're forcing people to like your content in order to get it. Like, oh man, modding is one of those, like, for me, you know, I have strong feelings on the matter. Obviously, but for me, patron support or channel member support is more than enough. To justify the time, right? Because it's this map is like, I have no idea how to get that last tough. This map is about 40 hours now total, probably approaching 50 that I've put just trying to get this map working. So it's not an insignificant amount of time. Let's put it that way. It's a hefty amount to get something like this up and running. But I can't go through really a lot of official channels. Like I can't post my mod pack on oh, come on. Rotate. There we go. On like the official mod hub, because all the mods in it are just versions of mods that are already there that are just customized. So if you want, you know, if you're not comfortable, you're this guy. If you're not comfortable modding yourself, then it's worth, you know, $5 to go download 50 mods that are all customized to this sort of, you know, our Forge wagon that I just leased. That thing holds like 20 million liter, right? You can do huge fields with it. So if that is something that you want and you don't know how to do or you don't want to do, then it could be worth $5 to download a bunch of those and call it good. Most of those sites, I didn't actually see one. Most of those other sites don't even offer like patron support. You have to like jump through 5 hoops in order to get it. What specifically is he having problems with? Right? Like, I'm not understanding what his issue is. He is loading the map. He is loading into the game. Like, what is going on with that game? What is the specific problem that he's having? Can somebody tell me that? I didn't manage to give him any permissions, so if he's trying to do something, he's not in the game long enough for me to give him permissions. So if that's the bug where he's not able to drive a machine, then that's why, because I need to give him permissions on the farm. Let's see if I can guess where the hole is for this. And there. Aha! Backwards is a little tougher. There it is. Us wasn't listening. Oh, I was just about to jump too. This is why we've been doing testing stuff for the last 2 weeks, is to avoid this. No matter how many times we do this, no matter how many times we go through this, people will still wait until the last possible moment in order to try to join a multiplayer. It's like, we could have at any time this week done all of this troubleshooting, but no, we have to wait until the last possible moment while I'm streaming in order to do all this troubleshooting. It's like, we could have done this all week. He could have reached out and said, "Hey, I want to join. Let's test this out." And then we could have gone through the whole rigmarole of mod syncs, downloads, all of that stuff. We could have done all of this anytime in the last week. But I've lost track now of how many times we've done the last possible minute troubleshooting. Hey, he changed his name this time. Yeah, it took me a little while to figure out where to do that. I was Sim TR or something for a long time. What is it? Sim? No. This is so much wood. Glorious. How do we manage? Are we still? Oh, strict. Oh, that's probably where the duck is for, yeah. Trying to take out as many trees along this line too as possible. Make this field as big as possible. There's going to be a lot of grass. This field. I think Coffee did a test. I don't know what values he was looking at. Yeah, he mowed pretty much that whole field. He got like 800,000 liters of grass on it, which is kind of insane. I didn't get that much. I don't know what. I can never trust anything that Coffee like troubleshoots. It's really hard to trust stuff that he finds, because when he plays with another 100 mods. Like, he's got a ton of other stuff. Like, I remember a couple nights ago he was testing, and right after a rainstorm, he showed me that there was standing water on the field, and like the low points on the field. So you'd come down to a low point, and it would be like standing water after a rainstorm. And I'm like, what? I've never seen that in the game before. He's like, yeah, this is. He goes, it just rained and there's water everywhere. And I'm like, I don't know what I was like, there's literally, I've been through every single file on the map. Every XML file, all the i3D files, and I was like, there is nothing that would indicate like standing water at all. There's nothing in there. And so I was baffled. And sure enough, in my test world last night, I was playing and it rained for a while and I got no standing water. And so it was like there's another mod that he has that is doing that like caused me to panic, and it's literally like, oh yeah, that's a completely separate mod. I don't know which one. It could be like precision farming. It could be, I mean, God only knows what other mods are out there. I don't know which one. I don't know which one does that. All right, let's do a clear. I'm gonna do a clear stumps. 89 stumps just removed. Excellent. All right. Trying to clear all the way to the property line back here, Wildman. Property line you should see on your mini-map fairly easily. Back here somewhere is going to be where the sawmill sits. So we're just trying to clear the land so we can get the sawmill, because that's going to be a big source of our early game money. The sawmill. And also, please refrain from mass collecting all the collectibles. I don't know if possible. I'm trying not to rely on collectibles to jumpstart this. Get a lot of work done before eating those. Sawmill itself will likely be paid for when we mow and harvest the hay from the giant field that I'm preparing. So, permissions. I wish I could copy permissions. You. Go. Permissions are set. Yeah, it would be nice to have like a skidder that could grab these logs and pull them out, but it would be kind of a waste of money because it would really only be able to do these small spruce logs. And these are but a fraction of the logs that appear on this map. Most of them are these giant trees, and there's no skidder in the game that will move a 75-ton tree, right? It just doesn't. There's just no way. That tree is so heavy. You should see what happens when you cut it into pieces and you load it into a logging truck. It is hilarious. One of those that base log, right? So from the base cut, if you cut up about and you give it a 20-meter cut, roughly 20 meters, even 19 meters, the resulting log, the 20-meter-ish log, is still like 50 or 60 tons. So the base of that tree is the bulk of the weight, and when just that log gets loaded into a logging truck, oh my god, it is insane how that truck reacts to that weight. It's just like you can sense the amount of weight that log carries when you load that thing. What the heck? Why am I not getting the... Now I'm not getting the stupid red. Why am I not getting that? So like I lost that ability to clear stuff. It's not for no reason. Here, no? No. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand why.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, Buggy or Wildman has something weird with his game where, he'll move the mouse to the left, like even just looking, and it will go on to the other monitor and then not move his screen anymore. So it's like
The mouse cursor does?
yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
crossplay. He needs to go into crossplay and remove what setting is it? If you go into the key commands, go down to crossplay. If you scroll all the way down to crossplay, god damn, there's so many. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Crossplay. Yeah, there are like the open mini GUI stuff like that. Crossplay tends to take control of the mouse, and I forget which key it defaults to, but yeah, if he removes the stuff from crossplay, he won't lose control of his mouse.
Okay. I think it is something else though. I've seen it in other games. It's like the cursor becomes detached from the application.
Yeah, anytime that's happened in this game, it's because of crossplay. Because I hit a key in crossplay. Because there's that crossplay thing on the screen, right? There's that little bar on the screen that says crossplay. That's a little mini GUI. So I had to remap that. But yeah, like I think it defaults. I forget what's the default key for that. But yeah, that's losing control of the key or the cursor like that is in my experience with this game, it's crossplay. So that would be my first thing.
I've only had trouble with that when, when that's active. He does it even when he's looking around. So he's actually moving his character's view.
And his mouse is going off the screen?
Yep.
I would wonder what other applications that he has, because
he's rebooting right now. I suggested just shutting the game down, but he figured he's just gonna reboot the whole system.
Yeah. If that's happening, then it's not the game that's doing it; it's some outside applications. Because
I've seen it occasionally with certain games. It's not necessarily the game itself that's doing it, but I think it's the way they use the exclusive full screen or something like that.
yeah, you could. I mean, that could be a setting that he could use too. Maybe he's not on. Maybe he's on like windowed full screen or something. Or
No, it is an exclusive full screen.
It is okay.
Yep. But yeah, it's something. Some games have the vulnerability and some don't. So yeah, I think it's just the way they code the way it captures the video or something. I got
Yeah.
annoyed by this little stubby tree.
Yeah, the super super thin ones, just void with your chainsaw.
Okay.
They're in there for aesthetic reasons because the forest. I didn't want to just have the forest be purely big trees. I wanted there to be some variety. And the small spruces and those super thin ones add just enough to make the forest like really believable. But without those, it would have been just the monoculture look of the forest.
Yeah, it would have looked kind of boring.
It was, yeah, it just would not have looked right. Um,
Not sure if I got it. Oh, there's the stump. I know you clear stumps, but
yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to waste time on stumps, so I'll periodically just clear them. Come on, get, get, get in there. No. I need you to be 75 tons. Behave like you're 75 tons. 75 tons would not roll around like. Sorry. See, there is a way to get rid of those, but it's like really. There it is. There's a really specific spot you have to hit. And I think they have to be close to the ground. Oh, tree. Spruce the goose. So, now that we've got this field widely open,
I was going to walk Wild Man through the specifics of the the super strength and
right.
delimbing, but we'll have to do that on stream because I think he's pretty proficient with chopping, so it should just be telling him how that one little thing works.
Yeah, we want to make sure to clear this area straight back here to the property line.
All right.
Just this whole area back here. This is where we're gonna want to mow all this, and then I'll put down the sawmill, and then we'll start loading the sawmill with all of the wood that we have. There's a lot, there's a lot of wood right here. There's probably close to 700,000 liters of wood right here, with another, at least that much sitting around.
That one's on the other property line. Jeez. I was just trying to get a handle on how far out we're chopping it. Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm really glad Coffee, that was such a good suggestion, because I was going to literally put on the ground a grid line of white gravel.
Ah.
Right? So there would have been a white gravel grid on the ground to indicate the borders, and Coffee was like, why don't you just put it on the mini map? And I was like, oh, that's easy. That's a texture. That took me 10 minutes to do the grid on here, right? This was really easy to do, compared to putting it on the ground, which would have been a nightmare.
Yeah.
And then it would have been completely lost if you would have plowed over it, right? So even when
Yeah.
you bought all the land and you plowed over it, that white line would disappear, and you wouldn't know where the end is. This way, you always know where the property line is. And you can what I've been doing in my test world, because the lumberjack or the chainsaw option allows you to clear trees anywhere. On our plot of land is priority, but then in order to like make farming a little easier, I go a little like any trees that are very close to the border on the other side, I usually clear as well, just because it's like just makes it so when you have like a 30-meter wide sprayer, it's a lot easier to maneuver when there's not a giant tree right on the other side.
I think we have a couple pennies worth of trees here.
Yeah, well, we're not going to be selling the trees. We are going to be
Yeah.
converting them into planks, which are going to be 4 times the amount of money.
Uh-oh. Did I? Okay. Phew. For a second there, I thought I was stuck.
Yeah, wood sells for roughly $1 per liter. So it's a tree that's like 3.9 tons. So this tree right here would be like not much money. That tree right there. The Big Berthas, those might sell for a little bit. So if we get super desperate for money, we could sell a single Big Bertha, and that would probably be like $20,000-$30,000 for that. It would be glorious.
This one's not full grown, but it's big enough that I think we can keep it.
Wow, some of these trunks are just not cutting quite right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it's because I went through and smoothed all of this land back out, so it probably messed up where the trees are. Yeah.
Where you can chop them.
Where you can chop them. Because I know that, like the Big Berthas, so that stripe that you cut, that's right at the base of a Big Bertha. That stripe is actually like, I would say, a good 2 meters above the bottom of the tree. The tree goes down, like way down from that stripe. So, yeah, there's a lot of wood below that. And I was like, I couldn't find a way, like this stripe right at the base ground here. It goes down another at least 2 meters. So I was like, how do we get that up there? But yeah, the origin of the tree is the origin. Unless I go into the 3D model or something.
Welcome back, Wildman.
Welcome.
So if you're having issues with your cursor, I would say go into your key your options, your keyboard options, and change your courseplay. It's you scroll way down that list. Horseplay. That's one of the things I've found in the game that overrides my mouse cursor a lot. If you still have a problem.
So
Now that
disable it.
Can't disable it, but you can just take away all of the key mappings until you need it. Horseplay is used when you're plowing or planting or whatever, and I don't know how much of that we're going to be doing today. If you're not used to that system, if you don't know how to use it, you don't need any of those shortcut keys. So you click, you scroll down to Courseplay, you click one of the shortcut keys, and you just hit backspace, and it clears it out of there. And you just go through the whole list, and you clear all of those shortcut keys out, and then you save it, because I forgot to save it a few times. You save it, and then you go back, you exit out of that, and you go back into the game. And, yeah, at least At least it would rule out courseplay as being the reason why you're having some issues. Because I remember when I first load, I had those issues too, and Coffee walked me through like what courseplay actually was.
It might have been his resolution. I didn't think of that until now. His resolution was set higher than what his monitor displayed, so like he couldn't even see the dollars in the upper right.
That's
Yeah, but I
weird.
fixed that.
Yeah, but since you had that problem, that might have been the culprit, and restarting might have now fixed it.
Yeah, the
But
resolution
hopefully,
definitely
once you can,
would have done it. That's weird
yeah.
that the game defaulted to a resolution. It's not supported by your monitor. You have dual monitors that one of them is that resolution?
Well, all my monitors are the 4X, but for some reason it was down at a lower resolution than it was somewhere in between like 1080 and 4X.
Huh. I love how you always consistently have the best computer out of everybody in the channel. Like Wildman always has the beastliest computer. And it's just like I'm always jealous of Wildman's setup. Like, oh yeah, I've got all 4K monitors. I'm like, God damn it. I can't keep up with the Joneses. I can't keep up with the Wildmans.
Yeah, I've only got 12 monitors right now, but you know, I'm making do till the other 16 come in.
At least I got my 2 joysticks that I can hold on to with both hands. We are making phenomenal progress.
Oh, sorry, I'll slow down then.
Oh,
Surprised I didn't get a shush you from or something. And honestly, I haven't been contributing as much because I've been helping Wildman. Not that that's an issue, just saying, yeah, this
well,
is mostly bunky.
I've done this so many times, and all like the number of times that I've started my test world. Having done this so many times, I know like about how long it always takes me. And yeah, we are making some phenomenal progress here.
Yeah. I must say the like performance of this game is pretty darn good. I mean, for how many objects there are on the map right now that you can even, like even within view distance is just crazy. In addition, there's just like a physics nightmare going on over here.
Oh, with all the logs?
Not having issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, God only knows what the calculations are involved with that. Like, physics engine is like, you want to do what now? How many logs are sitting there? Yeah, right on the other side of the border. Yeah, there's a spot on the other side over there that there's 2 trees right next to each other, right on the corner of the lot. It's really funny. It literally marks the corner.
Nice.
Was there anything besides the that courseplay?
Not that I know of, no.
Yeah. There might be a default game thing that could be interfering, but I doubt it. Like for me, when I right click, it detaches the mouse and I can move the cursor.
Yeah, that's probably courseplay.
I thought I checked that, but
Like I right click, that doesn't happen.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe it is.
Well, right clicking doesn't do anything for mine either.
Okay.
I'm just going to turn off the other screen, and then that should eliminate the problem.
Yeah, true.
I've got 3 monitors, and I don't have that issue. So it might be something else that you have on that computer, or maybe another app in the background. I could only guess what could be causing that because I have 3 monitors and I don't have that problem. So,
I'd load up the game and see if it's still an issue.
okay, yeah, we need the
I
pile
get
of
to
wood
that.
there is now hitting my FPS a little hard. So let's
Oh,
remove stumps again. Another 49 stumps. That was 89 the first time and 49 that time. That is a lot of trees. And we didn't even touch the trees on this side of the map. Holy crap. All right. Let me get the mower.
what was that you were saying there, Wild Man? Thought you said
I
something.
don't know.
Okay.
Where did
I kind
that
of was
tree come
coughing
from?
at the time too, so.
Where did that tree? The tree way out in the middle of the field.
Oh. Weird.
This must have been flung like when I was chopping like a bigger tree. It must have just been hit, launched.
Yeah.
Yeah, that pile is starting to like. Might not want to add much more to that pile. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I can see on the stream your FPS takes a pretty good hit. Mine doesn't seem too bad, but I think I might have a slightly lower res or quality than you.
Cat, you just phenomenal timing. Come on.
Yeah. While you're having the problem, this hopefully is the last time.
Come on. You come to my knee. You either want up here or not. You sniff my hand. There you go. Come on.
Yeah, the mouse is definitely staying in there now
Excellent,
when
excellent.
it doesn't have any more screens to go to.
What kind of graphics card do you have?
RTX, I think it's 4097 or something. I don't know.
Jeez.
Of course he's got a 4090. 4090 is the top end card.
Well, then it's probably 89 or something. It's just under the top.
4070? Okay. Oh, wait, got
Oh, and it might be that. I don't know. But it's also a TI, I think, too.
So I'll start a new pile back here, you think? Or
no, yeah. We don't want a pile where there's grass, so I'm trying to mow all of the grass.
This one's a little smaller too, so.
Trying to
Are we
clear
still
us.
cutting trees.
No, we
Yep.
are.
Oh well.
Yeah,
Once
not
bug is
we
gone.
are. We're. My FPS is hurting right now. I'm sitting at about 21 because of that tree pile. So I'm clearing an area. So if you want to grab the other tractor that has the windrower and the tedder on it,
All right.
we need to get this stuff tedded and windrowed. I think the tractor has the forage wagon, so you need to disconnect that, put the tedder on. Trying to be very, very careful. I think this is on the other side of the... Yeah, this is on the wrong side. Darn it.
And here's the windrower. Where's the tedder?
Better is probably disconnect up against the white building. Last place I put it. It's a little,
There it is.
very spiky looking thing.
Was this where I'm at? What I was needing to get?
Yep, put that on your front. And then
What
put,
you're carrying on the front, or the other thing on the front?
The big white windrower on the front.
yep.
It's a giant
This
white
one.
butterflied windrower. That goes on the front, and then the tedder goes on the back.
So yeah, this takes all the stuff in front of you and piles it up into the center, so that the windrower that you're going to put on the back now
The
can catch
tedder.
it.
The tedder is the thing that goes on the back. That turns it into hay. It's not the windrower on the back.
I probably just said things reversed. But yeah, he's getting it in the right order. I'm trying to arrange it so it's easier for you to connect. There you go. That should work
Now,
out.
how do I connect that and the other one wants to drop off?
Might just have to finagle it, back up or move forward and back up again until you find it.
See, this is why,
There you go.
it's been a month since I started playing this, to give everybody time and practice, so that way they know how to play when we come in and
What?
it's like literally I've had a month to practice and learn all this stuff, but whatever. It is what it is. This should be enough space for the sawmill.
Here it is. I'm standing where he's got the grass.
So you've got to, in order to use the machines, you've got to unfold them. So if you've got one on the front and the back, they both need to be unfolded, which you can hit X, G, X, or just hit Control X, and they'll both unfold. Control X unfolds both front and back, or basically all the things attached. Control V lowers them to the ground, both of them, and then Control B, as in boy, starts both of them, like gets them running. So it's, it takes practice to get good at it. Again, which is why
So now you got to lower him. Control V should do that.
yeah, sometimes I have to hit it twice. For some reason, hitting it once is like doesn't quite work.
There you go. Looks like everything's active. Oh, the back is turned off. So you gotta toggle that one. Try hitting B once. Yep, there you go. Perfect.
Now try to do the outside. Don't just run down the middle, because oh, you got out. Now you got to start them up again. There you go. So try to do the outside perimeter, and then work your way to the inside,
Yeah, so probably over here first.
or over there, whichever.
Yeah. Either way. As long as nothing gets missed, because that whole storage bug.
Yeah, you can't see these little spots. You cannot miss any grass, any dark tufts of grass. If you want me to do that, I will do that. But, yeah, missing any is a disastrous to the
What
pickup.
happens if you miss any?
It voids when you let's say you have the forage wagon and you have 20,000 liters of hay, which is what you're making, is hay. If you have 20,000 liters in the forage wagon and you run over a single tuft of regular grass, it will void all of the hay in the wagon. Where are you going?
I don't know.
Yeah, it might be easier to let.
You want me to do that?
Do that.
Yeah. I think I need to get out my joystick for controller for doing that too.
This is actually not as easy to do with a joystick because of
Not.
all the little keys and stuff. I mean, if you had a really well mapped joystick, maybe, but yep, you do not have access to this land, darn it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I cut a little too far into the.
Better to cut too far than not enough, though.
So yeah, it's gonna miss that line.
So what you're doing is just changing it from one type to a different type.
Yeah, this is taking it from grass and turning it into hay, which is worth more. It's on the other side. That might be on the other side.
So I need to get my steering wheel out too.
Yeah, steering wheel would be really handy for a lot of this.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, there's definitely benefits to having, a steering wheel and two joysticks. Like I've seen a few people have a setup like that where they have the joysticks for like a machine, like a loader, but the steering wheel they use. There's that one clip I posted where the guy had a joystick and a steering wheel, and man, was that a slick setup. But you have to map everything right. I mean, it took me, once I got my joysticks, it took me a couple days to get everything mapped right.
Yeah, I was gonna shout out that little tuft that you had missed, but you found it.
Ones that are really hard to spot are the ones that are in the shade of trees.
Yeah.
No, not B. V and B are way too close together.
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine getting into a loop of that where you're, oh, I bump B, oh, now I have to hit them both. And then, then you turn them on, and instead of turning them on, you raise them again. It's like, damn it, now I gotta start over. At least X isn't in there, too.
Yeah. Well, X would be easy because it's not V and B. Like V and B are just way too close together.
Yeah.
As far as like how often you use them. Okay, I need to lift the windrower as well. This will be a lot easier. Spin this around. B, G, B. So G, when you're in a vehicle like this, G cycles through all of the different pieces of equipment. So if you're in a machine and you look in the upper left, you see a little tractor icon. If you're watching the stream, the little tractor icon is the tractor, obviously. And the nubs on the front and the back are the machines. And so the number of nubs that you see depends on how many pieces of equipment. So like that screenshot that I posted last night, where I literally had two logging wagons set up. Well, the both logging wagons, and then there was a dolly in between. So the dolly was the thing that was connecting the second wagon way in the back. So my tractor literally had 3 nubs on the back, and I would have to cycle through them to do the different commands, to do the different auto loads and stuff. So, you know, as you get used to the game, as you get used to the command system, you know, it gets easier. It gets a lot easier once you learn how everything works. It's just, you know, this. I tried to think of a way to make this faster with my joysticks, and nothing really worked very well in my mind, because there's a lot of fiddly, like hitting V, cycling, hitting V, you know, turning around, hitting V, cycling, hitting V. Like, there's a lot of like piddly things that the keyboard is just really, really good at. Pick up both of those, turn around,
I'm gonna AFK a bitty bit here.
lower the front, G, lower the back. We are good to go. Control B, Control B, Control X. We're back. Let's drop off the tedder. Which we're going to reuse here soon. We'll pick up my forage way. If you wanna quickly scan all of the little tufts of grass, make sure I didn't miss any.
All right.
Because that would be very, very bad if I missed. I don't think I did, but if I did, they're probably out of the map range.
So everything except for that back part.
Yeah, that's out of the range of the map. I don't need the front windrowers either. Completely forgot I leased the beefy one. Reduce the weight. All right. X.
I didn't see anything.
Excellent. Careful not to hit that. Even though it's out of range, sometimes I've been able to scoop it up. If the vehicle you're in has the reach, sometimes it, even when you're out of, like you don't own the land, it's still grab it. All right, that. Now we just need enough money to actually buy the sawmill. Why is that truck? Why is this still on? I don't understand that. Sometimes the thing doesn't turn off when you leave the vehicle. $55,000. Roughly. That was a little less than half. Okay. Okay, so now we need to mull a bunch more. We need some money. Sawmill, I think, is 125,000, which is why we have this enormous field of grass right next to us. So let's get to mowing. Yes, as close to 180 degrees as possible. I can already tell we're probably going to hit that tree over. So let's get a nice straight shot all the way. Let's try. That's my line. Control B. This is going to be a very large field. Very, very big. Because we need the money for grass. So if you want to practice with just the windrower, you can just put that white windrower on the front of that tractor.
All right.
And just practice going down the line. And I can teach you like how to use the vehicle control add-on mod to really help keep your lines straight, because it really helps keep your lines straight. But you know, it's a little bit more advanced. But you know, it is what it is. You just got to get used to it. But yeah, if you want to just windrow my grass into a single pile down the middle, that windrower will do the trick. You don't have to have anything on the back.
You said the big white thing, right?
The big white windrower, yeah, that goes onto the front of the tractor. So you can disconnect the thing on the back and just, you know, drive up to the white one, and put that, you know, just connect it onto the front. And that's the only thing you have to worry about. The only thing you have to control. God, save. Good auto save. Good timing. I don't know why this game doesn't auto save in the background. Actually, let's go back the other direction. That line is already done. Unfortunately, I can't hire a worker to do this because there's no defined field yet. I'm just mowing grass, but it's a lot of grass. But yeah, one of the main reasons I made this map, Rolling Hills, is, you know, I was playing on the Prairie Farms Michigan 4X map, which is an absolutely flat map, and it's just visually is boring as hell. You know, you set it and forget it, sort of thing. You should be able to just go right straight down that middle line. Watch out, watch out. So the control, if you want to try the vehicle control,
All right.
it locks your position, your vector, the way you're looking. It locks it into 15-degree increments. So if you're really close to like the minus 180 degrees that I'm traveling right now, it will lock you into that, and it will keep you on that line. So you want to hit Alt W and then Control W. And that Control W, when the lines turn blue, that is locked in. And then all you need to do is either hit Cruise Control, which is number 3, or you just hit W, which is going forward. Right? And so it'll keep you on that line. And then when you get to the end of the row and you turn, obviously if you have cruise control, you got to take control back to the vehicle. And then you flip it around, and as soon as you turn, either left or right, as soon as you turn, the lines turn white again, because the mod detects that you're turning, and your vector is no longer good. But the cool thing about it is, it automatically detects the width of your tool. Sometimes it's wrong and you have to redetect it, but usually it's pretty accurate. And it will offset the next line. It'll offset the next row 1 over. So all you need to do when you get to the very end of the line is you turn the vehicle around. It'll give you the offset white over to the next lane over, and you hit Control W again, and it locks the new one in. You only have to hit Alt W when you want to reset the direction, when you want to reset the vector. So if I'm doing like when I did this field, I got to the end of the line, and then I had to take a 90-degree turn. Well, the only way to do that, I have to hit Alt W on that, because that's a completely different vector. So I just line myself up as close to the perpendicular as I can. I hit the Alt W and then Control W, and that, boom, lines me up, and it locks me into that. Now, if the line is skewing when you hit that Control W, if it's skewing in a direction that you're not wanting, that means you're too close to the 15-degree cutoff. So you just gotta look at your directions, and your angles. Your angles are pretty obvious down in the mini map down in the bottom left corner. Your angle of vehicle. Too fast. Okay. And Control W. I actually have the Alt W, Control W commands mapped to my joystick, so it's just a single button push for me, but I had to remember like what the original commands were. But you saw how it offset when you got to the end of the row? And you just hit Control W again, and it locks you into the new lane. You don't have to Alt W it, because you've already set that. So you can just keep going, lane to lane to lane to lane, all the way down the field. Which is what I'm doing right now, is I'm cutting this swath, and it automatically detected the 8.6 meter width of these mowers. And it's not exact. There is a little bit of overlap. I think it's built in that there's a certain percentage of overlap. But
Almost looks like it's missing on mine, just a hair once in a while.
it depends on how it detects the width of your tool. You can redetect it. If it's too wide, yeah, it will miss. And if it's too narrow, it'll overlap too much. Like I'm overlapping a little too much on my grass right now. But a lot of the overlap, a lot of that is because of how the grid setup is done on the landscape, right? So the landscape is individual cell grids. So the map is 4096 by 4096, which means there are 4,000 little grids in a single column or a single row. There's 4,000 little grid squares. Well, the vehicles are not, they don't snap to that grid. So you get a little weird overlap sometimes with the grid. And that's just, it's not literally rounding errors. So now you can see my mower is actually spot on. It's just how your vehicle gets into that grid space. So I don't usually fight it. Just because it's like it's literally a difference of like half a grid. So if you need to recalculate the width on your tool, I think it's either Alt C. No, it's Control C. Yeah, it's Control C, and then you hit you hit Control C and then X will detect the width. Or there's a hotkey for it in the key mappings, but I don't know what that is. I've remapped mine to the joystick, so I don't know what the default key for redetecting the width, but you want to make sure your windrow is unfolded when you do that, because and you can manually set the width too. You don't have to rely on the detects. I've had to manually set it. Sometimes when I have multiple tools, like the windrower tedder combination, sometimes it'll detect the width on the tedder, which is shorter than the width on the windrower, which is much wider. And then you get a little discrepancy, but it's usually works out well.
So with this having to pick up, am I going to have to go over where it missed?
No, we have to go over it again anyway with the tedder.
Oh, okay.
So you're just practicing getting that windrower and learning the system. That's basically what you're doing that for. Is just learning how everything works. Especially the vehicle control thing, which is a lifesaver for keeping your angles straight. But yeah, getting some practice keeping your line straight is a pretty important thing. Now I kind of wish we had a third tractor that Oz could use and do the tedding with. Come in behind you with the tedder. Suppose we could try to lease one, but we're trying to get enough money to buy that sawmill so we can get those trees starting to be processed. But now you can see why I had the tedder in the back, because then you did two jobs with one tractor. So the windrower in the front would all nice and pile it in the center, and the tedder would process it. And yes, the fact that there are rolling hills means that some of your machines, some of your planters, plows, you will find you're going to have to massage the land a little bit in some places. I tried to make the very beginning chunk, at least the very beginning plot of land, require a minimal amount of change. So you really shouldn't, if you load into this map, you really shouldn't, on the very first plot of land, shouldn't have to do much of anything. But yeah, as you get further and further out the landscape, there are... Almost. I almost hit it, everybody. That would have caused some problems. If I would have hit that thing.
Oh.
Yeah, there's two of them in the starting bank here that's like out in the middle of nowhere. I forget where the other one is, but Coffee last night, he was he was mowing on the field. He's like, "Oh my god!" And his tractor had hit that and just like bounced. Like it just like, yeah, it reacts quite harshly to those things in the ground. And there's a few of them around, so it's a nice little surprise while you're out farming. But yeah, there's another one around here somewhere. I don't know where it is. I'll probably hit it and go, oh, there it is.
Flip your tractor 30 miles away from where currently is and go, oh, I found it.
Well, yeah. What usually happens? I mean, hitting it head on with the tractor, statistically is rare. Usually, it's one of your wings that hits it. Yeah, one of my wing mowers hits it and it'd be like, oh shit. Yeah, the wing mower would just go crazy. It would just. It's like hitting a diamond, like a solid diamond rock. It is immovable. It is an immovable object. Like the old philosophical question: what happens when an unstoppable force hits an immovable object?
Yeah.
There's a lot of answers to that question. A physicist will tell you neither of those things exist, so why bother? Very practical. Very practical. None of those exist, so why even ponder the question? A religious person will say, well, obviously, you know, God wins or whatever they decide. Like, is God the immovable object or the unstoppable force? And what happens, you know?
With God, that if he can do anything, can he create a rock so big that he can't pick it up?
Yeah. Can he create an object so heavy he can't lift it? Yeah.
And then
That's another philosophical question.
Oxymoron.
Well, it's a philosophical question. It's one of those like, hey, you know, if this being can do anything, does that include making something that he can't do? It's kind of a conundrum.
But then if he can't do it, then he can't do anything.
Do anything? Yes, I know. It's great. It's a great conundrum, quandary, or whatever. Catch-20. I don't know. Is it a catch-22? I don't know if it's a catch-22, but definitely a conundrum. I don't know why I'm using my keyboard still. Got all this stuff mapped to my joystick. I need to map the changing of. I need to map the G function to the joystick. I've got two directions on my direction pad that I can use. I think. I think I'm gonna do one as G, so I can switch tools.
So if I'm still missing stuff every once in a while, do I need to make the width just a hair narrower then?
Well, what are you missing when you say you missing stuff? Little tufts here and there, or
Yeah.
are you missing them because they're outside of the range of your thing, or are you missing them because you're on a hill and the windrower is just missing them because of the angle?
I don't know. It might be that.
Because you
I'm
should,
not sure.
if you're missing them, you should catch them on your trip back, because of the
No, it's on
overlap.
It's on the overlap part that it's missing.
What is your width when you're going down the line and your line is blue? Right
think it
above
says
your
your
speedometer, it should say your width.
The guidance between the two lanes is 10.3.
10.3. That sounds about right to that windrower.
I mean, it works sometimes, and then sometimes it's leaving it.
It could be a client-server thing.
Here, I get out of the tractor, and if you come over here, just come to the tractor, and you can see where I'm talking about.
I'd have to stop, turn off my tractor, get out, go over there. I mean, it's not a very big deal because we're gonna have to go through with the tedder anyway.
Yeah.
So we'll
I
probably just grab it with the tedder.
But I guess if I just make it a little bit narrower.
Yeah, if you want to, you can set your width to like 10.1, and you'll get a lot more overlap. You'll get, you know,
And then that should cover it then.
it should cover it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I've really made sure this very beginning starting field is as compatible with all machines as possible. So plows, seeders, so it's just very, very graceful hills. But it's far more visually appealing than a perfectly flat map in every way. Just the aesthetics of it is, to me, in the area that I live in, this is what the farms look like. The hills. Like, there's no perfectly flat land around it. As much as people say that this state is flat, it's like, no, this state is plenty hilly. If you want to get to a flat state, go to Nebraska.
Yeah.
That is
Parts of Kansas.
Jesus, that's a flat state. Like, crazy. Kansas, Iowa, just...
There's a part of Minnesota even that's really flat. The northwest part. The roads are basically just these giant straight lines because on either side are these just giant fields.
Yeah.
Which is, like you said, Nebraska. That's pretty much what Nebraska is too.
Nebraska's basically all corn. I mean, they grow an unholy amount of corn in Nebraska. I don't, like, it's such an overly subsidized crop. I guarantee if they stopped subsidizing corn, like, corn syrup would literally be too expensive to use in every food.
Yep.
It would actually be healthier for this country to stop subsidizing corn. Because they put corn syrup in everything. I mean, it's insane.
Ketchup.
And it's terrible for you to take.
It's horrible for you, yeah. It's just like, because corn is such a heavily subsidized crop, like, farmers just make so much money growing it that's all they grow. There's enormous fields of corn in the center of the country. And it's too much.
And the worst part is it heavily favors corporate
Oh yeah,
factory farms.
100%.
Yeah, that's one of those things where, you know, sure they got a lot of that's what got them a lot of votes was to promise subsidies, and then the subsidies basically just kind of messed them over because it just encouraged factory farms, and all the family farmers just died off as a result. Missed a tuft of grass over here.
I know. It's like, how dare I miss a little flower over here. And the other funny thing is, government subsidies to tobacco farmers. They're literally paying tobacco farmers not to grow tobacco.
Oh, okay.
So they have all these they have all these family tobacco farmers who've been growing tobacco for 200 years, and they're literally every year they're paying these farmers to not grow tobacco, and that artificially drives up the cost of tobacco, which drives up the cost of cigarettes. That's how they're fighting smoking. That's why cigarettes are so damn expensive. Because they're literally, the supply of tobacco is incredibly limited. And it's like, it's interesting as a farmer, like, you're growing this crop that people hate in general, and then you're getting paid not to grow it. Like, do you think there's some farmers that are getting paid not to grow it that have, like, secret fields and they're still growing it? Or maybe they're growing other things, like other mysterious smokable crops, and they're like, yeah, we're not growing tobacco, but we are growing all this other stuff. The market will out, you know. It's funny.
One of the more ridiculous ones I've heard is that there's incentives to turn farmland into forest land, but then there's also I just had the word. I don't remember now. but then there's a bonus to do the exact opposite, to turn forestry land into farmland. So it's like, wait, what? Why?
Why indeed? All right, so these little bits of wood here, for some reason, they're left over when you chop a tree with a chainsaw. Unlike with like the harvester, it leaves a little. There's a wedge, because when you actually chop a tree down with a chainsaw, you have to wedge the tree, and that dictates the direction that it falls. So there's a little wedge that's left over, and for some reason when you remove stumps, it does not remove that a lot of times. Sometimes it does, but sometimes it doesn't. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, it's so inconsistent. It's weird.
Okay, yeah. So it's like width was off. But looks like you fixed it, so that's awesome. Now, the problem is tedding. Boss, can you, with that tiny mower, go down, like, see this line over here? See these tufts in the middle here?
Oh yeah.
So his width was a little bit off, and it left some of these tufts in the middle. Yeah, just scoop up the little tufts, and then I'll get the other tractor ready with the tedder, and we can start tedding the rows that he's done. I don't see a lot that he missed, but yeah, that one line down the middle there needs to be.
There's the first, I think, 3 or 4 rows.
Yeah, he's got the little tractor. We can pick that up and sell that grass. That's going to be minuscule amounts compared to the rest of that field.
I think you can
Or
unload
do you want
it
me
too.
to just put that other machine on this and just go back and start doing both things?
Well, yeah, you could. I could get
That would
another
take-
tedder. I could get another tedder for you too.
That
Not-
way it would take care of that.
Yeah,
stuff,
it would be
so to
nice if you
speak.
could start tedding it as you're going. You don't have to go over what you've already done, because I can just lease another tedder and then just go over what you've already done.
Okay.
But if you want, you can get,
Pick up the one that's there.
yeah, pick up the one that's there, and then, you know, now that you're got some practice in on one tool, now you can graduate to 2. And I'm gonna pick up another tedder. I don't need a very big one. 6.1 meters is fine. We are doing a dark blue motif this time around. Dark blue and white.
Yeah, having those guidelines really helped.
Oh, doesn't it though? Oh my god. That mod is just, because when I first started playing, I was like, oh, I think I bought it instead of leased it. Oh well. I was just exasperated because I was like, I need something that locks my angle into place. And yeah, there's a couple mods out there, but that vehicle control is really, really flexible. It does a lot. It does actually a lot more. It has its own like cruise control functionality. Like some of the stuff is built into the game, but yeah, it's brilliant. It just does a perfect job. So I hold this, lower it, set here. See, it's still got 8.6. That it hadn't detected. I've got a new thing.
Yeah, I think I got it all.
Excellent.
And I'm gonna go right here. I think if I hit Control I, that actually unloads. Yep.
You, that's going to be interesting to drive over.
Yeah.
You should have been driving forward when you did that.
Yeah. If you want, I can pick up.
Spread it out a little
I think you got enough.
I'm like, I don't know if the tedder is going to be able to work around that. That's a big pile.
All right. Yeah, I'll grab the edges if I can maneuver.
Thin it out a little bit. So yeah, you can dump as you're driving forward. I think. Yeah, unfortunately, with a tool like this, reset your width. Width that he's working on is different. With the tethers, which is- Incoming.
Should be able to get this quick. Oop, it's getting a little more. Oh well. I'll go down an extra row so I'm not interfering with you here. Try and lay it down right along here.
There you go.
That's still a pretty wide patch, but wow.
Yeah, I meant to lease this tedder, not to buy one. Darn it.
You can always sell it back.
Oh, I know. I mean, you lose some money. You lose almost as much as you would if you would have leased it. No, it's obviously selling it back is not going to gain a full refund. But and if you want to take that mower and just mow around some areas, make them look nice, you know, you can, like all the trees around the shop, around the workshop, that, anywhere like that, good spot to get rid of the grass.
It grows back too, though, right?
Yep.
Okay.
takes about 3 months, I think. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I didn't really know what stages the grass grows back, but once you mow it like we've done, if you fast forward a month, it completely disappears. So the next month is just literally bare ground, no little tufts on it at all. And then the next month, you get a little bit of growth back, and then the next month you get a little bit more growth, and then I learned that it's mowable again in the second stage, but you don't get as much yield. You want to wait until the wildflowers reappear. Once the wildflowers reappear, then you can mow it again. Then it's mowed with. But all these empty gaps where all the big bushes were, unfortunately, those do not grow back. Nor does it grow as grass. Which is unfortunate.
There's a tree over here that has a tuft of grass surrounded by a bunch of hay. Close to the I don't know, is that the store?
Clean, just clean that stuff up. As long as you're not grabbing 500,000 liters, like, it's a minuscule amount of money. So just grab it with the mower if you can.
No, it's surrounded by hay.
Like I said, just grab that little bit and then turn it off. You don't have to.
Okay.
You don't have to scoop it all up, but you just nibble that little bit out, regardless of what happens. You just get rid of it. Otherwise, you could possibly void 20,000 liters. I'd rather clear a little bit of an area than risk missing that and going, oh, well, that was a lot of money that just was just evaporated. Catching up.
Because that's the exact word I was going to use, evaporated.
Almost caught up. My mower in the way. My little mower set. Should have parked those a little further away. Yeah, there was one mod and one website I found. It was like Farmer Boys modding or something like that. They had a mowing setup where both mowers mounted on the front. So you had the main center mower and then you had the butterfly wing mowers, and they both mounted on the front. So if you got, depending on the mower that you bought, if you bought the type of mowers that actually put the swath in the middle, because those are like the advanced, more expensive, much more expensive mowers compared to the ones that we got that add that just automatic swath in the middle. If you had both of those mowers, swath in the middle, then you could put the tedder on the back, literally mow it and ted it all in one shot, which would be a huge time savings. We don't really need that. We have a factory that can make hay out of grass, so once we build that factory, we won't need to ted it anymore. But the mower that we have, the modded, it's like the Krone M500 modded mower, can mow at like 43 miles an hour. You can fly down it is crazy how fast that thing can mow. You're flying down the fields and mowing at the same time. It's amazing. Reset that.
All done tetting?
Yeah, I did the tedding that I needed to.
Then I'm just gonna sell this grass I've got.
Yeah, we don't need it. Don't need to nickel and dime too much. This should give us some money.
Yeah, the stage we're at, an extra 286 wouldn't really make too much a difference.
And in my test world, I had to mod this. This is already a super unrealistic wagon, but I had to mod it even more because when I was picking up straw swaths on the fields, remember I was on the Michigan map, so those fields were enormously large. And I would pick up straw, and there would literally be like 7, 8, 9 million liters of straw on a field. And it was like, this thing would fill up by default. When we managed to find it, by default it was like it held 2 million liters. And so I would have to drive across the map like 5 times in order to unload this thing, and it was just like, no thank you. So I went in and modded it so it holds 20 million. Oh my
Yeah, you
God.
just gotta love when insane isn't crazy enough.
Yeah. And that's another thing, you know, we'd get a mod, and it was like, the mod includes quote unquote unrealistic values, and the unrealistic values were only a couple percentage points above like what the max value was anyway, right? So you'd have a trailer that could hold 100,000 liters as a realistic value, and then the unrealistic value was like 180,000 liters. And I'm like, you know, if you're gonna go unrealistic, go unrealistic. Go 1 million, 2 million. Like, there's this. What? Why the limit on unrealism? Like, I want my unrealism to be unlimited.
I'm running into that problem about the lines being. I can see the grass is off to on the other side of the line.
What?
Yeah, he overmowed a little bit.
Where?
No, the line for driving, you know, this mod to control it is not doing the width of the. I mean, it's not down the edge of the grass.
Well, didn't you change the width?
Yeah, it's down to that 10.1, but
Did you reset? Did you Alt W again when you changed the width? Did you Alt W and then Control W after you change the width? Because it doesn't. I don't think it takes effect right away. You have to regenerate. That should clean up your lines at the very least. $253,000 liters of hay, and that's about half the
okay,
field.
now it's over it. Okay.
It's about half the field, so we're going to get about 500,000 liters of hay from this. Now, granted, we could wait. It's August. We could wait until hay is a little more valuable, but we need the money to get rid of those logs right there. Sawmill. Let's see how much money is. Oh, baby. That'll do it right there. All right. Back in here. there's an autosave.
Yeah, I felt that. Everything just stopped.
Yeah. Every time, you know, it's periodic when I open the map. Okay, so this is like the most flattest here. And modded song. Oh, let's turn on snapping. Snap it. Put it. Boink. And there she is. The glorious moneymaker. This is right here. This is money right here. This thing is going to be incredibly profitable. Yes, it was 125,000 to build. We still need a little bit of money to move things around, but yeah, now we can start loading all of the logs in. Whoa.
Whoops.
Ow! You hit me with a tree. Oh, yeah, they just get shoved right over here. Try to load as many, or try to pile as many on there as I can, and then load them all at once. See how much wood. Try to get as, like, I've tried over and over because I've done this so many times. I've tried to load as much as, like, I've tried to get as like 1,000,000 liters, like fill the thing up in one shot, but it's hard to do because 1,000,000 liters of wood is a lot. Highest I've gotten it up to was a pile of wood, and it was 800,000 liters. That was the closest out. This has a limited. Come on, stop waving back and forth. There you go. Gentle, gentle. Oh, it's really spruce. Some basin. Otherwise, all the fat trunks are going to be on one side. So tall. The hardest part about this process, honestly, is not because these logs are so big. The hardest part is not hitting the pile like really, really hard and then scattering all the logs. I've had this thing so piled full of logs, and then I get super excited, so I bring over like a big Bertha log, and I hit them too hard, and they just scatter like bowling pins, and it's like, God dang it! Like I had this nice pile ready to go, and then bam, I just ruin it. Get in there. There you go. This one. Right on top. There we go. Come on. Operate. Oh. The world's largest lightsaber. That's a beautiful pile. Not sure how tall we can make it, just from the sheer weight of the logs. They usually smush themselves down pretty good. They don't like being stacked very high. Hit it and drop it. Yeah. Why are you off in a weird lined up? Oh, come on. No. Why are you going? Don't drift that way. There you go. Drop graceful. Excellent.
Oh, sorry.
Woo, woo, woo. These are like anime swords. Just so big. Alright, get it up. We cut down a lot of trees. Just a lot of trees. Alright, this. Up. I'm caught on the tree. Round. And drop. Not where I wanted you, but whatever. Worth the Raider. Tree is so. Grab you. Let's twist you around. So the trigger on this probably have to hit it at a good time.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too surprising.
It only goes so tall, so usually.
Oh, that last one I put down kind of messed up. Ah, nice.
No. Get in there. All right, I think I'm gonna trigger it. What do you think? What do you think the estimation is on how much wood is in there right now?
I haven't.
I would estimate.
Done this enough to know.
30, 40, 80. I would estimate 270,000 liters. And survey says 543,000. Okay, I was way off.
Jeez.
That's like, I need to push these back in. Get in there. And you, 610,000 was what we had loaded in there. All right. Now I can actually start up production of planks, and longboards, and pallets. You always want to get pallets going right away because you get a little bit of a bonus. 25% bonus from pallets right away. So that is what you want. And then we can load the rest of these while it's processing. I wonder if these Douglas furs are worth more, and I just didn't estimate that right. I haven't really done any testing, like individual, like this tree is worth this much, this tree is worth this much. Like, I haven't done any of that testing, except with the Big Bertha. I was imminently curious on how much wood that was, and yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of per Big Bertha tree. Almost laughable how much the base game spruces give compared to these.
Whoa. I blame Wildman.
I did. I'll take blame.
Times you slam them on the ground, they stop getting all wonky.
Yeah.
Oh, why are you going that way? Stupid tree. Oh, what? No, you're rotating the wrong way. Wrong way, Sir Tree. Why are you rotating so funky? It's like it's acting like I'm picking it up in a different spot. It's like, no, that's not where I'm picking it up.
Weird.
Ah!
Ah.
Yeah, you don't smash a 75-ton tree into a pile like that.
Didn't mean to. I'm kind of jittery at the moment.
Too much coffee.
That or not enough. No, I don't drink coffee.
Tall coffee. It's funny when he joined me the other day. He was like, "Oh, I just spilled coffee on my keyboard. My keys aren't working. Keys are sticky." And I'm like, coming from you, that could mean something completely different. You know, he spilled some of himself on his keyboard, and I was like, what?
Oh man.
All right, get rid of some of these spruces. Yeah, it's almost laughable. These, like, one of these spruces is like, I don't know, 7 or 8,000 liters for a full spruce. Well, maybe less than that. It was a lot less than Yeah, I was looking into ways of editing the script because there are ways you can override script functions, but yeah, there's just too much about the script system that is unpublished. Um, there are large chunks of the publicly available scripts that are deleted. I can tell looking at the source file because there's a zip in the SDK folder for source, like script source zip. But I can tell in the script files themselves that they're missing large chunks of the file. There's procedures, there's functions that are the plain old deleted out of those scripts. And for me, it's like, if you're gonna have a moddable game, make everything available. Like I don't understand. Like we're gonna delete this specific function. So there's a function in the script that controls the wood trigger. So when I walk up to that exclamation point and I hit R to load wood, right? That is running a trigger in a Lua script. So I found the source code that runs that store wood, that trigger right there. I found that. And that calls a function called get values by wood. So it iterates every one of the logs that we load in here is a different node. So this is a node, that's a node. And so it iterates through all of the nodes that are in that trigger, and it runs a calculate. I forget exactly what that's called, but it's like calculate value, and it passes in the node, which is the log. So it passes in the data of the log, and then it calculates volume, like several things that it calculates. But that function, the calculate value, is deleted from the script. So the script calls it. It should be in the same script. It's like self dot calculate whatever. So self means it should be it's in the same object. And Lua is really, Lua was not meant to be an object-oriented language, right? The purpose of Lua has gone way beyond what the original intention was, which is why I hate it as a scripting language. Because it was not intended to be a scripting language. It was intended to be a data storage and distribution. So that source file should have that call, but it doesn't. It's deleted out of the publicly available source. So I'm like, okay, what else could I find? And so the values that returns, one of which is volume. And so I looked at, well, could I override the volume? And you could, but I'm not sure what the other calls would do, because there's the function that actually processes the wood. Oh, I hit the build. The function that actually processes the wood, it's not really straightforward. It's really not, and so there's just too many unknowns, and so to sort of compensate, I just changed the recipe of the sawmill to be more productive, right? So rather than do my standard like 1-for-1 mass, so what I was doing originally was I was doing like 3,000 wood in, and there was 3,000 liters worth of stuff out, whether it be logs or not logs, but boards or sawdust, right? So liter for liter, everything was accounted for. That's what I originally put in there, because I wanted to modify the trees to make them worth more. But not being able to do that, I then was like, okay, well, obviously I have to rethink my approach. And so yeah, now it's like 3,000 logs in, and you get like 5,000, stuff back. So it's kind of, people can bitch and moan about that all day long. You can easily change it if somebody out there wants to change it. I mean, you are more than welcome to just change it. But oh my God, all that wood is now processed. What happened to all these? Some faraway logs. Just kick these over here. These are tiny, tiny logs, so just push them over closer en masse and deal with the toothpicks like a sec. Yeah, I don't know if you knew, but when you right click, it actually acts like a kick. It actually acts like you're throwing.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, that was only all those spruce was only what 60,000. All those spruce was 60,000, and that's 2 Berthas. It's actually one and one and a half. Yeah, now that we have a place to load those logs, we can start clearing the rest of the logs on our land, all like north and south of that sawmill, and then eventually start clearing all the logs deer on the south side. The more logs we are able to remove, the bigger we're able to plow and all that kind of stuff. So it just benefits us in every way. Clearing the land, plus the logs themselves. A full load of planks will give us a lot. It'll be 4 million, which will then really jumpstart the farm. It just takes a hot minute to get 1,000,000 liters of planks crafted.
Wow, planks is already full. Crazy.
It is? Oh,
Yeah.
autosave. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, snap. Glorious.
What?
We already have 1,000,000 liters of planks. Yeah,
Nice.
that initial burst of wood that we get. Like I said, I've started this map several times, and that is by far the fastest, most profitable way of starting is getting the wood up and running right away. It's almost done with that. So yeah, all the trees we're north and south here.
Yeah, I have this and maybe one,
Yep.
maybe two more to go.
Well, you should be able to
I
do
don't
that in
know.
one. Yeah, you should
I
be able
don't
to
know
do
if
that
we'll
in
get
one.
one.
As long as you really line yourself up, you should be able to get that in one. Because the mower I uses really. The mower I
Yeah, but
use is thinner. It's only like 8.3 meters wide. So
I've been overlapping too, so
right, but that last row, you if you
could be
line
short.
yourself up, you should be right. You should be good to go as long as you line yourself up. You might have to Alt W, Control W again, but you should
Yeah.
be able to line yourself up perfect.
All right.
Okay. So, yeah, that is amazing. Planks and longboards are almost full as well. And empty pallets, we have a good amount of those. We have to have a decent supply of those. So the very first wood chips, actually what I should do is I should turn off pallets really quick. I want a decent supply of wood chips going in here, and then do like pallets from wood. Get a good healthy amount of pallets, and then wood chips, and then once we build the fuel refinery, we can load wood chips into the fuel refinery, create some diesel, use the diesel, put down the lime factory, put diesel into the lime factory, and get out iron ore, and then build the farm factory, which is the coup de grace. The farm factory is where we can make metal and fabric and clothing. And so the next major thing that we can do is get an area ready for sheep, right? Because the food that sheep want is hay. That's the best food for sheep. One of the things I have on my map, anybody out there still, either watching before or after or whatever, is I modded the output of animals because this is Uber production, and I didn't want to spend the next 6 months going after the goal, but so animals put out a little bit more product, and the food gives you better boosts, right? The better the food, the better the boost. So chickens, rather than having all feed be just the same for chickens, now sorghum is the best food for chicken because there's literally no other reason in the game to grow sorghum. There's no reason to grow it. So I was like, I want a reason to diversify crops. There's reasons to plant oats. There's reasons to plant canola, corn, other things, reasons. And so I wanted like sorghum. Literally, I've never grown that crop. And so, yeah, the best food for chickens is sorghum. And that gives a huge boost to the productivity. And then sheep, the best food is hay. That's only grass and hay, but hay is the best. And the boost is not as high as the chicken boost because the sheep pen can hold like 1,500 sheep. So I didn't go as crazy with the bonus, but we're gonna need one of those Mack trucks. We're gonna need some trailers in order to move some of this product. But we want to continually build up the wood. We want the wood in here to, you know, be as high as possible, because when I come back through and grab a truckload of like planks, that's going to, yeah, it's going to take a lot. All right, so now wood chips are building up as well as empty pallets. Excellent.
All right, I got it all.
All right, let me go grab the rest of that. We are at 261,000, so let's see what we get on this list. 61,000. Now.
There's a little bit to the right when you get to the very top up there too.
$306,000 liters. Not a bad haul. And one of the other things I did is if you plant a field of grass, you get a higher yield out of that than just mowing wild meadow grasslands. Because I figured the way that I justified that is if you are literally planting on a procured, fertilized, like manicured field, you're going to get higher yields of grass. The base game doesn't do that for some reason, but yeah, you get a higher yield from planted grass than you would from wild. So there is an incentive. All right, 117,000. Glorious. That's enough to get me a load of, let's do purchase truck. I have to grab this. I'm just going to keep this as cheap as possible, because once we sell our first load, then we'll be able to return the lease and buy like a beefier, awesomer version. So just keep it as cheap as possible. Lease 6,000 for the privilege, and then one trailer. This one, however, I will buy, because then we'll be able to reuse this over and over and over and over and over again. Oh, we afford it. 107. It's going to be close, everybody. $107. 8. That right there. Buy. Now you're thinking to yourself, we only got 12 grand left, right? We only have 12 grand left. But You just wait. You just wait, sir. Truck is the wrong color. It's the weakest, weakest truck available. But if we go into here, go to planks, spawning those. Because that'll give me, the reason I spawn them right away is that'll give me my lane, because I edited all of the factories, or most of the factories, to allow a lane that I can drive into with the truck. So once I have it placed, once I have them spawned, then I basically paint the spot that I drive into. Right? So we go purchase, construction, landscaping. So that's how they spawn. So you go painting, and then find some way of painting the center. Let's go up one here. I have to go back. There. That gives me basically my spawn area. Open the back. I love this trailer. This was the greatest find ever. Pulling it in. Okay. And for reasons beyond understanding, you have to trigger the pallets in order for them to actually start. And then whammo bammo, you have a system that can load an enormous amount of pallets. And each pallet, I also have the pallet. I actually merged two different pallet mods where the pallets that spawn are 5,000 liters instead of 1. So I have to only spawn 20% of the pallets that I use. And these, funny enough, this worked on the Silver Farm map where it would just load them constantly. But somehow they're able to spawn fast enough here that it can't load them fast. It's crazy. They literally unload in 2 seconds. The something about the Silver Farm map, the maybe when we get more and more factories, it'll slow it down. But if the spawning rate was just a little bit slower, it would be just constant. Just constantly spawning. I think it's because this is the only factory that we have. There's not much going on the map. So. But while this fills, I'm going to go on a quick break. I'm going to be right back.
What do I need to do next, Oz?
Well, you could always do some lumberjacking
All right.
or mowing. There's pretty much always a need for mowing.
All right. Where I'll probably mow then. Where do you need it mowed at?
You could mow in here. It's one of the reasons why I've been chopping down some of these trees is so that we can kind of move our.
To mow all this area here?
Yeah.
All right.
At least hopefully that's Boogie's plan. I think we want to expand to the boundary of this.
Yeah. Which tractor do I use for that mowing stuff?
Either one of them. I think they're both the same mower
Same
or
tractor?
same tractor.
All right. Now, is there one in the front and one in the back, or
For mowing, yeah.
To what?
the one that folds up? Which one goes in the front?
The small one. The butterfly
Small
wings
one?
go in the back.
Okay.
Yep. He was looking for something to do, and I figured mowing's always a good task.
Mowing's always a good task. Let me clear some stumps. All right. We want to wait on the mowers. We're about to have enough money for some better equipment.
All right.
If you want to drive the mowers up to the main shop here.
Okay. The mowers or the tractors, or both?
Well, you gotta bring the tractor if you're gonna bring the mowers because they're attached. But yeah, we'll be able to buy some better mowers. Goodbye planks. Yes, all of the money. All of the money. That. Gimme. Bingo.
Whoa. Whoa.
Planks, baby. Our wood is valuable. Alright, so this truck I can return. It sucks. So turn that. Go ahead and drive into the box. Before you get out, hit insert for me, would you?
What is the insert?
It's next to the backspace key. To the right of the backspace key. There you go. You can get out now. Okay. Q. G. Q. No. Q. Q. No.
Or control Q? Yeah. Wouldn't that
There we go. I just had to disconnect them. I don't think control Q is a thing.
Okay.
We can sell that. Sell that. I'd sell the tractor too. I mean, it's pretty valuable, but having a small tractor, I mean, we have enough small-ish jobs that we're gonna need kind of a small tractor. But we can purchase now the bestest mower money can buy. Ooh, let's see if there's a discounted one first. Sometimes it's in here. Sometimes. There's we need one of these. Let's go ahead and snag this. Since it's on sale, we might as well. Cover, yes. Care about the wheel brand. Sure. Buy that. Okay. Even though we've got a lot of money, it's nice to find a deal, Nice to find. Oh. What's funny is the mower that we just sold, the set of mowers that we just sold are in the used in the used vehicle sale. So like when you're in a multiplayer game and there's more than one farm, if you have a bunch of friends playing and they have multiple farms, if one of your friends sells their gear, it pops into the used vehicle sale thing, so another farmer could pick it up. It's kind of a funny way to doing that. But I don't see. Oh, I was hoping to get this.
Those are for sale cheaper than what you bought it for?
Well, yeah, it's
I mean, what
used.
you sold it for?
It's minus 23, minus 21%. So it's a little cheaper. It's about 20% cheaper because we use them. It has hours. There's hours clocked on the machine.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is it cheaper than what you sold it for?
No, it's a
more?
little bit more expensive than what we sold it for, I think.
Okay.
So yeah, you can't keep buying and selling and make money that way. That they were sneaky and made sure nobody could do that. Okay, so not in there. So let's go mowers. The be all end all mower. And that's fine. That. Yes. Yes. DPS don't care. Put a PTO on a tank extension. Sure. Let's do this as white. Yeah. There is no like really super dark blue. Like this one. This one looks pretty damn good. Okay. This is almost $500,000 piece of machinery.
So don't
but
break it.
Yeah, don't break it. But yeah, that'll be the mower that we use for the rest of time. And then I take by one souped up
Now is that gonna collect it too?
No, but that will swath it into the center.
Oh, okay.
So I'll have to walk you through how to do that. It's not immediately apparent. Yeah. I mean, this tractor is less expensive than that mower. But let's see. We need a beefy tractor. Do I want this one or this one? This one or this one? I think I'm going to start with the smaller one, just because we're not going too crazy yet with our field sizes. Set this max to 25. Okay. Buy that. Plow, and then we need a seeder. Seeder. What's the first crop we want to plant? Give me a direction to go in. Do we want to go factory like bread, or do we want to go like animal, like sheep, chicken, animal products first? Because we're not going to be able to make, obviously we're not going to be making cereal. We're not going to be making any end game stuff for quite some time. We're going to need many, many fields in order to be able to do that. So the very first crop that we plant will largely dictate what direction we go. Now we could, if I go, so one example would be oats would give us flour, would give us bread. Okay, so if we look at, for example, if we look at the price of bread, wherever it might be, so eggs, looking at 50 or 3,500. Flour, and then bread, 2,800. So eggs would actually give us more than bread, which is kind of funny. The best one would be clothing. So cotton, if we don't go for sheep, right? Sheep would give us wool, which would be able to make fabric and then clothes. But that requires a sheep pen, buying quite a lot of money in sheep, and then buying the farm factory. We're going to probably buy the farm factory anyway, because of how awesome it is. But the cotton takes a while to grow. I don't know how long it takes to grow, but it's going to be a while before we get that cotton. Oats is the fastest growing crop out there. The grain building, however, is enormous and extremely expensive. It's the most expensive like factory building that I have in my mods pack. So the old grain mill is like $650,000, but it does all of the things. It does flour, it does oils, like it is, and it is awesome. So it's well worth the money, but this stage of the game, you got to plan for that. So what is everybody's thoughts? Like what direction? What's this initial like direction as far as products go? Oh yeah, I need a Mack truck too. Trucks.
I'm not sure. Let me look at the production chains again here.
It's a beautiful truck there. 150,000. Like all day, I will buy that truck. Like, all day. It's almost as expensive as one of those trailers. It's crazy. Every time I've done in my test world, I've gone for the sheep. So I've gotten sheep, and then the sheep, you feed hay. So we just mow another area, generate a bunch of hay, and feed it sheep. But they also need water, so I need a tank, a Unimog, and a tank for that, which is pretty trivial. That's easy to do.
I was thinking maybe you have the goal of chickens, just because it seems like a good starter.
So chickens are going to require some sorghum, which we don't have yet. I don't know how long sorghum takes to plant or to grow as a crop. Because sorghum, since I have seasons turned off, there's no real way of finding like how many steps there. Each crop has a different number of stages. Oats, I know oats is the least. It's 4 stages for oats. You plant it, and literally like 4 or 5 months later, you can harvest it. Whereas like canola is a year. You're a year out before you can harvest that. We can skip time, but I would rather skip time while there's something that we're building up to. Like if we have a
Yeah.
factory or something, like a sheep pen is really easy because I can park a trailer to gather the wool and we can skip ahead a month and that trailer will just fill up with that wool. So it's really, really simple. And then the wool we just take to the farm factory and convert that into clothes. But the sheep, you know, all they want is hay, really low maintenance, hay and water. Unfortunately, I could not get manure working with sheep. I tried and tried and tried and tested and tried. There is no reason why my sheep aren't making manure. Literally, I have an animals XML in there. It says that output manure, and yet I put a manure thing nearby, just same as the cow barn, and they don't produce any manure. I don't know what I'm missing, but anyway.
What do you mean by you put a manure thing by it?
Because like the cow and
Well,
the
what is it that you're putting?
it's called a big
beside it?
manure heap. It's part of the you build it. It's like a bunker silo, only it's for manure. So it holds like 4 million liters of manure, but because the farms themselves don't hold any, they look outside. There's a way to do extensions on storage, and that's how that system works.
Okay.
There's no inherent storage for manure in like the cow barn, but you place one of those extensions, and
Fix it up.
it should load up the manure, right? It should the thing should see it and start loading with manure, but it doesn't. For some reason, sheep are not
You have to
outputting
do-
manure, and I cannot figure out why. I don't know why they're not. But yeah, we got a
Usually
bunch.
you have to take a tanker truck, go by and fill it up.
Well, the tanker truck is for the liquid manure, which I don't even want to think about because called slurry in the game.
Or maybe trailer or something.
But yeah, you can park next to the manure heap and just load up the trailer full of manure. Like,
Yeah.
so that is definitely a thing.
Maybe that's the only way it works. I don't know.
No, but the manure heap itself is not getting any manure. That's the thing, is when you place it next to the cow barn and you put straw into the barn, right? The conversion is really simple. It converts straw into manure. It's programmatically incredibly simple. But for some reason, it's not working with sheep, even though I've looked at the Lewis scripts, I've looked at everything. There's no reason why the sheep should not be making manure. There's no reason that I've found.
Oh, on this mower, you said that there's some way of doing the rows.
Yeah, let me drop off the rest of these. It's parked. Yeah, because all this land back here, this is where I usually put my sheep pen back or something. Got to be careful and stay inside the map boundaries. All right, so let me hop in here. So this, even though it has a front and a back, it all acts as one machine. Unlike the other mower, where front and back were basically separate attachments. So this one, they're all one. So like hitting X on this one will unfold both the front and the back at the same time, right? Because it's one unit. So you don't have to use like Control X or Control V. It's all one system. And so now I'm going to put them down, right? So there's an extra key command if you have your help window open. It's toggle work mode. And toggle work mode right now is set to wide spreading, which means the grass will just drop as it, wherever it is. Now watch the back end of these, right? Watch the back end of these lawnmowers when I change the work mode. Now I'm going to change it, and it's going to change it into straw, or it's going to be like swath dropping or something. So I'm going to hit Control Y, and those back ends are going to close. You see that?
Yeah.
Because there's an auger inside of there, and the auger is going to move now the grass to the center. And so as you drive down with that mode, it's going to drop it all in the center in a nice line. The thing is huge, though, so it's not meant for tight spaces. Do not try to go in between trees with that thing. It would be not a fun experience. But it can go 43 miles an hour down the line. So your vehicle add-on mod is kind of important with this because it goes so fast. You can easily like get yourself into trouble very, very quickly with that. But it's a beautiful mower. It is absolutely, it's so nice. It just makes such quick work out of enormous fields. So yeah, now that the straw swath thing is fine, we can now.
Want it mowed?
We want to mow this northern area, right? So we've got a little chunk up to about this corner. I'm standing on the corner right about here. So here's this corner. And then basically straight, what is that? I don't even know what direction that is. Straight west. So from here straight west into the trees over there, and then, you know, all this area back in here. So it's, you know, not a whole lot. We could start buying land, but we haven't really fully utilized the land that we're on yet. So you should see the if you look down in your mini map, you should see the line where I was standing. That's the line you want to stay inside of, is this little area. And that's why I was trying to get all these trees cleared out, because once we get all these trees in this corner cleared out, I crossed the line. No, don't cross the line. Once we get all these trees, Oz is actually doing a pretty good job getting all these trees. Oh, there's one I can clear. These little itty-bitty tiny ones are annoying. Yeah, there's actually not many trees left back here. It's just glorious. Yeah, we'll be able to basically mow all this stuff back here. Get all of this land ready for use for factories, because I'm gonna, you know, my test world and my Michigan map. All my factories were really, really close to one another, and I hated every minute of it. I regretted it. So the factories, what we're going to do here is spread the factories out quite a bit. Because there's no point in having like the master carpenter right next to this sawmill, because we're going to have multiple sawmills. So we want to that the master carpenter is going to produce a good chunk of the money that we're going to be generating for this challenge. And so I want that at a pretty decently wide open area that we can park a lot of trucks. You know, we could have 4 or 5 trailer loads of wood, like wood and metal and pallets, like all of the things. I want to really be industrial sized with all of this stuff, right? So this sawmill, once we buy this plot of land behind us, there's a lot of trees back here. So this next chunk of land is going to give us, I bet you we could, if we just focused on wood, I bet you we could meet the $1 billion goal with just lumber. We wouldn't even need to farm. But, you know, what's the fun of it? This is farming sim. We want to do a little bit of farming. So yeah, before we get to really mowing too much, we want to get rid of these trees, because it will be infinitely easier to mow once the trees are gone. So yeah, we should focus on that first.
All right.
Because I can always sell or store more pallets of wood. So it's like, if the sawmill gets full of like planks, I can for sure load up another trailer load of planks and just store them. I would rather do that than waste them. If we absolutely don't need the money, I'd rather not sell the raw materials, because we can make that into furniture and go a little crazy on the money before we even get our first farm going.
You also can take and buy that spray paint and mark all the trees that are along the edge of the property. It's a spray paint and you know where your boundaries are.
Well, the whole point of putting the marks on the mini map is so I didn't have to do stuff like that, because I can just look at the mini map. If you look at the mini map, your location is the center dot on the back end of that arrow, right? So if you look at your mini map, the arrow that represents you, the place that you are standing is the blank dot behind the arrow. So it's like, all you need to do is look at that and be like, oh, that's exactly where I'm standing. Rather than try to guess like which part of the arrow you are. That was a coffee. That was a bit of coffee knowledge that he gave. You want to move? If you want to haul them, I'll cut and delimb. If you want to haul, or if you want to cut and delimb, I'll haul. Like, we can separate our tasks. I don't know what is the least intrusive on you.
I'm in the middle of something at the moment, but then yeah, I'll do hauling.
If you want to, Buggy, I could cut them down and you strip them.
Oh, stripping them takes me 2 seconds. Yeah, you're cutting them way too far up on the... Like, you could have cut this way down here. Like, look at that. This is how much wood that you left.
Well, I was having a hard time getting it to show up green.
Yeah, I saved the spruces till the last thing, because the logs are really hard to see. So those thinner, those base game trees, they're just really hard to see.
Where I'm at, that tree.
Yeah, those base games. I'm talking about the trees that are like base game size. So this one, you know, the ones that are significantly smaller. I saved to the end because the logs themselves kind of get lost in the bush. Really hard to see. I tend to do those one at a time, and it's kind of rough. And the super thin ones. Here's one here. Yeah, these super thin ones. You just use your chainsaw to void. You just use a chainsaw on them and it clears them completely. Alright. So this one might be challenging. Right there. Boink. If you get some distance on you, sometimes you can go into your settings and change change the distance,
Yeah.
like the chainsaw distance. And sometimes I've found, or I've really found with these really big trees, that you can be further away, and the further away you are, the little easier it is to find the specific hit mark. All right, since Oz is starting to move these. Oh, there is a lot of big Berthas in here. Holy cow. I like it. I like the Berthas. Bestest tree. All right, so let's get spruces out of here. So did you go over with Wildman turning on and off the lumberjack, like super? So when you hit Alt twice, right? You just double tap Alt. That turns on and off your super strength, right? So picking up this log, right? I can pick this log up. That's super strength. I can toggle that off, and my hand is red when I can't pick it up. But when you do that, right, and you cut down a log, and you have super strength off, let's do this. Okay. Now the cursor, the marker on this doesn't turn red when you look at a tree, so it's not going to try to void the tree. And then if you look at your help menu, there's a key command for increase player speed.
Okay.
So you hit, for me it's B, right?
That's what it's for me.
Okay, so you hit B, and on the bottom of that little menu, it shows you player speed, right? And well, what is going backwards? V is going backwards. So a 3x is a good player speed. So when you have that off, and you can look at a tree, and it's just a white indicator, that means you're not going to try to void the tree, and that is an important difference. And then you can just run along the tree with the super speed and delimb the tree. And it's very, very fast.
All right.
And that works with all of the trees. So that was another coffee little knowledge thing that he discovered, is the ability to turn that on and off. And then Os right now is doing all the moving, so I don't really have to worry too much about that. And don't worry about the trunks or the stumps. We can clear the stumps with the dev controls. I don't care about the stumps. There. If I don't move these tiny spruces right away, I will lose track of them, and in the bush, I've run over too many of those with the mower. Even though it's a giant, like 90-foot tall tree, I still like lose it in the bush. I can't see it. It's like, God damn it, where did that tree go? Never lost a Bertha though. Those, you know, those are like, oh. I haven't misplaced one of those yet.
Be a little tough.
All right. This corner. Okay, this tree right here we can take out.
What about this tree here? That seems like it's right on the line, or maybe.
Yeah, if it's close to the line, you can take it out. If it's close to the line, and that'll just make it easier to farm and stuff as well. So if it's close to the line, it's fair.
Because yeah, I don't think there's any limit on. I think we could chop down everything, even if we don't own it. It just
that's part of the lumberjack mod, is cutting it anywhere. If you were in a harvester and you went up to one of those trees, it would say you do not own this land if you had a harvester. But the chainsaw
The lumberjack mod overrides the chainsaw and allows you to cut them. Oh.
I think that's about everything on this corner.
Right. Now continuing down the line. Let's see, where's the edge? Right in here. Yep, that tree can go. Let's get rid of these. I'm more likely to want to get rid of these tiny spruces than anything else. I don't know what's going on with the trunks. Sometimes the trunks you just can't cut near the ground. I don't know why. Not sure what controls it. There it is. Os got it. I was like, I know there's a tree back there somewhere. All right, here's another crappy spruce. Yeah, I even tried to Google like how to add custom split types, and there's literally nothing out there. No information as to how to add your own split types. So it's like I have no idea how to do that. All right. So let's do stumps, and 47 stumps removed. Glorious. How are we doing on wood? Boards, good to go. Planks, good to go. Slowly filling it back up with wood. If we get desperate for space, I can start making beams, because beams is a good carpenter because it uses planks and beams to make tables. So if you have a lot of excess wood, you can make tables. And yeah. So if you want to start mowing that area up there, Wildman,
Yeah.
we'll continue clearing
All right.
this area south of the sawmill here.
I'll be back in just a minute. AFK.
Already?
Size spruce. Wait. I wait until I am done with all the big trees before I do those. Oh yeah, we never did finish what we were talking about with the direction. So if we go like if we go sheep, then I can put off the cotton for a little bit. Because I think the best month for selling clothes is July or something like that. And I'm, wasn't originally going to try to min-max early game, but we're already 1.7 million, so, we're 1.7% the way towards our goal already. How about that?
And not really even making use of production chains so much.
Yeah, we could be going once I get. One of the things I discovered is products. Buying farming products like lime and fertilizer and seeds is actually pretty damn expensive. So if I were to plow this field out here right now, right? This field that we already mowed and we got all the stuff. If I were to plow that, I would need probably 200,000 liters of lime to put on top of that. Yeah, at least 200,000 liters, if not more. And if I look, there's an autosave. It's always an autosave. If I look at lime, because right now we would have to buy all of our lime, of course. So buying lime is $773 per 1,000 liters. So if I'm at 200,000 liters, that's 200 times that value. But it's okay. That's buying. This is selling. $612. Farm buying station. Yeah. So 200 times this, which would be like a lot. 200 times 612. Let me grab a handy dandy calculator because I know where my calculators are because I cleaned my desk. How about that? So 200 times 612 is $122,000 just in lime. And then you have the seed and the fertilizer on top of that. Is a lot. It starts adding up. It's 400,000 to plant a field. Well, that 1.7 million is like, well, that's great and all, but it's going to go fast. All right, how close are we to this? Anything close to the border also chop.
So yeah, it sounds like sheep's the way to go.
I mean, yeah, we have the grass. It's it's the absolute like best case. So then when Wildman gets done mowing, we'll be able to take, instead of selling that hay that we get, we'll be able to just keep it and then give it to sheep. And I'll need to get a Unimog truck. I'm starting to hate those trucks though. If I could figure out how I would further edit that mod and make it less sucky for driving, especially in reverse. The truck has 8 gears going in reverse, so when you back up, it's like doot 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 doot, and it's just like this really herky jerky, like reversing, and it's so stupid. Like I've never in any of the vehicles that I've ever driven, and most of them that I've owned in my life were manual transmissions, I've never needed more than 1 gear going in reverse. Like, why would this truck have 8 reverse gears? I don't understand. It makes no sense to me. So anyway, but that's our best bet when it comes to fluid moving. So And we can get some initial wood chips. Yeah, so that's why I'm sort of building up wood chips, is to throw them into some diesel. And then we can get our initial diesel going for iron to make metal. Because that's one of the big ingredients, one of the big bonuses in the carpentry carpentry factory. Supplying metal is a really big bonus to production, and twofer. All right. Ooh, I got a Bertha. We have Bertha. All right.
So how do you do this for the line, taking in consideration the width of the mower and all that stuff to be on the line?
You just space it. It doesn't have to be perfect. You just have to be close to that line. So you just get one edge of your mower. You know, you offset your arrow a little bit from the line. And yeah, you should be good to go there.
I can help you a bit. I can stand like right on
Yeah.
the border.
Yeah, if you stand on the border, then I can.
Yeah.
He's an illegal. He's going to cross the border. All right. Yeah, we got. Look at that. 3 Berthas right here. Oh my goodness. So much wood. Two Douglas firs. I really should test these trees and see just how much wood they are.
If you want to, I can get one ready and you can open the production menu and I'll store it.
Yeah, I would need to get pen and paper and write down shit, and I just don't.
I'll give you a good guesstimate.
Because each one of these trees I've looked at, and I know that it's a lot, but the only one I really paid attention to is the Big Bertha, and that was like 36,000 liters for one of these babies. Oh, you're gonna be trouble, aren't you, you stupid tree? Yeah, you're gonna be trouble. There we go, right there. It's a lot easier to do when you have the sawmill go to 0 or near 0 every time. So if you've got a production that uses all that wood and it gets down to like 20, then you say, okay, let's load a single log in, and you have to turn off all of your productions. You load a single log in and see what it goes to, write that down, and then enable a production, let it go all the way back down again. And you just have to over and over and over again. For all the different types, and I just don't want to like do that right.
Right now, all our production's stalled out.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
it's one of those control things. Like, you want to control for any possible variable, and you don't want a fractional amount of wood, because if it's down all the way, and you load in some wood, it's one of those, like, scientific.
Yeah.
You want to be as scientific as possible about it.
And the one you were curious on was the dark one, right? The kind of almost black colored one.
Yeah, the Douglas fir. Yeah.
Yeah. 25,920.
25,000.
Yeah, for one of them.
That's fucking good. That is really good. I love that tree. I have a new affinity for that tree. I mean, the big Bertha I know is like 37,000. It's somewhere around the 30,000. I knew the Douglas fir. The Douglas fir I knew had to be a lot because remember when I estimated, like with that first load, I estimated like 250,000 and it was actually 500,000.
Yeah.
There were a ton of Douglas firs in there, and I did not think they were that much. I did not think they were going to be that beefy. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why that estimate was so off. Because those trees are epic. Love these trees. They're so big that the sound of them falling plays before they actually hit the ground. They're so big, like because they timed that sound to the spruces. So they knew exactly how long the spruces took to land. But when you cut like a big Bertha down, the sound of it hitting the ground happens like, I don't know, a second or two before it actually hits the ground. It's great.
They're so heavy that they actually break the time barrier and the sound travels back in time.
Yeah, they create their own little mass, like their own little. They have little orbits, you know. Small birds that fly near them get in an orbit and they can't escape. All right, so yeah, right across the border here, we've got stupid spruce. Ugh.
Finished with that one?
Yep.
Okay.
Sometimes the tuft on the end is impossible to get unless it's flat on the ground and you're angled right.
Yeah.
Clear out these little ones and make the bigger ones easy to move out of here. Notice there's no dead trees in the forest. It's a Disney forest. There's no death. They're a lot easier to see when they still have the little tufts of needle and stuff on them. So a lot easier to process one at a time.
Oh, do you need a hand now, Wild Man?
Yeah, on this corner here, if you can stand on the corner.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, right about here.
I'm gonna make a swath going this way. Over
This way?
that far?
Yep, I'm right on the line right now. You may as well go a little bit over it, just in case.
Yeah,
Can you come up closer and see if I'm...
Sure.
funny, you can actually cheese it a little bit with those
Yeah,
mowers, because if you're
Is that
hanging,
the corner?
The very corner of it is like right here.
Come up to the mower to that
Okay, it's
line there.
difficult to do.
I can't tell where the mower width, where the line
Okay.
is. If you can come up closer to the mower so I can
I'll
tell.
try, but it's like I say, it's difficult because your icon is overlapping mine. So maybe right about here.
yeah, just straighten out, go straight south. Yeah, you can
Right,
kind of
just a 90
cheese it
degree
because this is actually pulling the grass from the outside into the inside. You can actually pull the grass into your land, and then you'd be able to pick it up, which is great.
All right. So is that...
That's
too
fine.
much
Just
or-
just make sure you're at 180 degrees and just take that line all the way to the sawmill. Should be good to go.
Yep.
How come it's not turning on the other direction?
You have to change. You have to Alt W because you're changing direction. Anytime you change direction, you have to reset the direction. You have to reset the guidance. So Alt W resets it when you go, and then Control W will reset it to the new direction and lock you into an angle. But yeah, anytime you radically change direction, or anytime you change direction, you want to hit Alt W. Otherwise, you hit Control W and your vehicle will just go skewing off in a direction that you don't want.
This is going to run into the thing. So do I want to just mow on this side of the...
Yeah,
lumber?
just stay to that side of the sawmill. There's no reason to go across it yet. We're still clearing the trees out. So there's a bunch of stumps and stuff over here, so it would be kind of treacherous to take a mower. All right, now let's see. I hope no environmentalists are watching the stream. They'd be like, "You're killing the forest." What is going on with that spruce? Okay, well, I think maybe the tree behind it was missed. No. Spruce, why you hate? What? What? Really? Okay. Well, it is what it is. Not much I can do. Oh.
Oh, we're full.
Sweet. Turn on beams. Just go into the menu and highlight beams and hit enter, and it'll turn beams on.
Alrighty.
That's glorious. We filled it up again.
Yeah. Crazy time.
What's going on here? Is that tree floating? Yeah, it's floating. One of my floating trees that I missed. It's obscene how big that stump is. Down here. So there are some floating trees. It's areas that I landscaped, that I smoothed out after I had generated all the. I wasn't about to regenerate 24,000 trees on the map, so yeah. So I tried to find as many as I could, but all of the rest of the potentially floating trees are on purpose. So it's a feature. They're the floating trees of Pandora. Cat. I smell that. Laying on the couch. She just did drop a bomb in the fucking room. Dun, 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 dun. See how far in. Pretty far in. So, 12 stumps. 90 more stumps removed. You don't think it's that many trees. That was a lot of trees. How you liking that big mower?
Nice.
I think it's a beautiful piece of machinery. I could not imagine having, imagine being rich enough and having like an estate big enough where that you could buy one of those and be like, yeah, this is what I mow my grass with. Like a $400,000 piece of equipment. Like, oh my god. That is a beautiful piece of machinery, though. Okay, so now let's. How big of a field do we want here? We want to have this mode. Trying to decide, like. where I want the next factories and such. Back in here, when I place the sheep pen, I can actually have the pen itself extend into land we don't own, as long as the main building and triggers are in land we own. The game won't bitch and moan about it. But Oz, you could take the tedder. You could start tedding if you wanted to.
Yeah.
And get some of those lines tedded. And then I'll work on picking them up and figuring out, because I can't smooth any terrain at all. Because if I go through and smooth, it'll get rid of those piles. Smoothing eliminates the sort of the, I don't know what you'd call the piles of stuff on the ground. So you don't want to smooth land while those exist, because that would void them all. Yeah, you don't even need the windrower on the front. You just take the tedder and zippity-doo-dah all the way through.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, may as well dump that off.
Yeah, you don't need the weight. You know, that front windrow, they actually, if you want to spend the money, there's a version of that thing that's like 20 meters wide. That is like twice the coverage. So it's this giant fork on the front of that thing. And you might be able to pull 2 rows at a time into that. Oh man, this first lane. I can see Wildman was at a at a funny angle. That's cool. That's awesome. I can move the truck. Autosave. Planks, longboards. Let's start spawning those. Yeah, it's amazing how fast that is. I'm really kind of surprised that that is so fast. Yeah, it was originally intended this area in here to be a lot of manufacturing, because I want to space these out, because otherwise all these icons get super cluttered. It's really hard to see what is what. That's got a stick there. So if we go sheep first, it's like going feet first. You go sheep first. Means we don't need cotton, which means if I'm going to buy a cedar, I want to go a grain. Soybeans. No, see, we don't really need soybeans first. Oats is usually what I go for first. It grows really fast, and it produces the most amount of flour for bread or cake. But cake, we're a ways from cake. You know, you can turn any of the grains into flour, but oats gives you the best. So usually I start with that. It's hard to pick a cedar though. this Amazon here is it's too low to the ground. This one here, this horse. Let's look at this. How would this sit? Well, that might work. Seeds and fertilizer. More seeds. More. Oh, what the difference between design 1 and design 2? More hoses? I don't understand why there needs to be a difference. Huh. A little tidbit of information. Each one of these hoses that you see in here, each one of these, is a line in an XML file. There's literally hose connections are generated. It's crazy.
Weird.
So there's a start point. There are nodes that travel along, and that allows the hoses to be flexible, to bend with the machinery. It's crazy. But yeah, I don't know if there's a difference between the two. Let's see if there's a difference. There's a difference in price. I don't know why that's $2,000 more. It literally does not change the stats one iota. So we will not have it be more expensive. I mean, $2,000. It's a $200,000 piece of equipment. So, okay, that takes care of the seeder. I heard about the plow. We already have a sprayer. I've already got that. What do we need? If we want to make a little bit of money, what I can do is get the quick baler, and we can make some silage bales. Silage added. Foil color. What's a good hay color? I don't want it to blend into the grass. That would probably be a bad idea. How about orange? I mean, that would stand out like a thing that stands out. Navy blue with white rims. Yeah. Orange is the complementary color to blue, so that works out well. There's good contrast there. Good to go. The silage additive tank, I'm just hoping that speeds up silage. But if we start harvesting a lot of grass, and we have nothing to do with it, like, because the sheep, even though I had like 420 sheep in a pen, and they were not eating grass very fast. Like, I loaded up with like 200,000 grass, and they ate on that for months, and they only ate a tiny fraction of it. So, or I mean hay, not grass, hay. So you loaded up with 200,000 hay, and it's good for a year at least. So any extra grass we can turn into silage, and that is worth even more to sell. So now I also need purchase fertilizer spreaders. This little guy. increase his capacity a little bit. Increase his speed by a lot. Catchers no cover by this guy. So he's my lime spreader. Lime is like our biggest expense with this first field. It is crazy how much lime that spreader goes 42 meters wide. It is crazy how fast you go through it.
You'd always turn lime off.
No, I would never do that. The only thing I have off is rolling. I have rolling turned off because I plow. I want stones because stones give you a resource. I don't want to push them back into the ground. Hell no. We've already got a sprayer, but do I want this sprayer? Do I want a better sprayer? This sprayer is okay. I bought it used. It's a good sprayer, but it's not an Uber sprayer. It's not an Uber sprayer. My Uber sprayer is indeed an Uber sprayer. I think I'm gonna opt for the Uber sprayer. I'm sorry, use sprayer. We didn't get to use you, so you go away. This tiny little tractor, still good. You know, these little tractors are good for like the lime spreader. You know, cruising around with the forage wagon to pick up the hay. We could also bale all that hay, but then we'd have to have a bale shredder to load it in the sheet bin. And I don't even know what category those appear in. So. Let's purchase ear crop protection and modded case IH extreme reservatory. Yes, that brings me up another 1,000,000 liters. Working speed 29 is fine. Any faster than that, you're gonna run into problems. Yeah, it's modded to be higher capacity and faster by default. Well worth the money. It is not a cheap thing to fill up. You definitely don't. You know, the reason why the tank capacities are so large is eventually we're going to have our own lime production. We're going to have our own fertilizer production. We're going to have like all of the productions where we're not going to need to spend money to make the things that we use. So in order to, you know, fertilize a giant field, we're not going to be spending $100,000 on fertilizer. We're just going to go and, you know, take the manure, and we have I literally have a factory, a fertilizer, a factory that makes fertilizer. And yeah, that will be what we use there. So this little guy here, this is going to start us off with all of these new toys. It helps to actually get what I need here. Hey Liam, how's it going? It's going pretty good now that everything is working. Wednesday we got off to a rocky start, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, we need a bunch of trees on this side we need to clear too. Oh, there's another mysterious floating tree. Dang it.
Is this other corner ready to mow?
Yeah, the southern part, yep, that's all ready to mow now. I actually want to go this direction. Okay, so this is important to get squared off. So let's clear that. Now, how I want to leave a lane. I want to overlap the sawmill. So let's go over here. Is this plenty of time? 3. And greetings to Germany. That's the company that makes this game is from Germany.
The trees aren't cut all the way back to the corner here, I guess.
No, not across the way. You just gotta jut on over. Gotta adapt, man. You gotta adapt. Yeah, getting him on this part of the property is rough because it's so far away from the sawmill. It takes a little bit more effort, a little bit more hardware. Because I'd like to cut them in, you know, like the screenshot I put in with the double trailer. That was me harvesting trees on this side. But yeah, don't go in the middle of the trees, dude. Like, stay out of the trees.
Yeah, I'm just turning around here.
They're from Austria? I thought they were German. I could have sworn the company was from Germany. What are the odds that I line this up? Oh my god, look at that. I lined it up perfect. Ha ha ha! That's what I'm talking about, boys. Alright, now we can unfold this beast. I do the small version first, and then I unfold it and get my bat wings maximum length here. I do overlap a little bit because we're on rolling hills, and you want to do a little bit of overlap because you know you want some wiggle room in there. We're going to lower our cruise control down to 25. I already detected the width, so we're good on that. Now I can just roll with it here, create my field. I want to create the field, step 1. Then you spray, which is step 2. Then I'm going to do an initial rock pick. Hey, Liam, welcome. Thank you for the sub, sir. I'm going to do an initial rock pick because I want those initial stones for lime. So after I do a rock pick, then I want to do lime after that. And then once all of that is done, then I can finally plant. Because the planting process will give me, should inject some fertilizer and hopefully fertilize it to level 2 without me having to like do anything about it. Are you going to grab those two little clips? You are. Good. Should actually reduce this. The plow gets a little wiggly at higher speeds, so FS really number 17. Wow, that's 6 years old at this point. 6 or 7 years old. I'm sure there's a bunch of mods out for that aren't really available for this one, but yeah, I'm you know, one of my patrons had been trying to get me to play this game for a long time. He even got me a copy of FS19 way back, and I never looked into it. I never played it for whatever reason. And then, you know, this year I've just been changing up the channel a bit, and so I looked at it and I started watching videos. That was the end. That was the beginning of the end when I started watching videos on the game, and I was sitting there going, "Wow, this is really relaxing." Like, you can just put on some music and just sit around and like absolutely relax playing this game, and it is very relaxing. It's a very low stress game.
Somebody left their toy out here in the middle of the field.
Oh, better grab it. Put it in the lost and found.
How do you grab it?
You walk up to it and hit R. You got to be almost standing on top of it. The trigger box on those things are really small.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's that was the other one that was in the middle. I grabbed the first one that was in the middle of the field. That was the other one.
Amazing that it stopped you dead in the tracks there.
Yeah, it's the way those objects are set up, it's really funny that they are literally like anchored to the ground. They do not give at all. There's nothing you can do to move those. You can even dig out the land from under them, and they don't do anything. They're static objects.
That would be a good meme. The whole "you shall not pass," but replace it with one of those.
Yeah, just have a line of those collectibles and have a tractor like pointing at them, like "you shall not pass." Like, nope, there's no way to go through those.
Okay, this side over here is mowed.
Fantastic. Should use my joystick. Lower tool. Why is my lower tool?
You have an upper tool?
Why is I don't even have that key mapped. Why is that doing something? That's weird.
It's pretty close to where my truck is right now. There's a spot that got missed when you're doing your thing.
Let's see, where are you? There you are.
Right behind me.
One here? Yeah.
Why is my lower plow not working?
And then
There
there's
it
one
is.
out there in the kind of in the middle out there that's by itself too.
Really?
Well, one row here,
Oh, over here.
right in here. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, I haven't gotten this far yet. I'm still working my way that
And
way.
then the other side of the field where he's planting, or not
Yeah.
planting, but
Plowing.
digging up. There's done over there too. All right, what next for me?
We're gonna want you to get into there's the tractor over by the oak tree.
Yeah.
Why is my I don't understand why that key. It's got the wagon on it, the forage wagon with the, and that's what we use to grab all the hay. So
All right.
the
so
thing is,
start
again, you
grabbing
got to be extremely careful and not touch any regular grass. I do not want to void all of that lovely hay that you just farmed or you just mowed and tedded.
Now I'll even do the stuff that haven't picked up either. It voids everything on the map.
No, it'll void what's in the wagon if you touch another product.
Okay.
So if you have 100,000 liters of hay in that thing, and you touch a single unit of grass, it will void all of that hay and add a little bit of grass. So then you'll have 1 liter of grass, and then you'll hit hay again, and then it'll void that grass, and then you'll have 1 liter of hay. Right? It voids all that 100,000 liters that you just had. It's gone, which is why you have to be extremely careful. It's one of the few things in the game that is like insane to me. Like why has that bug not been fixed?
Got some more commentary from Liam.
Yep. Got out of school 1 year ago. Well, the fact that you know more than one language, you're already ahead of the team. Like, the vast majority of people in this country do not know another language. So if you're in Germany and you know German and you know English, you're doing good already. Oh, I tried there, but I should have overlapped it. I didn't realize that would get there. Darn. 350 bales. Wow, that's a lot of bales. Hay bales or straw bales? Straw bales, yeah, I can see. Depending on your map settings. Straw bales. On my test world, I was on a 4X, the Michigan Prairie Farms 4X map, and I had a giant field of cotton, and I got over 250 bales of cotton out of that one field. And remember, those bales are 10,000 liters. I got over 250 of those bales. It was insane how many bales I had to go pick up. I even had to download a separate mod to pick off all the bales. Any kind of bales. Most of them are wrapped. Yeah, well, they're silage bales if they're wrapped. Okay, let's pick that up.
Possible the FS17 runs a little different.
Oh, that's true.
Mods and such.
Okay, before I grab the rock, which is this little wagon here. It's so funny, everybody uses the same wagon for all their cheaty mods. This is the exact same wagon as our forge wagon, only it's for rocks. Okay, let me grab bearings. Go the wrong way. I want to do a fertilization run first. Or do I want to fertilize first? Nah, let's fertilize first. So the only way to get some fertilizer is to buy it right now, and I've got a little purchase thing right over here. And I do not want to fill this thing up. You're not going to give me fertilizer? There it is. It's very specific on where what node. So, fertilizer. Money just drain away. Not sure how much we're gonna need. I can never decide. Well, let's go to like 40,000. 40. That was 88 grand. It's more money than I've ever seen in my life. Pack this thing. So fertilizing, actually, you know what we should do? I think we should lime it first. No, we can't lime it. We don't have any lime. And this field is going to take so much lime. It's going to take so much lime. I'd rather grab the rock first, but we're gonna need the lime Duvalaki over here. So let's see what has been tedded and collected. Can you collect all this stuff back here? So I have a little bit more room. The lime factory can go back in here. Looks like this is done. We can drill that.
In this corner where I'm at, there's a little bit of grass. I don't know if it's out of bounds, and
Yeah,
stuff,
don't
I'm
even
scared
get
to
near it with that thing.
yeah, I'm scared to get any closer to it.
Yeah, you do not want to get anywhere close to that stuff, even if it's out of bounds. You don't want to even risk it.
Yeah, I tried tedding as far as I could go, but
Okay.
Okay, so we want to do. This is probably going to autosave. Oh no! Wow. Okay. Of course, when I actually tell you guys something could happen. B. Make sure all this stuff syncs up. All right, we want not the carpenter. I want the lime factory. A little bit like that. place was already pretty flat by design. Production. There was. Where's the fuel production? There it is. Okay. What else might be a bit? Yeah, the old General Mill. This beast of a machine. This is a real moneymaker right here. But it's $685,000. It is not a cheap structure to build. We kind of have to build up to it. There's Buggy's Chocolate Factory. That's guess what that makes. Master Carpenter. This I don't want to place in this area because this sawmill right here is basically temporary. Once all of these trees are all gone in all of these neighboring areas, then this sawmill can be basically deleted and replaced with some other structure, and then we can build a sawmill somewhere else once we empty it and build another sawmill, and then that sawmill can be the one that all the trees locally are pushed into. So we probably are going to need a bakery. We're not going to need a bakery until we get the mill. Bakery is cheap. Farm supply factory. This thing is actually... Let's build this thing over here. This is very, very good. Why is this? I have it toggle snapping, and for some reason, it doesn't look like it is like perfectly northeast southwest. It's like, see the texture? Like there's no weird. But this machine or this factory here will be extremely helpful because this is a place that we can put all of our grass. Instead of having to ted it, we can put all of our grass in there and it will just generate the hay for us. Just pass it, or it's just a factory. So with all of that, spent a little bit of our money. Let's get some. We are going to want farm factory. Bringing a little bit of industry into a wilderness. Yeah.
Liam's been chatting again, talking about his rig.
Ooh, it's rattling. The fan is rattling. That's not good at all. You don't want that. 1660 Super. That's going to be your new one. I've got a 3060, and it's pretty darn good in terms of like performance and stuff. I haven't had a problem. It's not top of the line like Wildman has, or near top of the line. Because we all can be jealous of but it's, I mean, I was able to play Hogwarts Legacy with like super high settings. Like, yeah, works pretty well. All right, sheep. The olfactory assaulter is my specific. Okay, when you do this, you want to turn free mode on, because if you don't, bad things happen. So make sure free mode is on. Let's go back a little bit. Free mode on, snapping on, and yeah, I hate how the texture. So, because I know that the number is not going to be there, so that. And free mode it makes it so it doesn't change the land, so the land isn't reset. If I wouldn't have had free mode on, this literally would have flattened this ground all the way down, and there would have been a giant cliff face right there, which would have been ugly as sin. So, yeah, do not use that if you don't want it. So let's put a little bit of this in there. Make this like go. It's all good. Even out. Plants. And yes, normally this would cost money to do all this, but because this is a custom map, and I'm not 100% sure if I got all of the smoothing. I had to go through the whole map once I changed, once I changed the height map. I had to go through the whole map and smooth it out, because otherwise there would have been just awful like ridges in the map, and I'm not 100% sure I got everything, so it is what it is. Trying to make it look yes, I'm replacing grass where once was mowed. But there's no grass here. It is a way to cheat. You can mow an area, pick it all up, go into landscaping mode, and place meadow in there, and then mow it again, pick it all up, place meadow in there. Just keep doing that over and over and over again. Okay, so the farm factory is a kind of an important one here. So I want to make sure we got trying to leave some space to move things around. I think what I'm gonna do is put it back here. Now that he's got all that stuff picked up, I can basically level. This is part of the only part of the map that's going to be actually flat, because doing this without flat terrain is kind of a nightmare. The buildings just don't. They don't place on slopes very well. They don't work very well on that, and it's really hard to. Once you place a building, it's hard to sculpt the land to make it look good, because where a building is at, you can't. You know, if I go over like this, you see the cursor disappears. You can't actually sculpt underneath the building, so that is a problem. So farm factory, this little guy. This is the farm supply factory. This here is the farm factory. This is a beautiful building. It's going to be a very lucrative building. So we want to make sure we give it plenty of space. Right, like that. And again, I've really modified these buildings. Like these base buildings, I've come in and modified them even more. So the mod was Farm Factory, and then I went and edited it. And so I have these two. These are the outputs. There's enough room in here to drive a truck. You know, the truck and trailer that we have. You can drive one of those in there, and it'll automatically. It'll fit and pick up all the things, which is what I was wanting to do with it. And then, you know, capacities, processing speed, all that stuff was customized. And all of those mods are available to members and patrons, as well as the map, rolling hills. There's about 40, at least 40 hours. Not sure what to do about, like, vehicle tracks. There are some people that are really good at painting and making things look, like, beautiful, and then there are people that don't. I'm one of the people that don't. No idea how to make these things pretty, at least.
AFK a little bit here.
And then one of the things I need is a silo. So I usually put it right over here. Bunch of stuff. Buildings, silos, underground storage. Where's the underground storage? There it is. There. Overlaps with another object. Really? I was able to snuggle this right in there. I wonder if it's that tree. Okay, what happened to all the hay?
What do you mean?
You have 52,000 liters of hay in there.
No, it's 524,000.
Are you
I
sure?
think.
I'm looking right at it. It says, hey, 52,626.
I don't know.
Hop out once. Let me get in and see if. Yeah. 52,626.
Where do you see that at? What's the thing down at the bottom? The beside the tack there on the left side of the tack.
Yeah, it's at the very bottom on the left side of the tack. There's a little icon of what's in it, and there's a number.
Yeah. To me, it says. Oh, yeah, 52, I guess.
Yeah, so you
4,000.
should have an obscene amount of hay in there, considering how much you've been grabbing. I'm
Well,
assuming you haven't emptied it out yet.
No. Unless there was some green somewhere, but I've tried super hard not to hit any green, any of the grass.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna do? I know that you should have an obscene amount in here. There's no reason why. You have 52,000 in here. Oh my God! Road salt, snow, straw, hay. There it is. Set, fill, empty, set. 552. All right, and just leave that be for a second, because I don't want to. Literally, all you have to do is hit one piece of grass, and it voids it completely. Which is probably what you did, and you didn't even see it. It's really, really easy to do, and that's one of the reasons why why we have the farming, Jesus words, the farm factory building that I just placed, because we don't need to TED anything anymore. We're done TEDing with that now, so we don't have to do that anymore. We can just load the grass into that building and then get hay out of it.
Yeah.
Which eliminates the problem entirely. And that was the point, is that you just picked up over 500,000 liters, and something voided it, and it's like it's all gone. The fact that bug still exists pisses me off to no end. Like, I'm sure they've had 1,000 people. It's not your fault. It's just, it takes unbelievable diligence not to hit a piece like that. And it's like, the bug shouldn't exist this late in the development of this game. The game has been out for 2.5 years. That bug should not exist, because I know for a fact that they've probably had that. They've probably had many, many people report that bug, and they just haven't fixed it. And it's like, come on, like, at least fix the damn thing. So it's just absolutely, it's just so frustrating doing all of that and then having all that be voided away. Oh, you know what I think is probably doing it? Let me just soften all of this. It's just, I'm just going to get rid of all of this. There. Okay. There we go. Place. There. Now we have a place to put stuff. go ahead and bring that straw over here, what you have in there, and dump it in this silo over here
All right.
next to this giant tree. So the indicator, you should be able to dump it right in the silo, and that'll keep it. So
Okay, now where is it at?
it's over here by the shop. See me on the
where
map.
originally dumping it?
No. Yeah, I mean it's close to that, but it's. I just placed a new building right next to one of the big Bertha giant trees, and it's an underground silo, basically a storage facility.
Are you at it?
I am at it. So yeah, that was one of the like periodic things that I would do in order to avoid the problem is, I would get so much straw or so much stuff. See? Right here.
Yeah, I saw you.
I would get so much and then I would immediately dump it and then go out and get more because I didn't want to risk having
Just in case, yeah.
I didn't want to have 500,000 and have it void. It was just like I would constantly be dumping it. So in the future, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But straw does the same thing with straw. So it does it with all the different fill types. But straw, cows use that. You have to use it for TMR. Like there's a bunch of stuff that uses it. And it's just a pain when you have a hiccup like that. So yeah, always. I think in my test world, I have one of those bunker silos or those underground silos, and it has like 52 million liters of straw in it. I'm constantly storing straw. All right, so that takes care of this little problem. And go. Okay, now I need to purchase a truck, a Unimog. Want that. That is fine. This one can have big tires. Closest I can get to our dark blue is here. Yeah, now you can just pick up the rest. Like, once you have it dumped, it's protected. It's good to go.
Yeah, I should have done that a bunch of times.
Well, you couldn't. I just placed that. So, all right. So that's one. Now, about platform, different tires. PT. What if you do the tanks on this, you want these smaller tires. Drop it down a little bit. That way you can get underneath the tanks to connect them. I've learned that works really well. So we're gonna buy this one. We're gonna go back. Combinations? No. Trailers. Hey! Trailers. Miscellaneous. Come on. Stupid. Purchase. No. Not brands. There we go. This. Alright. So I want one of these for diesel. Diesel is going to be yellow. This is black stripe. I'm going to have a ladder on it. Why not? All right, diesel is yellow. Buy that one. We are going to have a blue one. That is going to be food. Okay. And white stripe. So the food is like milk and water. It's colored for water, but and chemicals, that's going to be fertilizer, slurry. We don't have to worry about that yet. We don't really have to worry about chemicals yet either. Diesel is the main one. Diesel and water are the main ones. So, this one, go get some water first. Oh, this thing is so hard to back up. No, that's why you have the MPT tires. Because if you have like giant tires on this thing, it is near impossible to put these tanks on there. It's just so impossible. Let's open the lid. I like to open. Open. There we go. Gotta open the headrest. Free water. So the water pump over there is part of the map. It's placed by the map. I made sure that it was placed. While you can fill up the truck with water from the lake, if you have automated productions that use water, you have to do it manually every time. And so if you wanted to speed it up, you can have that production. You can buy that production. It takes diesel, and then you can have that automatically distribute water. And then you don't have to worry about water ever again. I wanted most of the products, require some effort, but some of them I'm just like, no. Come on, give me the trigger markers on this. There it is. Oh, stupid thing drifts. Is this filling up with water still? No. I would have to keep the engines. I would have to turn that feature on, keep engines running. Then you'd have to manually start and stop the engines every time you get it out of it. Which is fine. That's how we played. That is how we played on the Silver Run Forest, which is fine. Mainly we had to do it because of the Beaverator. In order to have the Beaverator run, you had to keep the machine on. So yeah, this thing holds 3 million liters of water. As you can see, the little water plane right there fills up. It just dynamically fills up with percentage. And so I know when I modded this thing holds 3 million liters, which is exactly what this tank holds. Then we come over here, fill it up again. Back us up in there. Not sure why it fills so much faster than discharge. They use the same value. All right. There's one other crafting building that takes water, and that's the. Well, there's a couple, but the main one is the Master Carpenter, and so we want to make sure we have lots and lots of water for that. I could sell water. It's nearly worthless, but if you're extremely low on money, you could literally fill and sell water over and over and over again to get you a little bit of money.
Looks like a little toy.
This truck? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. All right, we're gonna try to make. Let's slow down and start filling. So give us
What
wood
now?
chips. I'm working up towards working on our field. So it'll just take a bit.
All right.
So it's a good time for go on break or something if you wanted to do that.
Alrighty.
Why am I not getting the... There it is. Boy. Never know where the trigger markers are on this. Oh, I thought I set the... was it you? Yeah, tip side. There it is. Back. So, this thing... First, we want to turn on air, because why not? It's free. It's free power. It's not much, but it's literally free. And then wood chips from diesel, or wood chips to diesel, will give us, divide that by 1,000, 442 times 300. That's a decent amount of diesel. And that will allow us to go into, where is it? This machine, or this factory, again, modded. And there is a iron mine in here. Otherwise, you have to put like base game iron mine, which is just this slow, passive production of iron, and it's just painful. So painful. Now that this is mode, I could extend the field. Now that that is all done, we could have one giant field. And what did we decide I'm going to plant? I'm going to plant. I literally pulled. No, I put fertilizer. Let's extend the field. This is Uber production. We're going to have giant fields on this.
Would be nice to get that corner cleaned out so you could have the square field there, or rectangle, or whatever it is.
Oh, yeah, I forgot there's a little... Yeah, you just reminded me there is a bunch of trees in the way over in the school. I could buy some trailers. We could start cutting these down. Since we have this area already mowed, it's a good spot to pile up. What I do with the trees is I line them all up with the butt ends relatively flush, right? So all of the trees are laying on the ground with the butt ends all in a line. And then I go through and I cut them all at roughly between 19 and 20 meters. It can vary, you can vary in that range, but I try to cut, because all the trees are all lined up. So I know one cut 19 meters is going to be 19 or roughly 19 going down the line, regardless of the thickness of the trunk, because the trailers are limited to 20 meters. And so if you cut all of those one way, all of the spruce, all of the trees get cut at 20 meters, and then you just do that again, and you go down the line, and you cut them again at 20 meters. And the trees that are long enough, you know, you can do that a couple times, but then you pull the trailers up, and you can load 2 trailers at the same time with that if you really want to. One trailer loads the bases, and one trailer loads the ends, or you can mix it up, whatever you want. But I've found that, you know, loading one of these, like, Big Bertha trees is very, very difficult because it weighs so much. So those trees, and only those trees, it's still worth it to just pick them up and hoof them to the sawmill. Those trees are so big and heavy. But all of the other trees, we can lay down on a line and do it, and I can get a couple trailers ready, and we can load up those. The Big Berthas, yeah, those are just so big and heavy that it's nearly impossible to use a truck and not have the truck flip over. But let's see. I want to make sure. Let's check our. We want lime and iron. We are good to go. We've got up to 12,000 liters of diesel. It's getting there. Once we get like canola oil, any of the oils is just nuts. And I think I made one of, there it is. Yep. The sweet diesel takes honey and it converts it into diesel. I don't even know if that's possible. I have to think it is. Because honey is mostly sugar. And, like, I don't know. Do you think honey would be could you convert honey into diesel at any, like, it's a big question. I have no idea if that's even possible. All right, so this is actually out of wood, which is good.
I imagine so, because you can create
I've
an
never heard of
alcohol.
anybody.
Yeah, the
You
reason
can
why.
create alcohol from honey.
Oh, right. Like, one of the reasons I added wood chips to the diesel production is I literally saw a documentary on a company that does that. Wood alcohol. They convert wood into alcohol, and then that converts into fuel. And I was like, well, shit, we're going to have a lot of wood chips sitting around, so let's make diesel out of it.
You know, that's one thing I was thinking of. You've mentioned before how dry wood is actually better for burning and stuff. If I remember correctly, I've actually heard under the right conditions, and I mean they have to be almost absolutely perfect, you can get wood that actually burns hotter when it's a little wet. But that's because it converts as it's burning, it's also converting some of it into wood alcohol. That's another thing about forest fires too, is that sometimes you can get a fire so hot that the ones that are burning are creating so much heat, it's actually turning nearby trees, like 20, 30 feet away, into wood alcohol in its veins. So when it hits that one, it just not only, ignites almost instantly, it actually explodes.
What is going on here? There we go.
Oh, weird.
What the hell is going? Is there like a weird desync going on? Because the only other time that my chainsaw did this was when Wildman was loading into the game.
I don't know. I'm a ways
there we
away
go.
from you.
That was bizarre. I don't understand how that happened, but it. My chainsaw was having a seizure a little bit.
Chainsaw seizure.
What was it to turn off the super?
Alt. Double tap Alt.
All right.
Right. Yeah, this forest goes back here a ways. I didn't realize how big this was. So, so I don't know if you heard, but, this back corner here, what I'm going to do is get some trailers ready. But the best practice, I don't know if you're watching the stream. If you are,
Trying to, yeah.
what you do is you line up the butts with all of the logs. So all of the logs you cut are all in a line, all with the butt ends basically flush. It doesn't have to be perfect. And then you go down the line and you cut them all about 20 meters. Somewhere between 19 and 20. Whatever they are, you just cut them all the way down the line. And then as you go down, you know, fewer and fewer trees are going to be that long. But then you cut them again at 20 meters. And if you have to, one more time. And then I can grab the trailers and pull the trailers up. And you can load both trailers because the trees are so long that you can load 2 trailers at once, which is that screenshot I posted in the members, right? The do not try this at home. With the trailer, with the 2 log trailers on it. I just pulled that up to the side of the logs, and I loaded on both trailers. I hit the loading button, and it loaded both trailers at the same time. But the caveat is we can't do Big Berthas. The Big Bertha trees we're just gonna have to hoof to the sawmill. Those trees are. It is impossible to load those trees on a truck and not have that truck tip over constantly. They're just too heavy, and they just cause too many problems. But they're still big enough where it's worth just bringing them to the sawmill individually because it's an obscene amount of wood. Not even the Douglas firs, even though they're super tall, they don't weigh nearly as much as those Big Berthas. So yeah, Wildman's over here because I want to plow. I want to plow and make this field bigger. Oh, come on! Why aren't you? This game hates me.
Always.
There we go. That's a good cut. Oh, this tree weighs so much. Not sure how much those trailers cost. I was looking, man, I downloaded the FDR logging crew. The guy just put out a brand new version of his logging mods, 1.19, and so I downloaded those and I was looking at all like the log trucks. Like his log trucks, they don't auto load. All of his mods are literally like everything is manual. Like there's very little automation. He is hardcore. His modding is hardcore. So that's a next level sort of modding system. But yeah, he's got some big skid steers, and I even downloaded the mining mods, the FS mining, which was, by the way, a nightmare to get my hands on. But I was looking at those machines. Then there were a couple dozers that would be fun. There's a dozer on there. I don't know how it works with modded trees, if it would work. But there's literally a dozer on there that when you push into a tree, it automatically cuts the tree and knocks it over. So the dozer, you just go through the forest and you just push the trees down and it just cuts them all automatic. So I was like, oh, that would be kind of fun, but the where it was actually cutting the trunk was not really ideal. It was wasting a bunch of wood. No, not gonna. No. Okay. Bertha for the machine. It's amazing. It's almost 3 o'clock on day 1. We've gotten all this stuff done. It's amazing. This is literally the first game I've ever. It's the first game I've ever played where you can play in real time. The time passes in real time, and it's the first game I've ever played that does that. That you actually want to do that. There's even times when you want to go half speed, like, or paused. A lot of YouTubers that cover this game will play paused. Because when you're in the middle, I understand that mentality too. When you're in the middle of recording and it's like, it suddenly starts raining, it's like, oh my god, I can't harvest, I can't do anything when it's raining. So yeah, a lot of YouTubers will record with the game either paused or at like half speed. Which is crazy. Playing a game where you have all the time in the world. You have to be very gentle. There can be no sudden movements. The wood is shy. Can't be any sudden movement. Whoa. Oh shit! There were 2 trees in that space. That's amazing.
Oh.
I cut a tree and there was a tree there, and the first tree really did not like sitting inside another tree. So, oh man,
Did
that
it pop around or something?
I mean it's spurted out like crazy. It was just like boink, and it just spit the tree out, and there was a tree already sitting there. It was crazy. It was a smaller tree. It was a baby tree inside the other tree. It's kind of crazy. Not sure how that happened, knowing what I know about the algorithm that placed all the trees. You set a distance between trees, so I'm not sure how that was able to happen. 2 trees for the price of 1. Within every big tree is a smaller tree waiting.
That's like poetical and stuff.
I know. It's what it's what you tell all the baby trees. Like, then every.
I think I better let you move these trees around, because I'll end up knocking everything everywhere.
Yeah,
There was one little limb on it.
It takes a deft hand to be able to place these, and I mean they don't have to be perfect, but get them in a sort of a line. It just makes it a lot easier to cut them later on. I want to take this, swing it around. Slam it down to the ground, stop it from twisting. Oh, I've got a little branch on this one. Nope. All right. Oh. And the trick is you gotta, when you pick up the tree, you have to be staring directly at the butt end of the tree. Like, and that's how the tree orients itself when you move it. It will always try to orient itself with the way that you pick it up. So it's really easy to navigate as long as you know that it's going to always try to move that direction.
Not sure if that's bushes there or limbs on it. Bush. Okay. I was trying to cut
Cut the
off
bush.
stuff. It's like it's not going anywhere. Can you cut the bushes?
No, you can mow. You can mow the bushes though.
I know you mow, but I didn't know if you can cut them bushes out of the way.
All right, so I want to zip on back here. I need to. Let's move this over here. Ross's mower. I haven't sold your mower, Ross. You're still here because
Yeah, I can.
you know you can mow to your heart's content once all the little areas the grass hasn't grown yet.
Yeah.
Let's get this. There's a slight bug with the map. I haven't put out a new version of it, but it's so hard to gauge distances in the editor. So the trailers tend to spawn like with their ass ends inside the building, and it can be a little troublesome. Forestry equipment. So we want the Flugel, 20 meter auto load. I've stopped using that 53-foot trailer. It sucks so much. I'm just tired of it. Tired of fighting it every time. Trelleborg, wide tires. We want wide tires. White rims. We can't change any of the other colors. But you want it with the hitch, right? Plus trailer hitch. That's the only option that you can get. So buy, and then buy the second one. And then what we want is a dolly. The cramp dolly. Trelleborg wide tires again. We have matchiness. Buy that. Now you could buy another one, make it a tractor pull, or use the words.
Don't use words.
It's in here. There it is.
Especially while you're playing with your dolly.
All right. So let's just park this. Q. Detach while folding. I wasn't folding. Let's do that. And then Q. There we go. Eventually we'll have many of these Mack truck thingies, but I'm trying to be on a budget. We're down to 460,000, which might seem like a lot, but that's literally a combine and a header. Like that's not a lot. I wonder if we can hook up the dolly to this truck. This has a hidden hitch. Let's see. Does this have a hidden hitch? It does. Aha! Way easier to do it this way than to try to hook this up. I have not a good backer upper. Some people are very good backer uppers. Take that, and we grab this other trailer. Yeah, see, come on. For some reason, these trailers are really low to the ground. Really? I'm off by a couple inches. It's really big. The trigger on this. Oh yeah, see? But come on. Who designed this thing? Like, why do you design that to be so low to the ground? literally has to pick up and hitch to a truck. Like, you want that up off the ground so the truck can get under. Alright, now this little guy, we have to hook up to the other trailer. I saw a video, I don't know what version of Farming Sim they used, but they created a 100 trailer long train. So they had a truck with 100 trailers hooked up to it. And it went like, it snaked like all over the map.
Trying to make it like a train, huh?
Yeah, it was a land train, yeah. It was crazy. Like, why would you put yourself through that? that would just stress me out, man, because it's hard enough managing 2 trailers. Like, could you imagine having like 100 trailers on this? Like, how would you pull that? He must have modded the truck to have like 50,000 horsepower. It's literally the only way to do it.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna snuggle this right up here, and not worry about that yet, because we got wild clear that. So let's get here. Go to this side. No. Put you on the ground. That. No. There we go. Backwards. Try to point them this direction when you cut them down, so they fall this way. That way, all the butt ends are in the same orientation.
Was it the big one?
Big one, what?
I had one that was a big one that I couldn't get it to fall down, so I had to cut it 2 or 3 times to. Before it would come down.
I guess I haven't run into that yet.
Yeah, it would just sit there. I cut it again. Just sit there. Finally, I think it was like about the 3rd time it finally turned over.
All right. So this, back it up. Okay. Got a little bit of drift here. Sometimes that happens. What you can do is slow down your speed. Right? Like, push it in a little bit. Push it in a little bit. There we go. A little bit. Better. Okay, let's get
Well, we didn't even get the trees along the backside here, even where you've plowed already. There's quite a ways to the
Oh yeah.
edge.
There's like I said at the beginning of the stream, there's 4 or 5 million liters of wood just on this very first starting spot. So I was not afraid of running out of wood.
Or you want to just kind of go with what you already have plowed up for cutting the trees, or go all the way to the border?
Well, we're gonna end up going to the border anyway. So
So go to the border.
it's gonna happen in one way or another. Go. That's one cut done. This first set, all be. Can't move it, but now find the next cut. 16. Come on. In the Silver Run Forest, where we ground up all the stubs, but not 100% necessary. Just put all the logs. Okay, so this is the true test here. So the first trailer switched to auto load right, so that means it's on the left, which is good. So B and then GGB. It's loading both piles. Fortunately, it's stupid. It tries to load. Stop. Stop. I mean, it did better than I could have, so I can't complain. It's just a couple of these logs are a little iffy. We're just gonna take this, toss it over there. Take this one, toss it back. Okay, that there is a glorious amount of weight. So we're going to put the straps on there. Straps on there. We have, if we look, does this report, okay. So 8 logs there, 30 tons. 19 logs there, 21 tons. So that's 51 tons of wood on this truck right now. It's a glorious amount. No, 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 no! Don't you dare! Don't you dare! A lot of times it tips like that. If you have wood loaded asymmetrically, which is why I learned we can't do Big Berthas on here. That base Big Bertha log, maybe the top half. Maybe you could get away with doing the top half, but the bottom half, way too heavy. Way too heavy for the Big Berth, or for the truck to handle that. That off. That off. Oh. Auto save. Okay. Go over here. Load that. It's like 62,000 liters. Point. Probably another 60,000 liters there. That's 120,000 liters of wood. Just in one trip. Which is why I like... And you could probably, maybe possibly, do a third on here. You couldn't even zoom out far enough to see it. You know, this is as far back out as I can zoom. Another thing you can do to make this more efficient. You could go around it and pull in the other side and load it, and that way you don't have to turn around after you load it. Should have done that. Yeah, these stubs are going to be... I don't even know what to do about these. I think we'll have... We could probably do a separate truck with those.
Is there for taking control of your mouse to move with? Is there some button to push? For some reason, I can't move.
What now?
When I do the mouse, I can't turn, move, or anything with the mouse. I hit a button or something that, like, turned the mouse loose.
Try right-clicking.
Try escape.
I've tried that. I've tried to escape too.
Is there any UI on the screen that has an X on it to close a window? Horseplay does that.
No.
Change number of piles. Why is that 2?
Oh, okay. The window I was in
1.
wouldn't allow it, but yeah, it's right mouse to turn the cursor on and off, but I wasn't in the window to do that. So
That's a Courseplay thing. I know that's a Courseplay thing because I ran into that when I first played the game, and I was super frustrated because I would right click and my cursor would immediately like disconnect, and I was like,
yeah.
what the hell? Yeah, it was Courseplay that was doing that. Okay. For some reason it defaulted number of piles 2, so now I've fixed that. So B. What why do you hate that? What's cool about this auto load system is it's active even if you're not in the vehicle. All you need to do is get something close and it'll load it. It's just glorious. Oh, I'm seeing jittery pokery here. Let's nip that in the bud. No, none of that. Why are you still jittery? You should be. Something is wonky with these. There's some physics. I think it's settled. Okay. Let's get the hell of it out of here. I don't wanna try to load the stubs on these. We could either get a small, like a tiny little trailer to load the stubs on, because those are just like maybe 5-6 meters long. No, 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 no! Damn it! Oh, these lock trucks. God, let go of the truck, Jesus! Okay, so get these in here. And L. Helps to have a second person trigger. Run out. Do it. Okay, what do I want to do about the stubs? Purchase. Forestry. This timber runner here is the smallest. 20 meter, 15 meter, 12. This one doesn't have auto load. It says universal auto load, but I don't know if that's the same auto load as this one. These are different. This is like base game. This is the modded version. So I'm guessing this is still the 12. Length of 12. Wide, 40 grand. And then back. Dolly. That's a tedder. We do not need tedders anymore. Take this one.
Yeah, now we shouldn't have to worry as much about potentially voiding stuff. Get rid of the tedders.
Yeah, we'll be able to just pick the grass up straight up, pick it up, and take it to the farm. Oh, sorry, Mr. Hog. I apologize. Oh, man. This is such a tiny thing. It's why- Getting the most out of these little itty bitty tractors. There we go. So Os, grab the Unimog with the tank on it if you're able to do stuff. I don't know. I don't know if you're able to do things.
Yeah, I can.
Take the blue tank, disconnect that somewhere, grab the yellow tank, which is the diesel tank. Go to the fuel refinery. On the left side of that are the fueling zones. Load up some diesel, try not to get all of it. Load up, a decent healthy amount, 10 to 20,000 liters, and go unload it into the lime factory. which
Okay.
that should start generating iron ore. Um, yeah, that will start generating iron, which will allow us to get some more stone. That's literally, I mean, yeah, the field stone will give us some stone, but not nearly as much as processing metal, iron ore into metal, because that is going to be a lot of stone. Because you get the way I set up the recipe is you get for let's say you put 1200 iron ore in, you get 600 metal and then 600 stone.
Ah.
And then you can take the stone and take it back to the lime factory, and that creates lime for you. I didn't want to did it like that because I didn't want the iron, quote unquote, iron mine process to generate stone, because that building also processes stone. So I wanted a craft that wasn't self-contained, like because there's one of those. I already have one of those in the mod pack, and that is the farm factory makes and uses fabric. So that's the only one that I wanted to have in there, that you literally never need to move fabric. Which sucks, because fabric is like the most colorful product in the game, but I'm guessing with my palette modification mod, that is not the case anymore. It's just going to be boxes. Right.
All right, and just to make sure, you wanted me to grab diesel and bring it to the limestone factory?
Yes, but try not to grab all of the diesel out of that machine, or out of that refinery. We could probably save some of it for if we have emergency diesel to refill a machine, or refill a tractor or something.
All right.
I'm not sure how much. I put 400,000 liters of wood chips in there. It should be. We should have quite a bit of diesel.
$133,000 liters.
Nice. So take like
And
20 to 30 and put it in the tank. You're going to have to watch it and stop filling.
Yeah.
Stop the filling process when it's done. Or not when it's done, when it's got enough. But yeah, you can take that and 20, probably about 30. Because there's so much in there. And that'll be an unholy amount of iron ore eventually. Because I'd like to get that up and running, so when we do skip time, that will have time to process into lots and lots and lots of iron ore. And whatever.
Oh, it's out of, or it's out of wood chips too. I don't know if we want to.
No, that's fine. It's 130,000 liters of diesel is a lot. So that's fine that it's out, but kind of amazed it processed all 400,000 liters already.
Yeah. This is the first time I've actually done this, so I'm at a loss. Thought it'd be a little more straightforward. How do I put diesel into the Unimog?
Okay, let's go. I'm gonna run over here really quick, see what you're doing.
Think I'm in the right spot.
So you've
Unless
got
this
the
is-
yellow, tank on it, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the fill up. Nope, you're on the wrong side. You're on the right side, and you need to be on the left side. So these silos over here with these fill icons. Here, these are your fill icons, right? So you drive up. You have to open the cover. You got that. You drive up, and then you hit. Once you're there, you should be able. You have to get into the vehicle. You should be able to start filling, and then you have to watch your fill levels, and then stop it when you've got enough.
Oof, goes quick.
Yes. So you've got 21,000 liters in. Put a little bit more.
Oh, okay.
Get up to roughly 30. There you go. Now drive it over to right next door. Back here, there's a dump site. You just pull it into where this icon is for the dump. And you should, if you're looking at it right, you should get a pop-up for hitting I to start overloading. I don't know why it's called overloading, but yeah, that'll start generating. It should empty pretty damn fast.
Yeah, it was almost instant.
And now, iron ore is being generated, and so now this will just sit and generate, and the other Unimog here. The one with the open tank or open box, that can actually move iron ore. That can move wood chips. So as iron ore builds up here, we can take it across the street over to this farm factory, and this is what actually will create the metal for us. Oh, there's another autosave because that was a big one. Let's see. Yeah. To go there and iron to metal. Now, back here. Let's do wood. It's hard to really realize how big this map is until you start moving these logs. Realize like, wow, this is way back here. All right, so the Big Bertha, this is just gonna hump all the way to the south because this is too heavy for the trailer system. It's just so big. I wish there was a machine or something that we could hook up the tips of these. Because ideally what I would do is I would have, if you're out in the wilderness and you have a whole bunch of these, put them all next to each other and just tie the tips together and pick the tips up and drag those. But
I don't know if you have to have a certain mod pack or not, but I saw one use like a portable sawmill. It was just a little tiny, it looked like a workbench type thing, and you just sell it there.
Yeah, we're not selling it though. We're not selling the wood. We're actually making wood products that sell for more money.
You could use that for just junk wood.
Oh yeah. Well, the wood chips that's a resource that we can turn into stuff. So
yeah,
I don't necessarily want to just sell scrap wood.
I guess you could just make a big pile of it for now.
I've got a trailer for all the stubs. So all the stubbies that I'm cutting off the really long logs, I've got a trailer for that. So we can put we can put dozens, possibly even like 50, 60 stubs on one trailer. That's pretty easy to manage. Might have to look at a FDR logging mod to because he's got really finely tuned like grapples for logs, like moving logs that work really well at grabbing and holding multiple, like a bunch of logs, like a little bunch of logs, and like way better than the base game. He's really finely tuned the physics. So yeah, might have to look into at least getting the grapple. That way you can unload the trailer. The trailer just unloads into a big pile, and then you could have a beaverator running, and then have an excavator that has the grapple on it that goes over and grabs them and just dumps them into the beaverator. Because doing it one at a time in the beaverator is not going to be practical whatsoever, not even close. All right, how far back are we here? Holy!
I'm going a little bit past it so that'll give us room to turn around and stuff on.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, going a little past the border is a-okay. Come on. Come on. Get on. There you go. Here, I thought Aram was going to join us today.
Yeah.
They were like, got all the mods downloaded and updated, like, ready to go. And I'm like, all right. And no show. All right. Okay. I think these trees on the end here, I'm just going to take out. I don't want to. We do expand into this area. Having these few trees here is just going to be a pain.
Go over a little iron ore, so we're making some. Ooh, we gotta bring some pallets over there.
Yes, definitely stop the production until you got pallets in there. That is the vital thing. You can go to the sawmill and actually manually spawn some pallets.
There's some laying out front. I'll just grab them.
No, there's not.
I can see a bunch.
Yeah, there's probably
Or am I
a
looking at
decoration. Those are probably ones you cannot pick up. I don't think I spawned any pallets.
Oh, I bet you these are boards.
Well, yeah, those the
Longboards.
the actual pallets that are there. Those are actually boards because that was the last thing I was spawning. But if you move those away from the spawning area a little bit, if you go to the sawmill, the icon, the wrench icon, and you hit R, but don't open production menu. Don't do that. Use the arrow keys and scroll left and right, left or right, until you find empty pallets. Once you have that, you hit enter, and then it'll ask you how many pallets to spawn. And just spawn like 5 pallets. And then it'll literally spawn 5 pallets. Now those pallets are 5,000 liters apiece, so they are not light pallets, and then you can just manually move them over. But yeah, that's the way to manually spawn pallets.
Okay, it's still outputting longboards, so I gotta turn those off.
Oh yeah, I forgot to stop spawning those. So you gotta select open production menu, hit enter 3 times, and that'll stop spawning.
So what if you're a woman?
What do you mean?
You want to spawn in those things manually. Women can't do that then, right?
Well, women can get wood anytime they want.
You'd have to spawn them in womanly.
Rather than manually. Womanly.
Yep.
Wow.
Dang it.
The dad joke if I've ever
Must
heard
have.
of. All right, let's see what Os broke.
Yeah,
Spawning.
it must not have had the
1, 2, 3.
right thing highlighted or something.
Storing. So now they're not gonna spawn anymore. So that's good.
Well, we got a lot of boards laying out here. I guess.
Yeah, probably grab a trailer or buy another trailer and just sell those. The little stragglers, or if we wanted to, find a spot for the carpenter. Not sure where to build that. I want a lot of space around that because that is going to be a very, very busy, profitable endeavor. So I want to give that all of the respect that it's due. That building is going to be a moneymaker for sure.
And you said 5 pallets?
Yeah, 5 pallets is 25,000 liters. I think that's pretty good, considering it's 1 per craft.
Yeah. Yup, that just lasts a pretty good amount of time. Is there anywhere else you think that we need pallets?
Let's see, fuel refiner doesn't need them. Farm supply factory doesn't need them. The next big one is going to need them. We're gonna need probably one pallet to start the carpenter, but the main one is gonna be the general mill. When we build that, is gonna need a really good supply of pallets and carton rolls, because that's the main crafting building that cannot make those on its own.
Yeah.
But like the carpenter can make carton rolls and it can make its own pallets. The general mill cannot make either. So the farm supply factory, I don't. Yeah, there's a couple ones in there that are gonna need carton rolls, which are basic. It's basically cardboard. It's labeled cardboard because I'm like, yeah, it's literally cardboard. So, anyway.
Do you need a wood chip factory or whatever for that?
For carton rolls, no. The master carpenter already makes that.
Oh, okay.
It's just water and wood chips makes that. So they can produce tons and tons and tons of carton rolls. But yeah, it's going to be getting them everywhere else. So wood chips, that's going to be a main use for wood chips is the cardboard for all the crafting. All right, so these I want to push. These are all the stubs. Here's my stub. Oh, yeah, this backup is doubly different. This dolly, which makes this nearly impossible. I know there's got to be. I'm aware of a mod that's supposed to like override the dolly. I deleted the axle lock mod because it literally wasn't working. It just wasn't working. I don't know why, but okay. I want to go out here, make sure. Beautiful. Stop auto loading. Got one weirdly wonky. Let's go here. Why that
Weirdly
loaded?
wonky whipple to you.
Weirdly wonky wood that loaded. Okay. That. Stubs. Yeah, there's 18 logs and only 1.5 tons. It's like nothing. All right, now the beast. I'm going to stop auto load. Stop auto load. I want to drive up here first. So these are all cut and ready to go. Load up the front on the front side, back side, and then GGB. Okay. What's great about this, you can actually hunt these, load them here. Be careful with that front load because that trailer is full. I don't want the auto load to like.
Oh, okay.
Get a little. Sometimes it gets a little overzealous about how much it'll like load. And it's like no, stop. It loads it so fast that it doesn't detect that it's full because the logs haven't dropped into the trigger yet, and it's like no, don't do it. Okay, so I want to tension belt and tension belt.
Kind of like with humans, if you eat too fast, you sometimes don't realize you're full.
Yeah, it takes you
Supposed to
15
eat really
minutes.
slow. Yeah.
15 minutes
Supposed
to.
to eat and talk and eat, talk. Just take your time.
Yeah. Seems like only the Italians have figured that out. No.
Oof.
Bad trailer. You gotta turn into the tip when that happens.
Snigger.
Yeah, just the tip. Okay. Yeah. This is the challenge with rolling hills, everybody. The world is not flat. Contrary to some conspiracy theorists, the world is not flat.
It's not.
Nope. I love it when NASA tweeted out, "Nope, the world isn't flat. We checked."
They also said that they went to the moon too. So
They did.
people say they did.
Oh, I know. You know, conspiracy theorists are a special breed of crazy person. It's like, well, they faked the moon landing. It's like, you know how hard that would have been to do. 60s.
Well, the faking wouldn't have to
You don't-
be
you
all
don't-
that much hard, but keeping it secret would.
Yeah,
the hard part.
you don't think like Neil Armstrong would have come out already in his later years and been like, yeah, that was all faked. You know, when you're 80 years old, like, you know, Buzz Aldrin or, you know, these really old astronauts, you don't think that they would just be like, yeah, it was all a BS. Like, of course they would come out and say that if that was actually true. Okay, so let's auto-load these. That is a lot of weight. Okay, stop. Oh, that's gonna fall off. Oh, sad. Uh. That's a lot of wood on that trailer. There is 40 tons, almost 41 tons on that first trailer. So we are going to stop auto loading on that and start loading this. Let's pull it in. What's great about this auto loading trailer is it works even when you're running, except it works too well. It tends to like drop them, and when you're moving it'll stick them out the back. Let's put a tension belt on that. No. Don't you get tipsy on me.
Drink if I wanna.
Yeah, these are that one hanging over the side, for dear life, that is going to cause problems. So let's move that one back. No, what are you doing? Yeah, that was way too much weight hanging over the side of the trailer. Way too much weight. No. I get it. I'm going too fast. Get it. Let's just slow her down. Let's see. There's 29 tons, 35 tons. That is 65 tons of logs, which is a little insane. See if I can unload both these trailers. I think I can unload both of these at the same time. Gonna be a little tricky. Get them right so that it's in the center. Trigger. Boink. Come on. Boink. Yeah, both trailers at once, baby. It's all good. Wow, we're full on planks. Not full on longboard. Probably have some lovely pallets in here. Fantastic. Yeah, it does not use pallets very fast. As you can see, they're going down just a little bit. Only used about 77 boards so far. 77 liters, which is nothing. We
Yeah.
got 57,000 liters. Would you move some of the stones? Like, that's the main reason I wanted to do this was the stones. So yeah, the fill marker is back there. You have to pick stone and then drop it back. Same place you put the diesel in this lime. And that would allow us to get some lime for free, which is going to save us an immense amount of money. Because that lime is... I made that lime really expensive on purpose. I wanted to make sure that the encouragement was strong to produce your own products and not just buy everything. Like, if there's no detriment to just purchasing all the fertilizer, lime, all that stuff that you want, then what's the point of having productions? So yeah, lime is exceedingly expensive to buy. So early game, it's a quite the expense. All right, this one I gotta hoof this one too. Yeah, I would love like a mod. If there's a mod author out there watching this at any moment, present or future, I would love a simple mod that's basically like this dolly, right? So like this dolly, only have it have like a fork, right? So there'd be a dolly, a single set of forks, and then have a tension belt system on that. So I could load the tips of all these logs, load all the tips in there, put that tension strap on there, and then the dolly could literally drag the logs where I needed them. That way we could drag the logs across the map if we wanted to. And they would just drag along the ground. I'm not sure how the physics of that would work, if that would work, but that is what I really would like to see to be able to move these logs around. Because, yeah. I know the skidders, I know all that kind of stuff. I know that is there, but there's such a severe weight limitation that it's just rough. So on one side, on the left side here, we put the big logs, and on the right side we put the basically the small ones, or aka the base game ones. These are glorious logs. Turned around and saw that tree. I thought it was literally gonna hit me, like coming right at me, like a bullet, like a spear. I was like, oh. Well, why did you all of a sudden turn to the side? Get back around. There you go. V. Snuggle that there. Snuggle that there. All right. Yeah.
Take this one apart.
Those truckloads actually, make pretty short work. That was that trip of logs that I just took. That was an enormous amount of logs that it took 2 trips and that was it. So that system works really, really well. But again, I am bringing the Big Berthas all the way, like all the way to the sawmill, not chopping those down at all. They're just too heavy, way too heavy.
Oh, this one just.
Oh, why? Oh my God! This one just glitched through the ground. It literally just like, I don't know if it was.
Weird.
I don't know if it was because your log was
Probably.
freaking out or what, but that's
I
fine.
don't know, I've had one where I was going down there and delimbing it and just fall through the log.
Yeah, the I said before the dark ones, they're Douglas firs. There's a spot on them. There's an individual spot that you fall through, and I have no idea why. Like I've looked, there's no rhyme or reason to why that happens, but yeah, that's the Douglas firs, and it's the same spot in every tree, so it's really predictable. Oh, get in there, right there. I know there was a Bertha back here. What? There it is. You'd think it would be easier to see 75 ton.
There's a little place on the very end too that I can't. Seems like I never can get it to cut up.
Yeah, it's really finicky. It basically has to be flat on the ground, and you have to like your chainsaw literally has to be like near it on the ground, and it's just bizarre. I don't know why it is the way it is, but it doesn't really mess with the
You're selling it anyway, right? I mean,
yeah, it would
just put it.
it would be a negligible amount compared to the grand like value of the Big Bertha log itself. Wow, this one, how did you you threaded the needle of this tree between three other trees. How did you do that? Wow.
No, I just cut it down and it.
That is crazy. Well, was wedged in between all those other trees. Yeah, you got the tip on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really finicky. I don't know. Like you can even cut the tip off the tree and that bush stays there. That little attachment stays there. So I don't even know what part of the tree it's attached to.
Thank you. How are we doing on these?
Oh,
600.
we are doing phenomenal on wood. We are not shy of having so much wood. We got so much wood. We got more wood than a house of ill repute. All right. How far? Oh, there's a log. A log's back here. Pick a log and log. I'm gonna wait. Are you done? Oh, I was gonna wait until you were done before I even even attempted that because I know what happened last time. All right. A little bit further in. Oh, jump. Oh. Player movement. That player movement mod is vital in this process. I can change my movement down to 0.2. Holy Moses, look at all these trees. Alright, another one. Beautiful. Let's see. Where's there a staging area? Start. Oh, maybe not. Alright, so before this beautiful line of trees gets completely obliterated, because you know that's gonna happen. We're gonna get this nice line of trees, and then
There's a deer out there.
we'll just like knock
Well, we
them
can
into
get one more in there.
knock them into orbit. So it'd be nice to get these cut. Pretty sure. These are all fine.
How late are we going?
I'm not sure. Oh, those Douglas firs are tall. Look at how much taller those things are. Okay. Now we have to lop off right about there. There.
You did say these little tiny trees, we're just destroying them.
Yeah, the super thin ones. Yeah, those you just void with the chainsaw. This set bring back. Second set. Stubs. So if you want to grab, you want to practice a simpler loading system, you can grab the tractor with the stubs and kind of learn the controls for that. So these particular auto loading trailers, you can select the side that it auto loads. You can turn it on and off, that kind of stuff. So this one is a really simple system. I forget. I think it loads on the left, but you can swap that. So there's a key to swap the left and right side. And there's a key that actually highlights it. I don't know if it highlights it for multiplayer. If you get in here, let me see if you can see this. Come over here. Hide help. No, where is it? Numpad, yeah. Numpad slash. You see that red box on the other side?
Oh, yep.
Okay, that's the zone that it's looking for to auto load, right? So you can turn that on and off with the divide on the numpad, right? So, that is obviously the right side. If I turn this on and I can switch it with O, I can switch it to the other side, right? So that is actually where it's looking for logs. So if a log isn't loading, it's probably not in that zone. But yeah, this thing you can actually set this up, start it auto loading, and get out of the vehicle, and it will still be an auto loading mode. So you can just toss things at it, and it'll load it as long as it hits that. But yeah, you can pull up beside the stubbies here, and then load them all in. And I'll get in this beast, which is this thing is rough. Okay, get this loaded in, pull in there. All right, and then we BGGB. How is that? No. See, auto load. Why do you hate? You were done auto loading. You just kept on and running. It's not cool. All right. Now that they're both sort of done and quiet. That log is probably... Yeah, that log is probably causing problems. Yeah, this loaded, like, oddly. Try to shuffle this a little bit. There we go. Get some different grip in there. There's a whole lot of wasted. There we go. No, you just gotta Hulk smash these a little bit. There we go. Yeah, just punch them. Just punch them.
Only problem is they're falling out the backside too.
Yeah, I know, but now that they're in there a little bit tighter, you want them as low to the bed as possible because when they're up that tall, the center of gravity is so high. Yeah, I'll just have to come back for that one. There's no way that's loading in there. So I can turn auto load off and turn it off. No, I stopped auto. There we go. So L, turn on tension belt. G, L, turn on front. So far, so good. Wait, how much tonnage on there? 34 ton, 40 ton. Wow. 74 tons on this load. So if you want to get next to the exclamation point, I will pull up right in the center. Right there. Tension belt off. There we go.
Right.
Both trailers at once. Glorious.
770,000.
Oh, glorious. Yeah. We'll be able to... It's good to have a bunch of planks and stuff ready to go because... yeah, we're going to need a lot of furniture. That's going to be a huge amount of money.
Yeah.
So B, G, G, B. Oh, there's an autosave. That was an important autosave. Now. Why aren't you loading, sir? How long are you? You're within range. Did I not enable that? No, it is enabled. Why is it literally... Why is it not loading?
Yeah.
Number of piles 1. Switch pile, no, it doesn't work.
I'm gonna try chopping off just a little bit off the end and seeing if it works, because I notice it's at an angle.
Okay.
Still nothing. Huh.
There's one. Oh my god.
Ah.
Jesus, stupid. The log disappeared literally the very millisecond that I tried to grab it. So I grabbed the trailer instead. There you go. Believe it or not, it was because the log had a couple little twigs still attached to it.
Ah.
Okay. Oh, what the hell? Get in there, you stupid log. Nah. Yeah. There. I wish this was as elegant as filling those containers. Remember, you just get the log. It would just pop into the container, and it was like you always could fill the container up. And yeah, if this process was like that, imagine the trailer having a static, like log-looking capacity, and as you added logs, it would show or hide the different logs in there, but it would always be the same volume, like it would always look the same. I mean, yeah, there's something to be said for variety, but there's also something to be said for efficient loading of these things.
Yeah. And not to mention, you could also just essentially disable physics then, because it'd be just one object then.
Yeah, I wanted to try to do an update mass equals false, but that's literally impossible. There's no There's no fill unit designation for these trailers at all. Whoa. Okay, well, let's tie those down. See if I can grab this last. There it is.
Yeah. Nice.
L. Oh. L. GG. L. Space. So there's a way to unload these too, and it unloads them similar to how it loads them, and it just pop right into a very nice little pile. Okay, so we're at 27 tons, 34 tons. Roughly 55 tons.
You can trigger it if you want.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Right. Now that we've got all that, go ahead and hop in the mower.
What's that? This one?
The big mower.
Okay.
Beast.
Yeah.
And let's do F12. Stumps. 148 stumps.
Oof.
Great.
Take it we want to mow
I want
there?
to, yeah, I want to use mow to square off the field as it is now. Just imagine it's going to get squared off. I think that's west. Yeah. So, you know, where the field is, just square this off this direction and then back to where it's mowed already. So, yeah. We're right on the line there. 'Cause I want to be able to plow this all nice and squared off, and so while he cuts more trees down over there, I don't. It's gonna take several more hours to actually clear all the trees from behind that level of property. I'd like to get this field planted today with something.
Would be nice.
I'm thinking at the moment, I'm thinking oats.
There's still a wide swath that you could come up closer to the tree line.
Oh, I know, but the field is only going back so far, and there's. I don't need it. I don't need it all the way back. I just need it to where the field is. That way we can pick up the grass. And then I can plow it under. That mower will make quick work of that area.
Yeah. It's a little angled, unfortunately, so I missed a bit on that one.
Oh, you don't know how to do the vehicle helper? I walked Wildman through it earlier.
Oh, it is nice.
It's so nice.
Yeah, I just got to invest the time at some point. just worried about filling my head with too much stuff at the moment. I think I'm gonna cut this way quick. Couple swaths.
I have crop destruction turned off. Very specific reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just it's just too easy to completely obliterate crops.
Especially driving over it to do anything.
Something like a chainsaw there. I saw a little nub of a tree. I want to
Yeah,
take
that-
it right off and then.
That thing will just push the nubs around. They're
So
easy
let
to
me
spot
do
once
it
once you stop. The nubs will be there, and you can just void them all with your chainsaw. Really easy.
Okay.
Something done away with. I can.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, there's a log we missed it.
I think that might be new. 'Cause I don't think it was there just a minute ago.
Really, where did it come from?
I haven't done anything new over there.
Yeah, the trees over here have been cleared for a while.
Way over here, yeah.
I just missed a log, I guess. Just push it out of the way.
Yeah. Deary.
Not perfect, but you're fine. You don't have to worry about every.
Oh.
You don't have to worry about every blade of grass, but I mean that was 47,000 liters right there. So
Nice.
get out of the way of plow. How are we doing on stone and lime? Not doing too bad, but we need to probably put in more of the iron ore. There's 184,000 iron ore in there now that we can move to get made into metal. That will then make half of that amount in stone pretty quickly.
moved the iron ore and I'm moving the stone. Is there anything else I should worry about?
Yeah, grab one of the smaller tractors. There might be one near it, but there's the fertilizer spreader. It's called a fertilizer spreader, but it also spreads lime. So it's a little thing that attaches to the back of one of the small tractor, and we want to fill that with a lime, because that's the lime spreader for this field. This field is going to take a tremendous amount of lime. Because I'm making it freaking bigger, so it's it's going to take even more than it was before. Yeah, this early, we're still on day one. This is day one. But yeah, I really want to get this planted. Yeah, if we need an influx of money, I can always sell some more planks. But I'd like to be able to master carpenter, because if we can get a load of like furniture, now that we have metal, we can get a load of furniture. That would be it. Like we would not be in need of money anymore. As far as like buying equipment, I mean, the goal is still the goal, $1 billion. But as far as like trying to budget for money is like, yeah, a load of furniture would set us up, no problem. Even a partial load, like, just would not take much furniture to get us going. So what I want to do is I want to lime this field, then I want to rock pick it, take the stones, unfortunately, and well, what do we want to do? We want to lime it, fertilize it, rock pick it, and then plant it. But now that once I have the field designated, like once I've got this plowed, it's an actual like legitimate field that I can then hire workers on. So you can start a thing, and then hire a worker, and they'll finish it as long as you set it up right. Which will speed it up, because then I'll be able to have like multiple things going at once.
Of course, it eats up your money faster too. But
Yeah,
it makes
each
it move
worker is
faster,
about it's about $1 per 10 seconds, 15 seconds. It's like $4 a minute or something like that. I forget what the rate is.
but it also makes you money in the long run.
Yeah, you're able to
As
do
long as
multiple
you're busy,
jobs.
too.
You can be planting and liming and fertilizing and doing it, depending on how many fields you have. The individual person is not able to do, you can't drive more than one tractor at a time. So the hiring of workers is vital to a good to a good farm. Even though they're stupid and they easily get messed up on trees and stuff, which is why you need to do a good head lens every time you do one. So the grass the grass that I picked up in that wagon, you can dump in the farm supply factory. Which is, I think, at the end of the row of factories. A smart person would till this all up and then just plant grass there. That would be the smart. How much do we have? 144,000? Is that...
think-
Oh. It's not enough.
Enough. Oof.
Yeah, it's gonna... That field is gonna take 250, maybe 300,000 lime. It's a lot. So the stones, we have 38,000 in there.
We're gonna be able to get some from the field here.
Yeah, but I want to do... Yeah, I want to do... That's not going to actually give us that much, because those are level 1 stones. I wanted to mod that, but that's one of the things that... that I was not able to... Well, it was one of the things I took away when I was trying to debug the game to see why things were so broken. I just never added it back. All right.
Whoa, look like
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, autosave. Um, yeah, as we get iron ore and move it to make metal, we're getting just as much stone as we are metal. So stones are actually building up pretty decently there. Not super fast, but it is what it is. Then take the stones back to here, make lime, which is a little better than 2 to 1 stone to lime. And you get a little bit of iron ore on top of that. So I added a tiny trickle of iron ore in case somebody like wanted to get iron without enabling this line here. They just wanted to get a trickle of iron in. That's the way to do it.
So I turn on the grass to hay.
Yeah, you might as well turn that on. There's no reason not to. Pretty much every recipe or anything uses hay and not grass. There are a couple crafts in there, like digestate or whatever, that I never use, but that would use regular grass. Not really anything too important. So I think I may have enough fertilizer in here. This is how much fertilizer? 40,000 liters. That might be enough. Do we really need to lime it first?
you don't have to. I mean, it just cuts down on your yield,
Yeah,
but you don't have
it has a big impact on your yield. I just want to make sure that everybody, that you guys are into the rhythm, because down the road, when there's a field that's harvest ready, I'll literally just say, we need to turn this field over. And that will mean harvest, lime if needed. You don't have to lime every time. So lime if needed, rock pick if needed. Because usually I only rock pick on the level 3 or red. When the rocks are red, that's when I usually rock pick. Because it takes a long time to rock. Well, I mean, maybe not now that we have a super awesome Uber rock picker, but so turning over the field means harvest, lime if you need to, rock pick if you need to, plow. Well, you have to plow before you rock pick. So harvest, plow, lime if you need to, rock pick if you need to, plant. That order is like turning over the field. And if we get a field, a giant field that is ready to go, that means all of that have to be done on that. Now, we have 2 or 3 fields, like You try to space it out so you don't have too much in a single month, but it's a lot of. I mean, I had in my test world, I had 3 Colossus combines, 3 of them, and I still was like, oh man, I need a couple more, and like I had a ton of equipment, and it was crazy. Okay.
Dust.
How much lime do you have in there? 144,000. There's another 85,000 sitting in here if you want to come and grab that.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been sort of moving stones over. And then I can kind of walk you through how to do the vehicle thing because it should detect the width of that and give you nice guidelines. But yeah, I don't think have I ever hired a worker on that? It's just it's really easy to waste lime because of how fast it goes out.
I'll probably let you handle that then.
Because yeah, that thing spits lime out unbelievably fast. What is its rate?
Well, a worker should be able to do that anyway.
Yeah, you got to do a headlands. Like you still have to like work it. So let's see if it detects 42 meters. No, it's literally set at 1 meter. Okay, let's detect width. There you go. That's 42 meters. And then go out here. Do a little bit of overlap on this side to make sure we get it. Enough overlap. Holy crap. That should be plenty. And we want to go forward. So this uses 9,000 liters a minute when it's on full blast. It's a lot of lime. But it does an enormous swath. So you can use this exact thing too with like solid fertilizer. But I always use liquid fertilizer for reasons I can't explain. I like those giant sprayers. Those are like really tall sprayers. All right, so this we want to, as soon as we cross this, stop it.
On the plowing too, and there's some of the planters that I think would do it where you don't have to plow it up.
Yeah, you don't technically have to plow every time. You can use cultivators, and that creates a seed bed. Oh, cat is meowing at me. What do you want? Cat?
Some of the, I think, seeders have the cultivator and everything built into it.
Yes, the seed drills. But here's a caveat to that. If you use those, you don't plow, but you then get weeds on your field that you then have to go through and spray for. So either way, you're running the field twice. Whether you plow it or whether you weed it. Either way.
So if you plow it, you don't have weeds?
If you plow it, you don't get weeds.
Okay.
So I plow it because you don't ever get weeds, and I like plowing. I don't know.
Well, I guess that diesel's a whole lot cheaper than the weeder.
Yeah, then you got to buy herbicide and yeah. And if you use precision farming, you get penalized for using herbicides and stuff like that. I guess the cat was lonely. She had to sit in my lap. Let's go here. A little bit of overlap. That way the bumps and terrain. Serious bumps in the terrain. Oh, look at that estimation. Look at how perfect that is. I impress myself sometimes. I mean, I wanted to be over a little bit, but it was flawlessly right on the line. Just So, in order to hire a worker, well, I don't even know. Would the worker detect where
I think the
lime is
worker-
needed? Would it automatically shut the lime off when it needs
I
to?
think
Or,
it just does the field. And yeah, when it gets to the edge of the field or wherever it's working at, it shuts off everything and does its turn and
right, but
goes on.
sometimes, like the rock picker, it doesn't matter if you do a headlands with the rock picker. Like it just does not. It does not detect where the rocks end. So rock pickers will go to the edge of the field no matter what. Whereas like seeders, fertilizers will detect on what is already done and they will stop if it's already done. I was just wondering, like, I know lime, if you go into the map, you go into here. Yeah, you can see needs lime is actually an overlay. So there's
Yeah, if you've already limed it, it won't lime it again. But it'll confuse it if it's not done right.
yeah, you just demand attention. Just demand it with the purrs. It's funny that the cat purr is an evolutionary thing they developed in order to not be food. Wild cats in the wild don't purr. Literally a thing that domestic cats do. No other cat does. It's like, I am so cute. Don't eat me. Or don't wear me as a coat. All right, let's see if a worker. A little bit of, just a little bit of. Forward. Climb. And hire worker. Let's see how the worker moves. You want to go. You want to be careful cutting too many trees down. It'll start causing lag over there if you go too
All right.
crazy. So start stacking them up, getting them ready.
Okay.
Line them up, move them. I don't whatever you need to do, but just don't go
Sure.
too crazy with it because yeah, we had a FPS issue.
All right.
Okay.
Now the trees that you haul over there to the lumber mill or whatever it is, sawmill, you just take them there and to the point there and then sell them. Is that what you do? Or whatever you're
We've
doing?
been
with
hauling them on the truck. The big Berthas we take directly, certain, but all the rest we cut into roughly 20-meter lengths and take with the truck.
it? Yeah.
The little stubs, we have another trailer for those that we can then grind into wood chip. All right, looks like the worker is doing a fine job not wasting. We actually used less lime than I thought we were so far. We used about 50,000 liters or so.
Yeah, looks like you got at most 3 passes. Remaining, that is.
Yeah. sometimes when I'm watching the workers, I make sure if he's on his last pass and it's a fractional, it's a tiny little sliver, because you can change the spread area of this thing. So the 42 meter wide swath, you can narrow that all the way down to like 6 meters, and it uses proportionally less line. So if the worker doesn't do that, the worker will not change his tune. He will full blast that last row, and waste a huge amount of lime. And the same with fertilizer, same with seed, stuff like that. But fertilizer and lime especially, you know, if money is like an issue, just watch him when he gets to the edge, and if there's a little sliver left, you can take control, you reduce that width, and then you run down the middle, and it saves you quite a lot. So that was there and back was about 7,000. So this whole field, 7. 40,000? I was way off on my estimation. Because in the past, the thing is when I've bought it, so I buy it and I only buy like 40,000 liters, and that's like 80 grand. I mean, it is expensive. So I go through 40,000 liters in no time, and so my perception of it was rough. So yeah, we're gonna have a thinner swath here. The hard part is estimating the width of that. So as soon as he shuts himself off, I'm gonna fire him. Sorry, dude, but I had to let you go. Try to get the very center of this. Now I'm thinking that is gonna be, we do Control Z. 21 meters?
That sounds about right.
Thing that would tell us is if I pull out here and hit V. There's the V. Nope. See, 21 was not enough. I would have missed out on either side. So unfortunately, we have to then go 30 meters. My center line. Start it up. All right, now we do the same thing with the fertilizer. I've already got the vehicle ready to go. Because the fertilizer will, I don't know. I wanted to turn off cruise control. Okay, so there. And after we fertilize, you want to get a tractor. Oh, there's that other tedder too over here. So over here we have the other tedder we can sell. Let me go ahead and do that. We don't see. I think we used it once. Oh, there's the other one too. So this one, sell. So yeah, get a tractor. And this stone picker is a beautiful machine. 20-meter width. Basically the same sort of system as our forage wagon, but it's for stone instead. It's glorious. So I'm gonna try to get this done here.
Go through that with the thing with
Yeah,
two?
we're gonna do an initial stone pick, because that'll be a nice big bunch of stone. I'm guessing. I mean, we're not gonna get much out of this because they're only 5 stone per node. I don't think we're gonna get too much out of it, but we may get like 10,000, 20,000. I don't know. Kind of doubting my ability to estimate.
I didn't buy a tractor. I just grabbed one that was out there.
Right, that's what I meant.
Oh, okay.
I didn't mean for you to buy a tractor. You couldn't buy a tractor anyway. I have the permissions where I'm the only one that's able to buy. Not that I don't trust everybody, but I needed to, being on stream, I needed to be able to stay in the game. So if somebody needs a vehicle, because once we have millions and millions of dollars, it doesn't matter. Like, you want a Colossus harvester? Well, there's 400,000. Like, I don't care, but I wanna be in the mix. I want to be able to, like, stream that sort of stuff, because buying new vehicles is sweet, and I want to make sure people at home watching, get to experience that rather than have it happen like behind the scenes and like, oh, I bought this awesome new vehicle, and it's like everybody at home watching, like, I want to see the new awesome new vehicle.
You have the mower still hooked up?
The mower is its own thing.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was going to clear out a spot and then mow it, so
Yeah.
I can see what I'm doing here a little bit easier.
Yeah, it is good to go.
You just need to remove the stumps. I don't know if you guys have F12 access or not. But remove the stumps. Oh, there's an autosave. 12. Remove stumps. There's another 54 stumps. The sprayer is a little quirky with the way it works. The edge, the very tips of the sprayer, there are some of the different models that actually spray out. So you get, man, this one doesn't. It's like the tips of the sprayer are actually further out than the spray itself. Okay, so once we do the headlands, we back it up, center it on this. Again, we need to get that tip to overlap a little bit. We want a little, see that? We want a little bit of overlap. Just because with the way that the hills and stuff work, you want a little overlap there. So we're going to do that. Then we're going to hire a worker. He's going to go and have his merry way. I want to see this. There's awesome stuff. See this.
Yeah, way over here. Actually, it might be easier to just zigzag rather than follow your path.
No, you don't want. I don't want you going over where it's white.
Oh yeah, I wasn't going to.
Okay.
It's just now
You say
I don't
zigzag, and I'm like, no, you want to go around once.
Okay.
And then after you go around, that's why this guy is. Where the hell is he going?
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing?
Run away! Run away from
He's
the rogue
probably-
AI.
What the hell are you? No! Turn it off. Unbelievable. He went the wrong direction.
Oof.
Yeah, he detected. Yeah, you want to wait on that. Just wait for a second on
Yep.
that. because that is resetting the fertilizer, and it's plugging up the
Oh.
AI is thinking that's not done yet. So if you went across the top, it would literally fertilize it again. And the whole point of me doing this was to not do that and have the seeder actually fertilize. God, I'm just perfectly right on the mark, and I want to overlap it this time. I've done this too many times. See, like, okay, so let's hire the worker again, and just hold off.
Yep.
Hold off on that, because this will not. This has such a wide swath. It's literally like 5 trips and it's done. It's not.
It's not as wide as the fertilizer, but it's pretty good.
Right. Which is fine. That's good. But yeah, and this was actually I was hoping to mod the base game one, but there are reasons I don't like the base game one. Like the be all end all. If we go into here and go to prompt protection, the biggest base game one is this Rubicon. 48.5-meter width, like unbelievably wide. But the problem, the reason I ran into a massive problem with this, the sprayer is on the front of the vehicle. And when you spray, it's because it's on the front, the vehicle, as it passes over the field, is already fertilized. And when you try to hire a worker, it says field is already done. It doesn't recognize that there is a job to do because you're in a fertilizer, you're spraying fertilizer, and it detects the ground you're on is already fertilized. And so I could never get a worker hired on the field because it would be like there's not a worker. Now you could override that with course play, naturally, but yeah, it was just super frustrating. So when I found that one that had the sprayer in the back, that's the one I modded. Even though the width, I think there was only a 36-meter width on that, where the other one was like 48 meters. So crazy dimensions. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, one more trip back here. And then I'll probably, maybe a fractional trip. Yeah, you can see how the overlap. This is why I overlap. Quirky things with the hills. I think the AI already overlaps a little bit. You can see there's a little overlap already, so the AI takes care of that. Yeah, at least now they're a little bit smarter. Yeah, that first time they did not. They just poof, they were very confused. All right, so that last pass is going to be almost full width, but we're doing pretty good. We do use a lot less fertilizer than we do lime. We should be able to start going again. So I'm going to be taking over this guy, so
Okay.
you won't confuse me as much. All right, let's center ourselves on this. Yeah, maybe one notch. Control Z. As a test, let's drive in here. Yep. Okay. Center us.
Already up to 20,000? 2,000.
All right, fertilizing is done. All right. Did you use the big tractor on that?
I might have. Do I need to switch?
The beefy tractor? I'm not 100% sure what the PTO rating is on that. Let me check. It's a trailer. That would be a stone picker. Ooh, that takes 300 horsepower. Okay, so yeah, I don't think our medium tractor quite do 300 horsepower. No. So yeah, that's the tractor. It's the only tractor that can paddle.
All right.
How about our cedar? Can I use the smaller one for our cedar? Which one did I get? Pretty sure it's a horse. I think it's this one. Okay, yeah, 300 horsepower. Yeah. Nice cultivated seed bed here. So you can do that with a worker if you wanna give that a try.
Sure.
So line whoa there, sir. Getting a little zealous there.
Each vehicle is just so different. It's
Yep. So get her lined up. Well, I mean, you're overlapping. I mean, whatever.
a little much.
Whoa.
Just trying to get a little closer. Less overlap.
So in order to maintain a straight line, you hit Alt W and then Control W, and that'll give you your lane guide. Control W, when it's blue, it's locked in at that angle, and it will, when you hit Alt W, that just basically resets it. If you change direction, like if you go 90 degrees, you need to hit Alt W in order to reset. Otherwise, it'll stay that guidance and it'll just offset the lane. So you do one lane and then you turn and it turns white, but then you go over and it'll just offset the lane over whatever width is detected. You can override width, you can automatically detect width, you can change that variable. But is the tool down? Is the tool like?
Yeah, should be.
I don't even see it.
Angle.
I don't even see it as on.
Or I didn't turn it on yet.
Oh.
Now it's on.
But the pickup, does the pickup go up and down? Is that down? I can't even.
Yeah, the pickup does too.
V. If you hit V on it, what happened?
I think that's.
It is down. It's just the movement is literally like 2 inches. Okay, so if you hit Alt W and then Control W, it'll lock in 15-degree increments. So as long as you're really close, let's see, that degree is 180. It should tell you above your tachometer, it should show 180 degrees in blue, and then your width. So it should have like a 20 or 20.0 m. So that
22.
That detects your. That's 22. That should not be 22. The lines on the outside, are they where they should be? Because the width sounds wrong to me.
It's hard to tell because this thing's at a little bit of an angle.
The width on
Yeah, I
that
think
machine is 20, so that should not be 23. So, when you hit, I think it's Control. Was it
Control C.
Yeah, Control C brings up
Then
and then X should detect the width.
Okay.
So that width should drop down to 20.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. So, if the line is still blue, that means you're still locked in. It's just changed the width. So you can check your lines now and make sure that you got this covered. So there's this spot here, right? So the cultivation sticks out here, and there's a spot missed here. So I always try to overlay at least one square.
I'll rearrange so I can get that one, yeah, because it's not quite in there.
Okay. Well, the worker will take care of
There we go.
offsetting it in the future. So when you change your position, you want to Alt W and Control W again.
Yep.
Right?
Did that.
And so now all you have to do is turn the machine on, because that's important. Get everything running, and then hit the number 3. And then don't touch anything. It'll take care of the line. It'll keep you on that straight line. And then while you're in the middle of the field, after you start, you hit H, and that hires the worker, and you can get out of the vehicle.
Okay. I think it hired the vehicle. Yeah. Ah, ran me over.
And so rock picking is a little quirkier, where it doesn't really detect where it's picked rocks and where it hasn't. So it'll go all the way to the end, unfortunately, which is why I like to clear, around a field by a lot. But this should stop and then turn around. Hopefully these things don't have collision, so that's good. And it'll back up, because remember, it's going to square itself off and then it'll continue. So at least it picked the right direction to go in. All right, so that is the rock picker, and that's basically the process you do with all of the everything. You do a headlands around. I've started doing twice around the field because some of the tools are like the seeders. Some of the tools you really want to do 2 headlands, and then you just go around the field twice, and then that's the process you do to hire a worker. Then you find a spot, you set your straight line, and then you hire the worker, and the worker takes care of the rest. It's really, really a simple system once you sort of do it a few times. It's like, oh my god, this is super easy. It's funny the wheels don't even touch the ground. It's like, it's the most basic implementation of this process. I wonder what because they just added one. It's funny, I found that one like on a really obscure website. I was like, oh my god, there's an awesome rock picker. And then they added one to the mod hub, to the official mod hub. And it's this beautiful, it's a giant machine. I mean, it's unbelievably large. And I modded it even further to be 2.5 million liters. So I modded it because their unrealistic capacity 4 was only like 250,000. I'm like, oh come on. There are some giant fields that I've harvested that I get more than that in stone. 250,000 liters on one field. I remember there was one giant field on that Prairie Farms. And remember, I usually only do rock picking when the rocks are red on the mini map. And so you get 15 stone per little bundle. So it's 5 and then 10 and then 15. So I would do it. I would only do it then, but I got over 400,000 stone off one field. It was, but they have a tracked version of this. It's crazy. Let's see. There it is. Yeah, wicked looking tracks. But I mean that's crazy. That's absolutely. So not sure how this would behave since it's an official. It's literally on the Mod Hub, so it's open to all platforms. Anything on Mod Hub, I think, is in general, not specifically, but in general, is open to all platforms. This one I like. I like this one too. It has 4 more meters of impact on the sides, and as you can see, it doesn't have to be touching the ground in order to work. So it probably has a pretty big trigger area in front of it. This whole game is based on trigger areas, where all the triggers are. But yeah, only 7,700? Really? Yeah, we're not going to get much stone out of this. Oh, and I forgot to repair it. It's damaged. Well, so I'm not going to be able to start planting until this thing is done. But luckily, this thing is going to get done much faster than if we had to use the 9 meter wide ones. Those are rough. So I think we decided on oats for the first one. It's going to be a quickie. What do you have? 43. Do the eight reverse gears. There we go. All right, where should we put the carpenter? That is going to be a very important structure. Sure. Thinking like the top of this, like right in here, would be a good spot. Flatten this out at that level. Flatten out this hill. There's no reason to have this hill anymore. And Master Carpenter. That's going to be a central building to this process. So,
One of the big money earners, right?
oh man, it's going to be crazy. Massive amount of money. Landscape level. soften around. That way, kind of smooth out any rough edges. Don't do that too much, though. Here. That way there's access from many, many directions. It's important with this one because we're going to be coming in here from many, many, many different angles. All right, production. Let's get her done. Master Carpenter. And I try to make it look pretty, but it's not my strong suit. All right. Rock picking. Why? What happened to the rock picker? Well,
Sure.
this is unfortunate.
What happened? Did it
It's literally
Ew.
okay. What is it trying to do? It was like
Must
trying
be-
to go somewhere. How the hell did it get over here? It was literally in the middle of this field over here. How did it get over there? How the hell did it get over there? It literally curved around right here. I can see the track. It curved right through here. And literally, like, what? There's a piece of wood. Tiny little fraction of wood. Any of those you see, just void them out.
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing that too. Yeah, and it turned over here too.
What the hell? That is extremely bizarre. I've never had a worker do something that crazy. I mean, I've seen him do crazy shit, but not that extent. All right, babysit the stupid thing. That's weird. Like, what in the world would cause that?
Yeah.
Straight up go down this path. What? Yeah, there's another big swoosh. That's the one that carried it into the logging trucks.
Yeah.
Well, it might be, wouldn't, Oz, weren't you kind of going not perfectly straight down through there? It might have been trying to follow where you...
No, it was on its own. It should have. The AI is only. It does only the very basic, like, back and forth. So either it detected the field was not there, or it detected. I mean, I don't know what at this point. I don't know what the hell it would cause it to do that.
Goofed up.
But you know, it keeps you on your toes. We got a grand total. I don't know. I don't remember what I even estimated was gonna be. What price? Maybe 20,000. I estimated. We got 17.3 out of it. Oh, that's a bunch of pellets. All right. Somebody grab the Mack truck off the logging trailer, and go grab the enclosed trailer and dump that into the carpet. All million liters into the carpet. Finally, we can freaking plant. Good lord. I was wondering why the hell that rock picker, I was like, why is it taking so long? Maybe the guy identified as a log, and so he was in the, like, I'm gonna go set myself up a log.
Makes perfect sense now. Oh, what did you want me to pick up? Sorry. With the Mac.
That enclosed box trailer.
Yep.
And then drive it to the new master carpenter building. Dump it all into the master carpenter. And then go grab boards on the ground that I ran over already once. and dump those in there. So get rid of those. And then we want to deliver a load of metal. We want to deliver a few. Well, yeah, I can hump a single pallet of pallets over there. That's not a problem. But we want longboards loaded. We want planks loaded. We want metal loaded. We want one of the pallets. The cardboard will come from that thing, so we don't need to move that. Anything else? Metal? No. Metal is going to be moved. There's an autosave because reasons.
I better go tend to the puppies. Wildman, can you take over on this?
Sure.
It's at the carpenter right now.
Now,
Needs
where's
to-
that at?
Ooh, we need to deliver water there too. Where's my water?
near the town. I'm right next to it too.
Okay, let me run to
There's
you.
water.
Oh, well, you could just teleport. Highlight the truck near me, and then just spacebar to teleport into it.
Oh, okay. That's it there. And is that where you dump it?
Yeah, we want to get. I forget what was in it. Was it long planks or regular planks?
Long planks were in it.
Okay, so long planks delivered. We need to deliver regular planks and then metal. So again, getting used to being able to do that autonomously is a good thing. So because we are going to be doing that a lot, moving these materials. Let me load this up.
Now,
with
where's
some-
the metals at?
The metal is in the farm factory, which is the sort of lone building. So you need to park it near the yellow and black chevron. You need to open the back with X. If you're getting metal, or if you're getting there's
I was
again
gonna get the pallets.
I was the pallets don't worry about. All we need is like one pallet over here. You're talking planks. Let me start spawning planks, and that'll tell you where to drive in between, because it'll actually spawn the rows of planks, and you thread the needle in between the rows, and you open the back with X.
All right.
You just basically unfold it. You open the back, and that will start loading the pallets, but you drive in right directly in between them, and you should have plenty of space. I have a highlighted white area where the actual trailer should go, and that should load all those planks. And all you do is just sit there and let them load, because they'll spawn and load and spawn and load, and the thing holds 1 million liters, so it takes a hot minute.
But the ones that are up near the tractor are not picking up, not doing anything.
There were some long planks on the ground at Oss. We just forgot to turn them off.
Okay.
And you can't load two different types of material in.
So how do I know when it's full or done?
there'll be 1,000,000 liters in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these longboards. Yeah, this is why it's going to take so long. These longboards go away. God damn, these are frustrating. It's just such a crappy.
There's some on this side here too.
I know, but these were actually in the way of spawning extra other pallets. So I can take care of those. We need to actually start using them because the carpenter thing only holds 1,000,000 liters. So one truckload is all it'll take. Excellent. These are going full blast now. Now we're getting really, really close. What we can do is turn off planks. And we have wait. Just wait. I need to turn planks back on. I want to spawn one more pallet because you have, if you look in the list,
Yeah,
you have 994,999, right? So you can actually have one more plank. So we're gonna load planks, one pallet. It will spawn it. It will load it, and bingo bango, you have a full load. So hit X. We'll close the back and take them to the carpenter. And then you'd have to do the similar thing to the thing over here for metal. This is the farm factory here.
All right.
And you just do the same thing. You have to pull in between the two chevron areas and just spawn metal and load it the same way until you hit 1,000,000 liters. And then, or no, I guess there's only 319,000 in there, so you're not going to get a full load.
Do whatever it
has because it doesn't use a lot of metal. So, you know, those recipes don't use much, but the bonus, the production bonus for supplying it is just too great not to. All right, let's get in here. And we want to fill the cedar and open cover. Oh, start filling. There's the seed. Not bad, but not fantastic. This will likely need to be refilled at least, let's see, once, maybe even twice. Right. Pack it. Really hoping it works well with hills. There was one I tried the other day that just sucked with hills. It's whether or not that big tire is going to be. It's going to be picky. Make sure we pick the right. Whoa. So we find that. Lower it. On. Now, it should be fertilizing. I don't know. I doubt it's going to give me both. Yeah. Oh, it is. Excellent. I purposely, the order at which I did all of this stuff was in order for that to get the secondary fertilizer, right? Otherwise, you have to wait for a growth to happen, and then you go back and fertilize it. But I wanted to do the order of operations really specifically in order to get this thing to get fertilized to the last level. So we're gonna do 2 headlands.
Now, is this for 2 parking spots? Or
No, you go
What's
in
the
between them. Those 2 chevron areas, you go in between them, in the middle of them. Because the chevron areas indicate where the pallets are going to spawn. When you drive in between the 2, you'll be able to load the pallets from either side really, really fast. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now can you tell me the process I do for getting
Oh,
it to load it?
I think the metal you got to come over here.
The metal is the farm factory. No, he's in the right spot.
Is it?
Yeah, he's in the right spot. So you open the production, right? The production chains, which kind of looks like a conveyor belt with an arrow on it. In the icon, you hit escape and you go to production chains. Tell me when you're there.
Looks like a what?
It looks like a conveyor belt with 2 boxes on it and an arrow pointing right.
Okay.
Okay, so it says production chains at the top.
Yep.
Okay, so scroll in that list until you find the farm factory modded, which should have fabric, clothes, French fries. Right, that'll be in the list of the farm factory modded. That is the building that you're sitting at. That is the farm factory modded building. And I can rename these.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so you click inside of there somewhere. It doesn't matter where you click, as long as you click inside there and select one of those. Now, over on the right side is all of the storage in that building. If you scroll to the bottom, you'll have metal.
Yeah, I see it.
So you select metal and you hit enter. That changes it from storing to spawning. Now you have to make sure before you do that the back end of your trailer is open. So it immediately will start loading it. Otherwise you get a mountain of crap that you have to then clean up. Once it is done unloading, which happens very fast because metal unloads exceptionally fast, you want to make a habit out of going back into that menu, right? And then when you select metal again, you hit enter 3 times, 1, 2, 3, and that changes it back to storing. So it no longer will spawn metal. So as soon as it's done spawning, you should get at least 4 more pallets out of there.
Doesn't seem like it's doing anything.
Oh, it's not actually. Is your back end not open?
Yeah, it's open.
Oh, it is. Sometimes you gotta encourage them. Yeah, you gotta encourage them. What? No, I want. Jesus Christ. Yeah, sometimes it's a little quirky. Yeah, they only unload when they're upright for some reason. You just right click it and it'll punt it across the way. Alright, so you got 315,000 liters. Now you go back into that menu, you select metal, and you hit enter 3 times. And that'll change it back to storing. That way it doesn't constantly, spawn stuff that... Once you change that, hop back in the truck, close the back, and deliver that, and deliver it to the whatchamacallit.
Okay, so you once I'm there at the metal, you
hit enter 3 times, 1, 2, 3, and that cycles it back to storing. Because there's many options, and you don't want to use any other ones besides storing or spawning. Those are the only 2 that I want to use. So now it's back to storing. That means it's not going to make a mess when we put more iron into it. So now you can hop back in the truck, hit X to close the back, and take them to the
Same place.
same place. Yep. And then what we want to do here, I want to spawn a single pallet of pallets. And I'm going to take these because the master carpenter will generate its own pallets. It's an option you can select. There we go. And eventually we're going to have dozens of trailers, probably 6 or 7 trucks. Like, we'll have a lot of equipment. Okay, so now you're loading metal. So now I'm going to go into the production. And we are going to start making some stuff. Mainly furniture and cardboard. So, immediately carton rolls are being made because I made sure to enable them right away. I put water in there already. So water is being loaded. And now furniture is being made with long planks, short planks, iron or metal, pallets, and cardboard carton rolls. And we have a million longboards in there. And then we can come down here to make sure that it doesn't run out of pallets. I like to make sure that we have a lot of carton rolls in there. Do we have? Yeah, we have planks. So I use I initially select the first one, which uses half the chips, but it uses a few planks. I only do the chips one when we have a really big abundance of chips, or we're generating chips elsewhere. But this should give us more than enough pallets. Got more than enough pallets. And then wood chips themselves, we're actually consuming wood chips. And if you load in, beams, because we made beams as well, we can make tables. So planks plus beams equals, tables, which is one of the only thing for beams. I mean, you can make chairs, but they're not worth as much. Yeah, I tried to mix it up. Barrels, we also are going to need barrels eventually. I too many of these recipes use the long planks, long boards. Too many use them. Prefab walls may use mainly planks, so that's good. We have an abundance of planks or abundance of whatever, you can always tweak what you're growing, or tweak what you're crafting. All right, you are going to lower. You are going to turn on. Do 2 headlands around here, and you can start loading wood again. I noticed there's a big Bertha tree right by the sawmill. Now that we're actually consuming wood, we can actually start loading that thing again. Should be, I don't know, did we re-enable all the, well, we re-enabled planks. Let's enable longboards here.
Yeah, how do you get rid of that big guy tree? What do you
Drag it right here.
Yeah, Oscar
Okay,
can show you the steps on how to. It's really simple. You put it in the area, and you have to go hit the trigger on the exclamation. There's a manually triggered operation for whatever reason.
That should do. Yeah, right there will work. Then come stand by me. Gotta highlight this. Sometimes you have to find the sweet spot on it, and then it's R. It should say store wood.
wood.
Yep. Boink.
All right, cool. All right.
Oh, Jesus. helps. It helps to actually lower the tool before you turn it on.
Oh, yeah. Usually.
There's got a bunch of grass over here you can pick up, but sort of left a bunch of wood sitting around, so it might be hard to get with a windrower.
I did the grass so I could have a place to put the wood down where I could see what's
Right,
going
but now
on.
you got to pick the grass up, so you got to get a windrower, the windrower wagon, the forage wagon, to pick up all that grass. You don't need to ted it anymore. I sold our tedders. You don't. That's a step we don't need to do anymore. That was a short term. That was a short term thing on the to-do list that we don't. This thing doesn't not have a decent coverage.
I think I just lost a Bertha.
Lost one?
Yeah. Like fell through the map.
Oh man. What did you do to make it do that? You slam it down in the ground extra hard or something?
Didn't mean to, but it must have.
Jesus. You gotta be careful with those, man. There's 75 tons. The physics engine goes apeshit when you're manhandling one of those things.
Yeah.
I mean, it freaks out. You can baseball bat a 20-ton tractor across the map with one of those things. Not that I've done that.
Sure, we all believe you. Is this a... Yeah, it is. Yeah, when I let go of it, it was still on the surface, and then all of a sudden it just... Bloop.
Yeah, if I made those any more denser, they'd just generate black holes. Like, zoop! It would just like collapse in themselves and be like a black hole of wood. A wood hole. That black hole has a nice fine grain to it. See, this field that we're literally planting right now is larger in area than nearly the entire freaking map that we played last time. This field is huge. As far as like the area that we were playing on, the fields and the wood that we were cutting was on an area smaller than this field. So, you know, that's the Uber of the Uber production. And this is a tiny square on this map. We are going to have fields that are so big, it's going to take, even with like two or three Colossus harvesters with Titan heads, it would still take 3 hours to harvest a field. That's how big these fields can get. They get enormously big. And I love every minute of it. I don't know why nobody has ever tried to like explain to me, or nobody has ever asked me why I do series. Like the Uber production, like this is such a hallmark of my series. Almost every game that can be played like this, I always do. You know, I've got Factorio Uber production. I've got like Minecraft Uber production. I've got so many Uber production like style like series on the channel. I don't know what it is about just going big, just taking whatever mechanics of the game exist and just going crazy with it. But I love to do it. Maybe because it's like over so many years I've gotten so much flack for like quote unquote cheating with a game because I don't play it how the developer, expected people to play it. And it's like too many times I've been in chats with the developers and I've asked them like literally straight out like, why did you balance it or this value like this? And they literally write back and they're like, oh, it kind of felt right. It's like they literally just wing the values. So why is my value worse than their value? Right? Why is my value seen as like cheating, but their value is seen as like set in stone, do not change? When they just like made it up on the fly. Like, oh, this is pretty good.
And to be fair, I don't think you're talking about Factorio. Factorio has done a lot of
right, not
adjustment.
Factorio, but yeah, a lot of things. Factory Town, obviously Fortress Craft. It was just like DJ just like I was like, why did you do this?
Sure.
And he was like, oh, it sounded like the right value, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, it wasn't.
I'm hitting something right in front of it. Oh, there's probably stuff there, right? Can you do the de-stump again?
The de-stumper? Remove stumps. 2 stumps.
Okay. Yep.
There are only you literally found one of 2 on the entire map.
No, there was a tree in the way and I cut it down. So.
Yeah, when I went to the fair and I saw the actual farm equipment, I took a bunch of pictures. There were literally like every seeder was the direct drill type seeder. There's almost virtually no like subsoiler tech at the fair at all. Like the entire industry is going no plow farming.
Well, it's because I think they have to do it because of dust and erosion and water.
Well,
Yeah, I've heard there's a lot of merits in. I've heard it as no-till farming, but yeah, probably the
no
same.
till, yeah, no plow, no till.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if 2 headlands was enough for a worker to not go insane. Just follow him. I also got to keep track of my oats seed. Wonder if I can. Yeah, probably fill this thing back up if it runs out. Usually the AI will warn you. There is an option in the game. I don't know if either of you guys are that familiar with the game, but there is an option that when you hire a worker, they will automatically buy whatever it is they're using.
Yeah.
But it's at an extreme markup, right? It's not quote unquote like market prices. You pay a premium for that.
It'll also do the fuel too.
It does fuel, yeah, but you use a lot less fuel than you use like seed or lime. Like lime, I remember when I first started playing, I had that enabled and I had the lime guy going, and I was shocked at how fast my money was. Like he was out liming and my the money was just like going away about as fast as the national debt ticker goes up. Like it was just like And I'm like, holy crap, let's start making our own lime. That is insane. But yeah, for this map, I've got all that turned off. So we have to supply all of that stuff. What is the point of all these crafting recipes that I added? You know, if we're just going to bypass that. So it looks like this guy is doing a good job. We'll see if he ends up again in the logging truck. I'll have to watch as he gets close to the other end of the field, and see if he just like has another seizure or something. So you're good to go. I'm gonna go over and grab the Unimog here. Go see if I can put hay in this thing. Literally, is there anything in here? Yeah, there's hay, but it's not. I thought this truck for sure could fill with hay.
Yeah, I thought so too. I don't know what makes me say that though.
I don't know why. Wow.
Every now and then I get a blue circle when I'm trying to cut something.
I
Do you
mean,
know what that is?
it's valid, but you're too far away.
Ah, okay. Because yeah, I literally never seen that until this stream. Or never noticed it, I suppose. Probably more appropriate, because it probably happened, just didn't know.
Autosave. Okay, what I want to do is gotta wait. Actually, don't have that many pallets in. Oh, this is actually okay. That's fine. Planks long. Wow. So before we start making anything else in here, namely clothes and fabric, we want to include carton rolls now that we're making. And the keeping you regular craft, that's cereal. So that is honey, raisins, oats, and corn. Pallets and carton roll give you bonus benefit. So always do that. I mean, that's 45% bonus. But then you get cereal from all of those ingredients. So you need to grow corn, you need to grow oats, you need to this right here, the raisins. This is why cereal is worth so much, right? The raisins.
Raisin bran.
The raisins are a rough craft. Because the craft itself, I literally have a modded factory that is the raisin factory. All it does is process grapes. It's the grapes. You need grapevines. You need all of the special equipment for grapes. There's a whole slew of special tractors, cultivators, or plows and sprayers. Like, you need so much extra, like, special stuff for them that I was like, okay, well, obviously we are going to make cereal worth a lot because that is a huge amount of effort. Plus, and I didn't test the value for balance, so it could be way out of balance. But I literally, when I edited the yields, so all the yields of all the crops for this map are all tweaked. Because it's $1 billion is like, that's a lot of money. And that's a lot of stuff. So all the yields of the crops are bumped a little bit, except for grapes and olives, which are bumped a lot. I think I went through grapes, and I think I did an 8x on grapes, because coffee, he was the one influencing mainly the values that I was using, and he literally planted a pretty decently sized field of grapes, and he got a minuscule amount of grapes from it. It was just like, it was atrociously bad, and it took him like 3.5 hours just to harvest, and it was only like 12,000 liters. Literally, only like a big field took him 3.5 hours to harvest, because there's no way you can do a worker. You can't hire a worker. And then it was like 12,000 liters. It was nothing. So I was like, none of that. We're not doing that. So, yeah, we can. We're gonna get a lot of grapes. So we'll have a modest size grape, whatever, vineyard. And yeah, that kind of thing is fine. But if we look at furniture in here, we're up to 113,000 liters. Let's check our dude out here. Okay, he's getting about halfway. Oh, it looks like he missed a spot over here. Oh, we'll have to check. I mean, there's plenty of wood in there for 1 million liters. We'll get 1 million liters of furniture. Now, when is the best time to sell it? Do we care? So furniture right now is at 12,900, but it peaks at 13,800 in July. So that's a long time to wait. But you can see why, furniture. Like, planks give you 2,900. Furniture gives you 13,800. Like, it's a massive difference. The armoire, the prefab wall are good, but they're not IKEA furniture. Like, this furniture comes in little boxes, basically like IKEA furniture. It's very valuable stuff. It's top level quality. You know it is. Okay, so raisins, grape juice is pretty valuable. So if you have excess grapes, the factory also produces grape juice, and so you can convert excess grapes into grape juice if you want. All of the different oils. Olive oil is the best. So it gives you a reason. But cereal, look at cereal, 30,000. Clothes, 32,000. Bread is okay, but cake, 13,000. Thought cake is really high in July, right? 25,000 in July. If anybody can guess why, you get bonus points.
4th of July. Huh?
Nope.
Might have something to do with somebody's birthday.
It might have something to do. Same with chocolate donuts. Chocolate donuts is
Yours.
chocolate donuts is my that is my emergency ripcord. If we get into this and people kind of lose interest or they're just bored because we're at, you know, I could imagine if we're sitting at 600 million, you know, and we're selling truckloads of material for 40-50 million dollars, you know, at that point it's just a matter of numbers. And so people might be like, okay, well, what are we doing? That's when the donut factory comes in, because you do a line of donuts, a full truckload of donuts would be like $40 million for one truckload. So the top tier stuff will sell for a lot, and that is on purpose. Because once you're sitting at 20 million, literally there's nothing in your way of just going blah, just blobbing out and just going, all right, well, then it's just a matter of how many people are playing and how fast we can process materials, like how many trees we can cut down, how much fields we can harvest and plant, and like it's just a matter of like numbers at that point. The challenge to me, for me, the challenge is, you know, keeping up with all that production. Like you have a massive amount of production. You know, it takes a certain amount of observation to keep up with that. You need to keep on top of it. And what happened to our forage? Oh, is that it? Is that our forage wagon? Yes. Okay, where is a tractor? Where's a tiny tractor? Well, all right, so we're gonna go over here. Field is getting done. So yeah, we're gonna need another payday so we can afford all the things, including combine to harvest all those oats when the time comes. Which I don't think will be hard with the furniture. We could sell the furniture even that we have now and probably make enough. But why do you give me slurry? Why are you only slurry and digestate? Come on. Bulk storage with liquids. What? How the hell am I supposed to get the hay back out of this thing? What in the world is going on here? Forage wagons. Where's the forage wagon? There it is. Forage wagon. Was this one just... Yeah, see, this one was all of the things, and I think that was a problem. Let's get the TARDIS XL. You know, might as well buy it, because why not? 'Cause whatever. I just want to make sure this works, and if it does, then we can use it in the future. There we go, baby. Yeah, I had to mod this underground storage, so its discharge rate was higher. I was really surprised when I first loaded it into my test world to test it, obviously. I loaded it up. The thing stores 500 million liters, right? So you can add anything you want to it. It grand total stores 500 million liters. Anybody want to guess what the discharge rate is of the nozzle when you fill something up? When you fill something up, the discharge rate was 2,000. You know how long it would take you to actually process? If you, let's say you filled it up with something completely full, it's full of something. It would take 2,000 a second. You take 500,000 divided by 2. It's 250,000 seconds. Whatever that is, 250,000 seconds. That's close to 300,000 seconds, which would be like, what is that? 10,000 minutes? It literally take hours of sitting there waiting for that thing to empty out. All right. So the other thing we need to do, now that we have hay and water in there, before we get any sheeple, we're going to purchase one more thing that's vital before we sleep through the night. It's another lizard logistics. We're going to do this. Lizard tires. I like the wide tires. Lizard logistics. Mud guards. I always thought, not enough vehicles have mud flaps these days. Design color, dark blue, and should have enough money. Barely. You don't want to sleep. If you have sheep, you don't want to sleep until you have a truck over here to load the pallets, because while you're sleeping, it's going to try to generate pallets, and if it can't generate a pallet, it basically voids the pallet. From what I've seen, like, it gives you a bunch of errors, and then it's like, it just is like, oh, I can't load it, and then you don't get them. Weird. So we're gonna go over here. We're gonna back this thing in. This one's a little quirkier. It was a little harder to do the spawning out here. I should have put it in front of the building. I don't know why I didn't. I don't know. I really don't know why I didn't. All right. So gonna back it in here. Okay. Sort of in there. Hit X. Open it up. Then you can basically remove it. The trailer will load even unhooked like that, as long as the back is open. Alright, so let's get some sheep. 64,000 per set. Yep, there we go. Auto save. Why did this stop? Oh, it's out of seed. Okay. We want. I really don't want to drive this thing all the way over. Is there a way to find a big bag of seeds? It's 1,000 liters of seeds.
We don't have a forklift yet, do we?
No, we don't.
Take one and then just carry a bag over and dump it in.
Yes, because it's not like we can lift up a 75-ton tree or anything.
No, yeah. I guess we
All
can
right,
carry
this
it over
seeds.
there.
Why is this one The same amount of liters. Why big bag pallets? Like this is 1,000 liters. Big bags is 1,000 liters. Pallets, I guess pallets would be. Oh, there's seeds. That's 1,050 liters. That's actually more. Is there a? Please tell me there's a pallet in here that's. Damn. I was hoping my my pallet thing, my pallet mod would have added one of these, but alas, it's not meant to be. Okay, because this thing holds quite a lot. I really, really, really don't want to have to bring that over, because it'll lose the line, like it'll lose its place here. So what if I purchase a simple trailer? I don't have any simple trailers, do I? Any small trailers anyway. Let's see, miscellaneous. There's a smallish trailer. I mean, I guess that's the winner. You, sir, are the winner. Wheel setup standard. I don't care. I mean, it's $8,000. Let's just buy it. And then go here, go big bag pallets, seeds, amount, do 6. There we go. I need a. How about you, Mr. Little Itty Bitty Vehicle?
Fireworks off in the distance. The puppies are going nuts.
Why do you have fireworks going?
I think there's a fair nearby.
Oh.
I think in Minnesota they're timed differently than they are in where you are. I think everybody knows what state you're in, but other than
Or are you in
confusion.
Minnesota?
Confusion, yeah, I was gonna say confusion.
Yeah, I'm in Minnesota.
Yeah. Whereabouts? Which town?
In the southeast area.
I'm not sure which there. I had relatives there. My
Oh, Bob,
Granddad
yeah,
had
we
a-
know Bob. No, I'm kidding.
had a no, I don't know anybody there. But my dad bought his dad farm out there, 80 acres. Sold it, but so we used to have 80 acres out there. But I think it was near Minneapolis.
Made it on the roof. Should I grab a collectible while it's available?
Well, they're always available.
Well, yeah, I'm on the roof.
Well, it's
So
easy.
what is
It's
the,
easy to
deal
get up
with
there.
Is it?
What is
Yeah.
the deal with the collectibles?
It's just a revenue stream. But you got to be careful because you pick up so many of them, and all of a sudden, all of the rest appear on your map. Right, the little dots on your map that all of a sudden now you know where all of them are, and that kind of eliminates the surprise that I have in store. I
Oh,
mean, you know,
now was this a thing that you did, or is this an in-game thing that is just in-game?
Well, I haven't heard anything about a surprise before, but collectibles are a normal part of the game.
yeah, collectibles are a normal part of the game.
All right.
Jesus Christ. Open the thing. There you go. Don't tell me I'm not going to be able to load these. That would be hilarious. There we go. Could this be any slower?
You mentioned something, or Buggy's like, oh, Bob, I knew him, that kind of thing. Just like weird coincidences. I went to school with somebody, and I was talking about one of my ancestors who was a part of an assignment, and or no, this classmate of mine was looking at my, my family tree, and she points to one of them and is like, "Is that such and such?" and gave a description, um, because he was quite notable, I'll say. And I'm like, "Yeah," and she's like, "That's my great grandfather too."
Oh
So we were
man,
in the same class, and
you were dating. No, I'm kidding.
she
Awkward.
was cute. I wouldn't have been opposed to it. And I
So
mean,
you
great
found out that you
grandfather.
were
That's like,
related, huh?
yeah.
Yeah, that's like third cousins. That's fine. You're good to go there.
I thought it would be more than that, because isn't it I'd be 3 steps away from that person, from the great grandfather, but then
I
they're
don't know
3
what it
steps
is.
away
I
too,
just
so
I
think
just threw it
it's
out there. I have no idea
okay.
how that I have no idea how that family tree kind of stuff works. I know cousins, nephews, aunts, and uncles, and that's pretty much the extent of
Yeah.
how far away somebody is. If somebody's like, "Oh, they're my second cousin twice removed," I have no freaking idea what that means.
Yeah, that part I don't know. I think the way cousins work is it's basically every step. So if you have an aunt and they have a cousin, that would be your second cousin. Or, if you have a cousin and anybody related to them would be a second cousin. I mean, unless of course they're a cousin to you as well.
Oh my god, too many cousins, like too many words, like
Oh, sorry.
I couldn't follow that at all. If that's a cousin and you're and that's your cousin, then they're a second cousin. I'm like, that's too many C words. My brain just kind of blue screens. No, I didn't. You didn't tip over? Okay. No, did you tip over? No. Good.
No, it's still right side up on my screen anyway.
Okay, good.
Well, I suppose your server, so that's the one that matters.
Oh yeah. We have sheep. Anybody come out here to pet the sheep? Velcro gloves are not supplied. You have to bring your own.
Oh, okay. I've got them.
I mean, I'm not going to ban them because they're. I mean, why would I? But I thought you could pet. There was a key man to pet. Maybe it's only the horses.
I could have swore I saw it on sheep as well.
I mean, maybe they have to be older than like 5 minutes.
Maybe.
So yeah, we have 600,000 liters of food in there. That's enough food for like 2 years. Like crazy. Except if we filled it up. This thing will hold 1,500 sheep. So 1,500 fully grown sheep will use a tremendous amount of food. But we have already ready to go a trailer for the wool. And then the wool we can just take over to the farm factory here. And I want to bring over some carton rolls, but once we do that, then we can make fabric and clothing, which sell for a lot. So we're right on the cusp of like what they call breakout capacity in bad countries. Stuff that you don't want countries to reach breakout capacity. It's not something you want. That means something bad. How's our sawmill? Sawmill is doing great.
We got a ton of logs over here that need to be done with too.
Yeah.
I think I got pretty much everything lined up. It just needs to be cut up and hauled over.
I cut some of them up, but Buggy was busy with the semi, and then I got
I
high
think I
and
pretty
wandered
much
off.
got everything moved over now. That's been cut.
Oh, let's see.
When there's fireworks going off, that's like one of the very few times where the puppy will actually give me attention.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So my cat has got to be one of the finickiest, like, pickiest cats. So yesterday, I was pre-cooking some breakfast sausage for my Saturday because Saturday streams I always have a really big breakfast. That's how I'm able to. It's how I'm able to stream for 10 hours and not, not pass out. So I pre-cook a bunch of breakfast sausage, and the whole time the cat is like very, very interested in what I'm doing. So, as a nice person, I get done with the sausage and I let it cool, and I give her a piece, and she like sniffs it, looks at it for a second, and then walks away. Doesn't even. I'm like, how as a cat are you smelling a piece of sausage and going, no, I'm gonna pass? I'm like,
Maybe because you cooked it, maybe.
I look at her, I'm like, if you were a dog, like I'm literally talking to my cat like a crazy person, I was like, a dog would eat that so fast, they wouldn't even taste it. They would not care what it was. It would be like, you're giving me something, I'm going to eat it, no matter what. The cat is like, nah, it's not good enough for me. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, cat, what does it take to impress you? Like, even my cat is like, you're not that good. Like, what are you doing? You can do better than this sausage. But it was just like, all right, cat, that's the very last time you're getting a piece of that. That's never going to happen again. All right, and go down here. You are there. And there.
You got an autoloader program thing for that, huh?
Yep, that's
Plug-
the trailer, the Flagel trailer. Somebody did an auto load on it, and it works phenomenally well. You just got to be careful not to overload it. And the other thing it doesn't do is it doesn't automatically put the tension belt straps on, so you got to do that before you drive away. And then you can unload both trailers at once, which is glorious.
He's gonna fall over. That was close.
That's very
Unless
easy
have
to,
a big guy on there or something.
very easy to tip. No, it's just very, very easy to tip. Like, very, very easy to tip.
These logs are just so overpowered.
They're very, very heavy.
Well, one's kind of hanging off the side. That's a big one, and
Yeah, that don't help
it's
neither.
not straight on there.
world? Stubbies.
Pick them all up at once. What is this? I think the AI worker might have been waiting for me to get out of the way.
You bothering to help?
I apparently, yeah. Not intentionally this time. All right, do we have some ready to load?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
These. Okay. Is that one?
Trying to separate the stubs so you don't accidentally start loading those. 'Cause it
Yeah.
really does not care what you load.
Hey,
There we go. All right, so auto load.
Careful moving, because it'll
Yeah.
it'll try to load.
are those sticking up on the top.
God damn it! I meant to let that go. Yeah. When you're moving, you really want to turn auto load off. Just because it's really easy now. Now just don't move while I try to adjust these logs
Okay.
because they're all imbalanced.
I could just unload. That'd probably be easier. Unload everything and let it auto load.
I think it's
No,
straight
it's
out
good
now.
now. Yeah, it's good now. But
Okay. Which one do I get?
you just don't move when you're loading because that really messes it up. All right, all these are ready to go. This is a lot of wood. This is a lot of wood.
Yeah.
It's a surprising amount of logs.
Reposition a little here.
All right, all of these should be ready to go. Oh, 43 meters. This one doesn't. Get this one cut.
Looks like that one's good.
Yeah, the back one can take a whole lot more.
Yep.
Yeah,
There,
you should
that
be
ought
good
to do.
there.
Turn the straps off. Load. Pull ahead a little more. Maybe it's not quite right.
Huh. That might be too far.
Nah, it should be good.
Well, there it goes. Well, at least one went. There's some more.
Funky.
See how it did? Oh my god.
That should be good enough.
Yeah.
Oops.
Field is seeded.
All right.
Because I got the order of operations correct, we don't have to fertilize it after it grows in us. Glorious amount of time savings there.
I think the wood, I have about 3/4 of it cut down on this to the other line. Well, halfway to 3/4. Since we're gathering that up, you want me to cut any more or just...
No, that's good for now.
Okay.
We got plenty to deal with here.
Yeah, we probably have trouble disposing of it all.
Yeah.
Unless we slept. Didn't load a couple logs, but that's because they're a little forward a little far on the front trailer. Thought we may have somehow maxed out the space. I can go over the field, right? I don't need to worry about. Okay.
Crop destruction is turned off, and even so, the field isn't growing yet. So, one of the mods I have on here, it actually tells you when you look at a field, it'll tell you what sort of wheels, so required tires, will tell you whether or not you can drive on it. So if crop destruction was on, then that becomes relevant. But I have it turned off because it's just easier.
Yeah. I should have cut that a little sharper.
Yeah, don't try backing that thing up. Trust me, it is completely futile. Oh, I meant for that. Oh.
Oh,
it's a lot easier to pull up and load both trailers at the same time. So that's why I have a pile here and a pile back here to be able to do that. So you can load one trailer and immediately load the next trailer, and bingo bango, you're done in half the time.
It's okay, puppy. Sorry.
Oh, come on, logs, get in there. Get in. Get in. Get in there. Ugh.
Okay, that should do it.
Yeah, there you go. You can hit BGGB and it'll start loading them both.
front one full already?
No.
Oh, there
No.
we go.
Oh, we had a stow. Okay, you're good. Disable tension straps, and you're good to go. But you want to make sure to disable, 'cause
Yeah.
I've had it try to like load, even though the damn thing is full. It still's like, oh, you want more logs? Here's more and more and more. It's like, no.
When
That's
you
enough.
turn on the tension belts, it might turn it off, because I forgot to turn off the loading first, and it...
Well, sometimes,
on
yeah,
the
it can detect whether or not it's full. It's just sometimes
Oh, okay.
it's a little overzealous. If it finds a little corner that's like, oh, I can still fit a log here, so here's a log that's 5 tons, and it's like, no, that's not gonna fit. But it's better than loading them by hand, for crying out loud. Come on, push. There we go. Push. These should all be good to go lengthwise. Yep. Okay.
Now these other pieces, what do you want to do with those?
Stubs?
little
We have another trailer for those. We have a
Okay.
small trailer for those. Let me go grab that. Yeah, because we can grind these down, turn them into wood chips, and turn wood chips into carton rolls into products, and products into money. Nothing goes to waste, you know.
Except our minds.
Yeah, well, those are a lost cause, so it is what it is. Load.
Well, you can always be like me and not have one, and you don't have to worry about wasting it.
Fair point.
Switch pile position, numpad. Oh, it'll load it. It'll just takes a second. With this trailer, I've got 2 different piles, so you can switch between pile 1 and pile 2, which, you know, loads the front first and then the back second. So now they're going to load in the back. And pull it forward. There we go. And then tension straps. Turn off auto load. Good to go.
All right.
Well, it looks
That's
like
everything down now for now.
looks like I missed a spot for smoothing. So this you can see really clearly this jut up right here.
Yeah.
So the reason why this happens, and I tried, yeah, it's kind of way back here too. The reason why it happened, and I tried to catch all the spots, but I missed a ton, was imagine this is one color of gray, and this is the next color of gray in the height map PNG, right? So when it generated the terrain, it was like this color and then this color were too far between each other, right? And so the game has a lot more variability with the terrain than the PNG that I use. I must have used a low bit PNG initially, because yeah, there's a ton. So all we need to do is go over that with a smoothing tool, and should be good to go. Since there's trees going to be over here, I might as well just leave this over. Oh. All right, now beautiful black rich dirt here, glorious. We should have had an hour pass at least. Let's truck should have some wool in it. It does not. We haven't had an hour yet pass, so let's do this. Bingo, there's some 350 liters of wool, which is not a lot, but we only have 120 sheep. In my test world, I had 420 sheep. And it was a lot. But literally the sun is going down.
I'm scared of the dark.
Ooh, it's almost full.
Yeah.
Let's
Too close to. There we go.
let's go here and say pallets from wood. Hold on. Good use.
There we go. Got them all.
Well, how about that for a day one? We cleared, my God, at least 4 million liters of wood. At least 4 million liters. We planted a giant field of oats. So if we look at the map here, there's the map. There's the oat field, which even how big the oat field is, it's still tiny compared to how big you can make the fields on this map. Like you could have this whole section down here as one giant field. My guess is the yield from this field will be roughly 300 to 350,000 liters of oats from this field. What I have my yields at. And the other feature of the map is most crops will drop a straw swath if you so choose. So you can get straw from almost every field. There's a couple that you can't, like potatoes and sugar beets. And then you get a little bit more straw from things like corn or sunflower. You know, big woody style plants, right? If anybody's ever grown corn or a sunflower, you know that those are big. There's a lot of meat to those plants that you can use as straw. But yeah, the sun is going down on day one, and we have ourselves a little bit of money. We're not doing famously, but I mean, we have at least $1 million worth of equipment already, and we have 568,000 liters of furniture in here, which is insane. That is a lot of furniture. I just have to say. I just want to make sure we have metal, we have longboards, we have planks. Yep, good to go. I do like the lights as the lights turn on. It's very, very cool. I haven't seen a lot of this map at night because I usually do all my testing and stuff during the day. But yeah, I laid out all of the collectibles. That was a process. That was a process. I mean, they're not meant. Most of them are not meant to be like hard to find. It's just I didn't want to rely on that for our. You know, you load in, you get $500,000 worth of collectibles, and then it's like, okay, well now there's no challenge. Now there's nothing to do because we just like we found them all, and now we literally don't need any money. We don't need to scrimp and save. We don't need to like budget which machines we get, which machines we don't. So yeah, I guess. Really, you're not gonna really? to be hooked up. Most definitely. All right. Good to go there. Well, that's going to have to do it for the stream today, everybody. I want to thank you all for coming by. Before, after, during, or whenever, please hit that like button if you enjoyed the stream. And yeah, come back on Wednesday when we continue this lovely journey to a billionaire farm. And we'll see just how far we get. You know, if any one thing becomes too overpowered, like the number of trees, then we'll start just stockpiling the material and not using it for profit, because I want to diversify. I want to produce cereal, clothing, like all of the top end cake. I want to produce all of those top end things. So I don't want to have anything left out. I want to have a grape farm. I want to do all of that stuff and have that part of the series. Because I think it's fun. I like the game. I don't want to rush it. I don't want to do it too fast. So yeah, thank you all for coming by. Thanks to Wildman and Os for helping me out on this lovely Uber production series. And hope to see everybody back here on Wednesday to continue it on day 2.